Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Alright, good noon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here back with the CCT Season 3 European Series number 3. Swiss days getting started. Our first game wasn't really even a game. There was a scheduling conflict, some issues, and that meant Theo got to go sit outside at the porch for a little while, and I got to get about 40 minutes of more sleep.
Give or take, I've more like had brunch, I guess, and just chilled with the missus. But the better question is what our second game brings today, right? Since we did miss the first, we're going to be looking for some action. We're going to be looking to start the day off with a banger. Let's introduce the schedule for today, or what's left of it after the conundrum this morning. It's going to be the 1 o'clock match, Gun 5 versus Favbet coming up. Obviously, that's you and I that are going to be covering. Astram, Fischer College later on at 4, and ECLOT versus AMKAL at 7. And no, it's not heroic, but it is Dynamo ECLOT, so we'll get that fixed in a moment. Nexus, before we go on with our match, quick notice. I've seen Fischer College. It's literally a team from like actual college. I was surprised. I'm happy to see actual students, supported by their school, playing in an actual tournament, coming from the Netherlands.
Nope, actually American.
American? Okay.
Close. You might not have known this. One of our colleagues, Why Not Tony, was actually coaching there while he was studying at the same time, but now he's gone. It's just, I believe, if I'm not entirely wrong, some people can still correct me here, but the players are back for summer vacation, pretty much from the US now to EU. They're getting a couple of invites, and thus here they are, kind of thing. So that's how I've understood it.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
That's how it works.
I actually had zero clue that is the case. So I'm happy to see that. I did see them playing in Philadelphia. That's as much as I know. But beyond that, lovely to see. Lovely to know. Lovely to have them here. We'll be seeing them later. But now back to the main thing, the main focus at hand. It's Gun 5 versus Favbet, or Guns versus Favbet, as you like it. We've got two CIS teams going head-to-head, and right now fighting to kind of open up our first round here of the Swiss stage. It's been a while since we've been here, but it's Series 3 already, man. I mean, we've been slowly grinding to this point.
Yeah, we have. We're gonna try to get through as much of this one as we can before, the player break sets in. But I don't know how that's actually gonna work. So we'll see. But for now, we're gonna take a look at what we have on the schedule here, or not schedule, on the roster for Gun 5. It has been a while. We kind of talked about this. You were wondering, when's the last time I'd seen these youngsters? Oh, it was Fab, but I hadn't seen it in a long time. No, wait a minute, I'd seen them last week. You weren't all too sure, so that's how you sound like in my mind as well. But it was Gun 5 we actually hadn't seen in a good while. And
yes.
It's been a moment. It has been a couple of moments, actually. I think we originally kind of saw them when Lackey had originally come to this team for a little bit, and then not as much since. So I'm kind of interested to see what they've been up to.
Well, so am I. And of course, looking at the roster, we do have Yellow, Shine, Selter, Lackey, and Sedame. And of course, Yellow still having to play since Texty is not allowed to be fielded in two different rosters in the tournament. He played yesterday for Rush B and losing against Favbet. Of course, today Gun 5 taking on Favbet, but let's go towards Favbet's roster. Take a closer look at what this team brings onto the table. I've had the pleasure of seeing them a little bit recently. You and I as well have casted a game of theirs. Bondic, obviously the leader. I mean, do we say more? This man's been around for such a long time, experience really kind of showing, and he's giving the individual performances as well. He's having good numbers to support his cause, let's say. It feels like he's really the glue that sticks this whole team together and makes it work.
Yeah, he is. And also just to kind of correct you as well there, blue-white actually standing in today for Yellow. So still can't feel sexy, but it's going to be blue-white instead of white.
Okay, I appreciate that. I didn't notice any, info about that, so I was wondering what was going to happen.
Yeah, either way. Here, on the Favbet side. So, you got the boys. They've been up and down, very inconsistent, sometimes consistent. I really don't know. So
look,
I don't know. They just don't. I don't know what to get. What do you do, Favbet? What are you? Are you gonna be consistent? Are the riflers gonna be activated finally? Because I feel like since the start of the year, they were great. Then we said, okay, if Tension also joins, it's a great team. Tension joined, everybody else fell off. And now I've just been waiting for a long time.
To translate to our let's say non-versed listeners and viewers of what Favbet has been having or going through recently, they have been extremely on and off, right? As you say, inconsistent in many cases. Bondic is either going to be throwing up 30 bombs or we're going to be seeing very slow and low performances out of him. And then the bigger problem, I guess, around this whole team would resolve around both Jackie and Smash in my eyes. Both sometimes just not having the numbers to support, what Favbet is all about. It feels like things are going a bit bit on the side of wrong. And Jackie, recent performances, some have been okay, some have been a bit meh. So there's a lot to improve. There's a lot to look forward to. And as you said, definitely a big part of it is going to be that consistency in the late game.
Yeah, now let's take a look at the actual game itself and the maps that we're going to have going forward as well, because that's going to decide a little bit of things, and more importantly, what we kind of expect from this one, and for the very beginning. Now, here's the thing that Gun 5 is kind of doing. Yeah. We hadn't seen them in a while. We were wondering, okay, what are you up to? Apparently, they're fading out Anubis. They haven't played it in a few days, you know, they've scarcely kind of picked into it. I don't know if they're actually decided to go against it, just start permabanning Anubis, or if they're trying to go into a 7-map pool, which would be crazy. We're not too sure what's happening here, what's the whole thing, but either way, map 1, twice played in their history so far, is Train. They let it go, and both times they played it, I mean, well, once they played it, lost, once they played it, win. I don't know. It is an odd one for sure.
I would say they're reaching out, expanding their repertoire. I think it's a smart thing to do, especially when you change up your roster a little bit, right? As you said, blue-white going to be playing, no yellow. Although, by the way, on HLTV it still says it's Texty playing, which I don't know how.
No, it does not.
From what I can see... Wait, did they change it? Perhaps I need to refresh my page. Yeah, on HLTV for Gun 5 lineup, it still say Texty is playing. So, let's see the scorebot. There is blue-white in there. There we go. Yeah. But, again, what I'm trying to point out there is I don't mind them, you know, deviating from the standard. Train is a good map as any. It's tactical. It demands a lot from all 5 players, and it's gonna put pressure on, I guess, on Gun 5 to really perform. I mean, they have to show up, glow up, or perhaps fall off. Ancient not gonna be easy by no account. Favbet has not been bad on it. A very stable map, in fact, for them. I would say better than Inferno will ever be, almost.
Interesting. So what do we then overall? What's the quick vibe here, if we can get that sort of vibe? Jake, I know it's hard. You've got a stand-in, you've got a new player, you've got a couple of moving parts on Gun 5. We haven't seen them in a while, but imagine there's a gun. I'm pointing it. What are your thoughts on this one? How do you want to treat this game?
I want to treat it that Favbet have the upper hand, and heavily so, especially on a good day, especially with Bondik, you know, putting up all the stops, recognizing what Gun 5 will be doing, because surely tactical, you know, advantage will be in the hands of Favbet. I assume that Gun 5 won't be too deep, too analytical. They'll kind of try to see if they can poke around the map and just basically find their entries, secure their rounds. Not going to be looking over too many fakes or anything of the like. That's my expectation, to be fair, but you never know. You never know what they've prepared. You never know what they'll throw on the board. And my final call is Favbet win. And it's likely we go to Nuke, but we got to keep in mind, Ancient, like I said, solid map for Favbet. Truly solid.
Alright, now I think we should be getting ready any moment as well, so... Final call to anybody who's getting water, coffee, morning drinks, tea. That's what I usually do prefer. I don't actually have any right now on me. That's a bit sad. Oh well. Your carbonated drinks, anything. Theo, what's your poison?
My poison, a lot of coffee, a bit of nicotine, and also usually Red Bull, but that's...
A true Balkan man. And with that as well, the Balkan breakfast, I think... Yeah. We're gonna have to make sure Theo gets his. We go to a small break. Apparently we were not all that ready. We've been debated just a little bit, but hopefully it won't be too long. Could be a minute, could be 2, 3, 4. For all we know, could be the whole day, but don't worry, we'll be right back as soon as we can. They'll tell me, do you know the way?
I know the way.
To the game.
I definitely know the way to the game. I know the way to this map. I know the way to my heart on this map. It's going to be Favbet versus Gun5, so let's see who does better. Favbet choosing to play Train, perhaps a little bit out of pocket, especially given they've only played it 3 times. We mentioned both teams relatively fresh, kind of exploring their options. But beyond that, it's going to be round number 1 here. Nexus, I'm happy to see it being played. Tension already starting strong.
Yes, he is. Now, more required still here at the T side. Try to continue from this one, but they are going to be playing it slow, reserved, not rushing into things. They don't have to. They've got that sort of privilege. First kill comes so quickly, there's every bit of time on the clock available to them as well, so spend that time. Make sure you know what you're doing and how you want to go about it. For now, we slow down for a moment. It does seem like we are going to pick things back up any moment now as well, but up next, 50 seconds remains. Dime starts to join towards this B pincer maneuver. Gets contact. They know 2 are going to be here. Seltzer, don't die. That's the B side gun if he does. Oh boy. It's Dime as well. He survives. Might a little bit of time. That's going to be his teammates rotating through the back.
Tension.
They can try to get in, and they are doing it so quickly. There's 1 and 2. Blue White's down, and 2 on 2. Both players visible on their screens, but they can't do anything, because it's all Bondic on the board.
All Bondic all the time. Let's go. Okay, that is going to bring about a little bit of a change. Favbet, like I said, they've got a few different sides to them. And it seems like today it's going to be Bondic's one. Love to see the start like that. The IGL is going to have some fun, it seems like. And, I mean, this really puts it into perspective how quickly things can turn sour if you're not keeping an eye out on that one big man. Gun5. Well, love the fact we have an eco. No force buys. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. No joke. Still able to maybe make a second kill. Is that really something we can look towards? Merrick's. He will survive. Okay. Good recovery.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
And of course, with that eco, it means that we are going to be getting a gun round immediately as well here. So, not wasting much time on that either. Into the action instead.
Indeed. No AWP. A little bit of a limit on those incendiaries. And to be fair, given that they were nerfed, it seems like sometimes you'd rather buy something else, really. A diffuse kit, for example. Given the fact that they don't have one, I'm a little bit worried, Nexus. I am not a fan of the fact that they seem to completely forego one. Okay. Quick recoveries. Top control. It seems like it's going to be a bit of a slower play coming out of Favbet right now, having lost one of their own. The up on tension. A lot riding on that first shot, I guess. Very slow and steady. Gun5 recognizing perhaps more danger towards B for some reason, but with the spot on, I think it should pretty much be a dead giveaway here. 45 seconds. Lackey countering with util. 40 seconds remaining. Now Favbet is going to try and pressure them a little bit, force whatever left in their inventory to be pulled out. I think Nexus, this is going to be another B attempt here. This time it should be a little bit easier than the pistol, perhaps. Given I don't know why they're this slow though. Why are they slow walk? Yeah. This is weird. Favbet, they've caught themselves in a trap. They're literally a mouse with the cheese in their mouth, but the trap has closed, so yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I do like the fact they were looking all across the map here for a moment, but then...
this happens, yeah.
Yeah, now I'm a little bit less happy about them taking as much time as they did.
Not exactly the proudest moment of Favbet, I guess, but not the last one either. Gun 5, good recovery, good hold, good kind of recognition on the side of Lackey. Initially to pull rotations back to A after spotting the op, but afterwards as well to immediately reinforce B and making sure that, they can't lose it. Because A is still retakeable even if things don't go exactly your way. B lost less soul, shall we say. And there's one thing I can safely put out there. I mean, Favbet, it's no secret. We're going to be seeing a lot of that slow play. It's bonding style. There's either going to be fast rounds where they're going to be running to their either deaths or victories, or they're going to be taking their sweet-ass time. They like to play these rounds out a little bit longer than usual. Just poking around, seeing what's what, where Gun 5 are sticking their heads out.
And though, with a little bit of time now used, they eventually will have to make this play. You like the CT side as well. They've got 3 players and for a reason toward the B side there. What do they get from this? That's the question. 35 on the clock. Still not moving from the stack they've got going on, but Favbet are making this into a fake.
Yeah.
Open gambling that they will be making a quick rotation off of this as well. But will they is the question.
Looking to make it a little bit worse for wear here for the side of Gun 5s. As Lackey's going to be caught out in the open in Orloff. It's a trade by Saddam now in hell. He's in trouble. This is not looking good. Tension catches him. Bomb has been planted and it's a 3-on-3. Fine Shine. The replacement of Yellow. Able to stick one together. But is it enough? Blue-White out of pop. Nobody seems to check him. Nobody seems to care about him. This is a problem. Because he's able to embed himself deeper and deeper. Blue-White gets another. White swinging though it's Smash. And I did say Smash is one of those players that we need to see perform. We need to see him on the server. And a good shutdown here. A 1v2 clutch brings about another one for Favbet.
So, third round of the board. More required still. And from Gun 5, I think more specifically as well, we do need more from them. Just because they did let this one go. Put this one in to the game. They know what they're going to be up against. But can they get that sort of start here? Because they're investing a lot into a round where, honestly, I mean, they could get away with something. Like, the MP9s, the positions they have here, right? They've got control Pop Dog. They're fantastic. They've got 2 on the ramp as well. This is where the round could be made or broken, and unless Jackie's got some magic, this round seems like it has a little bit of life from the CT side's hands. Back to this one, out of the CT, suddenly now left with a big advantage, with Tension left to clutch up a 1-on-3, and I dare say I'm not a fan of rounds like this. I'm not a believer.
Neither am I, unfortunately. It seems like they let themselves be caught by Gun 5 a little bit too out in the open. And it does bring about that second round. Quick and easy. Trading off here. A little bit too easily even, I dare say.
Trusting the Molotov too much. In this case, that is absolutely going to hurt. But what can you do? Except not make these mistakes the next time these rounds come knocking. But for now, it's a mistake. It's one that the CT side will capitalize on, and thus MP9s. Put them onto MP5s. Or Mac 10s. Damn. Take 9s.
Yeah, no, I feel you, brother. It's been a bit of an awkward one, and right now Tech 9s have been put to work hard as they absolutely demolish the B defense. It seems like Gun 5 weren't ready for an incursion like this. Sedain recovers, but is it enough though? White swinging by Blue-White might make him susceptible to some bullets as Blue-White and Sedain clean it up. There is a bomb plant, yes, but Favbet unsuccessful in holding down the fort after being able to, you know, take 3 for their own. Massive W's, good damage, even the bomb plant, but not enough for the win. And it's not only a tie, but it's going to have to be an eco next. You don't force after this.
So, moving on. Third round of the water. There is that bomb plant, so reason for some sort of pistol investment here for Favbet as well. 2400 loss bonus. Of course, it's not going to be a full buy coming out by any means. They're going to leave enough money for the next round. I'm trying to see as well. Yeah, both Bondi and Jackie, they as well have left that money if they want to have an AWP out for tension next round. One of them gets a kill. They can also buy armor for themselves. They'll be okay. Or even without that, actually, they're going to buy themselves armor. Just missing Kevlar is the problem. And I said that, and Jackie still bought himself a P250. So, we'll see how that goes. But for now, Favbet, pistols, grouping up, shifting on to B. So, bomb plant here seems very likely, actually. Utility here for Zelter and Fine Shiner, though, is going to be good. They can stop them from putting that down if they try.
They've got nades, they've got mollies, yeah. Though
And
nobody's throwing
anything.
Wow, and they might die without throwing anything. What the hell? Zelter will find 2 in the end. The bomb's still planted, though, and regardless of the damage, or rather the kills, the bomb plant's what you're coming for, as that is gonna be number 4, guaranteed. The eco, though, I'd say a success, regardless.
Absolutely. As soon as they don't throw the Molotovs or nades anywhere towards the bomb site, is where the round just gets already out of hand, almost, when it comes to how much, whatever, how much there is anything there to do for God of 5. Just the bomb plant alone is just ridiculous. But either way, they play the numbers, they survive, they've got their own economy to worry about.
Yes, they do. Number 8. A little bit of a slower start against, but Favbet's just chasing towards Ivy. Double up. That almost works. Sedain could have caught both there if he had been a bit more accurate. They push out main, and they're losing players. Blue-White straight it off from Merrick. Smash back-to-back on Lackey, but it still leaves them with a man down. Right now, Gun 5 holding on to a side dearly, and Favbet can't do anything about it. Locked out. They've lost 2. They've lost a great deal of HP on Smash, and they've got nothing to show for it. Should be a simple enough of a cleanup afterwards, especially with the way Gun 5 is setting up this defense. I mean, they're going to have somebody checking Ivy for sure. They have to have.
They are playing far back enough. Yeah, Zelter's going to be in CT spawn. He's moved away, but Snime is watching for this. That's all that at the moment. It doesn't matter. Somebody's getting information, and then you're going to have Fine trying to just turn around on a dime. Although, they are leaving a gap here. Is this going to be taken? Ion Smash at the same time. Which way he decides to walk out of the smoke is what really matters here. If his teammates get in or not, it's this shot that decides it. The answer is no. They're smashing through the smoke and into Snime's crosshair. Bomb plan here. Actually more doable than you think. That Molotov got to stop the CT side from running through it all that easily. And money secured, about round in the bag with the CT side as well. For Gun 5, that's a good way to just recognize you have the advantage. You can walk away, you can slow down, you don't have to push them. And a decent enough setup, able to maintain the advantage through and through till the end. They don't let it get out of hand.
No, they don't. Number 5, Gun 5, holding on. Been a while. Love to see him in action. We're also seeing a few players hit their marks. Sedame especially, something that is rarely, you know, back, let's say, 3 months ago, we'd rarely say that about him. He wasn't always the top performer, or at least a lot of times there were a lot of lacks out of him, but I bet right now chasing those ghosts in upper. I'm not a fan of how close they are to that smoke. They're really keen on going through it, but it seems like Selter just misses the whole timing. That's insane. They're about to be spotted, but they've got the timing here to hit the side. Selter, does he turn up even? This is insane. What is going on? Selter, not only does he miss the timing, but then he cleans it up like it's nothing. What in the... You know what I'm really shocked about? That Fafbet walks that smoke like it's nothing and then stays there for another few seconds. They are really catching themselves playing too slow.
Yeah, I can see the argument there being made.
Like, you take the risk of going through a smoke and then you don't even, you know, run through it. You walk through it. Because Selter, the only thing he has to do is stay there another 5 seconds. He sees 3 players walk through. And yes, there's always a chance he loses the first duel. But hey, you know, an AK in his hands, I don't think he's losing that. He's certainly getting 2 for his trade. Not sure what's happening here, but after a glorious start for Fafbet, things spin out of control quickly. 6-3, dude. This is starting to shape up into a very solid first CT side for Gun 5.
Yeah, I did say that this was going to be more of a test almost for Gun 5, because the map pool is what I'm really interested about. Is what are they actually doing with it now? Like, is this a 7-map pool? Are they still thinking about the... Was it Anubis they ended up banning out first? I can't exactly remember. Yeah, it was Anubis, right? They hadn't played that in a few days. I don't know what's happening there, and I'm really interested in what they're trying to do with that map pool. But if they can get a good train here, then, hey, I'm very interested in what they have to offer in the long term as well here. Seltzer, decent spray. 2 kills, 2 HP remains on Bondik. There's a little bit of youthful to try to stop that bomb plant, but it's too late. Won't even hit the ground. One man stands on the site. Tension has nothing to say. It's a very clean round here for Gun 5. They can afford now to let this bomb plant go, right? First time it comes around to this where they let that eco get a bomb plant. It's a little bit concerning, right? Maybe they're showing unfamiliarity. They're not really wanting to take that risk. But now that we're seeing it, you know, essentially more than once, we're seeing it in the gun round as well. They've got a good way to hold the B site. Now it's starting to show a different side to it, that they are being more comfortable. They know their limits and where they can kind of stretch it. But it doesn't mean it's absolutely perfect, right? Of course, that usual usage can be polished up. So we'll see what Fafbet do in that regard, because you do imagine, you kind of mentioned it at the beginning, Bondik has, what, 11, 12 years of this game professionally being played. He knows some of these tricks. He knows this map like it's his own backyard, but here's a man who lives in this backyard, apparently. Blue White's going ahead to take him to Lackey number 3, and this route itself is seeming like it's coming down to crashing, unless Marix and Attention do have what it takes here. But they don't have a whole lot of chances to do that, to make it happen! But Marix ain't missed a beat yet!
Insane recovery by Selter. He can stay alive in that smoke. The Molotov's gonna burn him, and the AK is gonna give him a few whizzes past his ears. It's Tension trying to bring it down a notch, but unfortunately you can cut it with a knife. The silence deepening and resounding. And Gun 5, not only is this number 7, but it breaks Fafbet once more into tiny little pieces. Their ego shattered, their position lost. It's, I believe, a total of 7 in a row right now. Let me double check, but yeah, it is number 7 in a row here. Wow, Gun 5 have truly transcended what we expected. I kind of like it. I'm kind of appalled by how poorly it's looking for Fafbet, but at the end of the day, Nothing's working. They're trying, but it's just not coming together. They're not hitting the shots. Tension on 5 still. Jackie out main. Nothing done yet. Losing Bondek. Losing Jackie. And it seems like it's all for naught. As number 9 is guaranteed for the first half. If this continues, of course, I am not sure how the hell they intend to win that second map then. I was so confident.
I mean, you're making these rounds look spicy in the end here. They're getting a couple of kills toward the end, but the problem is, like, every round now that Founded kind of went toward the A side, they were just playing from a man deficit from the beginning. They lost 1 or 2, it was aggression coming out for Gun 5 when they even got it towards Pop Dog, they found 1, they found a 2, and when Foundbed weren't challenged when it came to upper B, they got it committed toward those B-side plays, and then they were stopped either slowly or very quickly. So, in no situation did they really hold the advantage here when the gun rounds came in. And Gun 5, they are showing us a insanely strong train CT side here. Just comfortable.
Dude,
and
super, yeah.
I am more than impressed with what they've got here.
My sentiment exactly. A very comfortable performance that seems to be bringing about quite a little bit of noise, quite a little bit of smoke as well. Favbet, I mean, right now, if you're hoping for something, it's time to light the fires and the beacons. You need some sort of intervention here. The second half has to go brilliantly for them. I mean, Bondik, once again, he had 3 kills on the pistol. He ends the half on 5. You know, Jackie's on 3 kills. Not going to be enough in the long run.
So, second half, shortly coming out here. Just making sure everybody's ready.
What's your expectation? They win the pistol or not?
Somebody's gonna win the pistol if that counts.
Favbet, I mean. Obviously.
I got nothing here. Like, we're seeing just glimpses of it, so it all depends on how the second half looks, because it can be so much more different.
We're hearing a lot of chat, by the way, so, hopefully nothing... Okay, yeah, they seem to have resolved everything, and then we're starting now, but...
Yeah, like, I'm interested in how the second half then actually looks. Because, of course, the first half for Gun 5, they played these group positions really well. These contact points, of course, like Pop Dog and Upper B, that little junction where everybody ends up meeting, that was a really well played position for them. And then when they had that, it was Favbet kind of respecting them and not trying to lurk out A, not trying to make any moves or anything of the sort. So it just depends what sort of game plan both teams are going to have, but it would not surprise me if we also see a very strong CT side for Favbet here. Because you never know exactly what they gotta do. We have very little to actually go off of here for either team. 2 games for Gun 5, what, 3 for Favbet as well on train. So, as much as it hurts to say me, we just don't know. There's very little to go off of.
Well, we are seeing a full A execution, though. Deep smoke into Con, deep smoke into Ivy. I like the idea here. Does it work, though? They do have to check Olaf out. There's one player behind side. They spot. Smash gets a freebie. Merrick's a secondary with dualies, and they are not checking Olaf well enough. Sadame clears it out for the secondary, at least knows about him, but he's already dead. And Fine Shine, one-man army, 44 HP. He's got very few options. There's a defuse kit. Not really, but even if it was available, the advantage right now... Holy... Fine Shine. You're shining finally. Oh, he's going to be evading further. And he's going to get it. That's insane. Fine Shine. Massive hat trick. Massive clutch. And he pulls it off like it's nothing.
Oh my god. That second shot is utterly ridiculous. He just had the right elevation for the crosshair. He just turned around and took the shot. My god. Like, actually crazy.
That was sick. That was sick. Probably one of the better things I've seen recently, at least. I mean, alongside the fact that Falcons lost yesterday, but, you know, that's besides the point. Round 10, and all of a sudden, Favbet feel very small. 7 rounds difference still. This is shaping to be a pretty much end-all, be-all Gun 5 performance, or what? How is this, like... They really have stepped up on train, apparently.
Yeah, this is a hell of a game now. That pistol just kind of cements what we already were feeling, and now it's just given less and less opportunity for Favbet here. That's
Clear as day, obviously.
ridiculous, man.
It's more a question of, is Favbet even capable of making a re-entry into this map, or are we counting them out already? Yeah, that's a lot of bullets for a lot of nothing, but...
Bondik's just getting shot at from... He's shooting one and getting spammed from both sides at the same time. A whole sandwich coming through. Unfortunately, it was spread on the wall. Just like butter.
Spread too thin.
Sedine, by the way, 4 kills. He's got every single kill this round. I don't know how this is even possible. He's on 19. It was like 13 at halftime. He is also kicking a lot of major ass here.
I guess he's all out of bubblegum. This is pretty simple.
Yeah,
like a force buy. Yeah.
Sometimes you see why teams go for a pick like this, you know, a punish pick. You have very little info on Gun 5 on this map. You don't know what they've been doing. They've only recently started this one as well, kind of, or the conquest of terrain. And now, Favbet's thinking, okay, maybe they haven't played it, maybe they're not polished on it. Do you think that matters? You think it matters they've got a stand-in blue-white? No! They are winning this one, apparently, and way too easily.
They're having fun. That's what I'm noticing, at least by the looks of it. They're having a great deal of fun. And honestly, I wish I could see their faces on cameras right now, because they must be laughing. This is a very simple first map for Gun 5 that really sets them to a quick W, potentially. Albeit, we have to give the benefit of the doubt to Favbet. They chose Train. Perhaps they chose poorly. I mean, right now, in retrospect, they certainly did, but... we shouldn't forget that we do tend to have a lot of map trades here.
Yeah, as people do tend to call them. You know, actually, you know, speaking on that, or these comebacks as well that we do tend to get a fair bit, because online Counter-Strike, and we have so many games a day. You know what was really funny? Besides the fact that Favbet apparently are going to be winning this round, because they just went out to Ivy and they've been shut down at the same time.
Yeah.
But you know what else is kind of funny?
Hit me.
The OG Falcons game. Because somebody there has not been bred and born in the CCT sewers of comebacks every other game. They were not built for those things, and OG they were. They clawed their way into it, and Falcons still goddamn, so sadly ended up beating them, but it was really funny watching that game. Falcons could never beat a CCT tournament.
Never beating the allegations, even. Honestly,
some people are built different.
For real, man. Like, imagine them playing in the round of 16? Like, do you think they go
Oh,
through?
they would get first rounded by Falbit or Gun 5.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
Like so many
Sinners,
others.
Sinners would beat them 2-0. Obviously, we're trolling a little bit, having our fun. It's a sad story, sad reality, you know.
For me, it just makes me wonder if... Actually, hold on, let's talk about that in a second, because I don't know how, but Falbit played this so far away, and now they've got a chance. Waiting for the second one. Smash is expected. Up close, will swing. Finds first one. Now off on the Thomas train is Marix, who will secure this one. Okay. Round and disaster adversity of the Falbit, but one planted nonetheless that guarantees a okay buy if they want to go for it. They can try to now reset that economy or spread it out more thin for blue, white, and fine shine. That's got to be Deagle of Galil, but everybody else AK. But so I've been talking about this, and you've probably heard about this once or twice as well, because just imagine these tier 1 teams having to play as much as half of the teams that we have in CCTs or whatever. You play like 45 games, maybe 50 if you're going to every finals like Vitality every 3 months. You've got teams playing 40 games in a month instead. Like, here in the CCTs. Like, the amount of games people play here is insane.
Yeah,
no, and then in tier 1...
Yeah.
Like, it's different. It just makes me wonder who could actually keep up with that.
I was about to say, I think it's also one of the reasons why we do see so many upsets, especially when top tiers goes up against, mid tiers kind of thing. A lot of times you'll have...
Yeah, one of them has been waiting just nicely for the report from the war. The other one has been at the front line for the last 7 years.
Pretty much.
Doing
just
the
fighting.
dirty work and saying, another day,
just
right.
Another day in the office, exactly. I mean,
Be versus the world. Let's go.
It definitely feels like it would be an anime at one point. I mean, I'm certain they're gonna start doing animes about pro teams and pro tournaments about, But it's more about the fact also that it's the pressure, right? You're a great team going up against a team that's far worse than you on paper.
Oh my god.
And this is a great execution into B. Now, we could be seeing some magic. Let's see if it is going to happen. Blue-white finds 2. Immediately traded, though, and low HP on Falbit means trouble on the horizon, especially with Jackie dying, the only one at 100, but it's bonding and tension. The performance again coming together, and it's a 1v2, a 1v1 now. Selter with a Deagle. The smoke will let him hide. He can hide. Oh, Selter! Maniac.
He doesn't need to hide. Oh, what do you do? What do you do about that one?
You cry yourself to sleep. That's what you do. Out of money, out of pocket. As I was saying, yeah. Great execution there by Gun 5. Very straightforward B take. Blue-white securing those entries, vital. The 2 kills gave him the bomb plant, and afterwards, obviously, everything kind of went right. The individuals still play their cards correctly. We got ourselves a 4-12 scoreline. First map on the line to end. Let's see if Gun 5s get it now, or will it take a while longer, given the speciality of the MP9s.
Last round, just barely pulling it over the line, and now putting Falbit against the wall here. No way out. Gotta fight, and Gun 5, they're bringing the fight to you. Out toward the A side, smokes are down, the CT is forced back. Utility is good as well to follow up on this. It's gonna force even more for the CT side to move it inwards toward the side. Tension will be sprayed through the smoke. The trade is there, but the bomb is yet to be planted. Keep that in mind. But now with these smokes started to fade as well, it gives the CT side more options and more avenues at the same time. Full Gun 5 to be worried about. But there's the first one.
Not what you wanna...
MP9, fine shine, hunting him down, making sure he's a dead man. There's Marix next, top dog, still a threat! Not for fine shine. It started another clutch, another 1v2. HP can avoid no mistake. And 1 bullet is from Bondix MP9 that it will connect. The game is not ending here.
Not yet. Not yet. Good recovery again, Favbet. They've been having a few of these closer rounds, a few of these retakes that have gone their way. A few lost as well, obviously, but let's see if they get that confidence, right? We talk a lot about, when we talk about these games, when we talk about Counter-Strike, we talk a lot about confidence. And a big part of it is winning rounds. A big part of it is making sure that a map like this, where you picked to play it, where you're losing by a big margin, and, you know, it hasn't really been good since the get-go. There has to be at least a certain set amount of rounds you pick. Otherwise, you are going to feel extra down, and you know, second map is always going to be worse for you. Meanwhile, Gun 5, I think they're about to look out towards B to close it out, man. This is troublesome. Smash alone, no support, rotation coming. Is it fast enough?
Oh! Alright, first rotation as well is down, and there's the second. Already out and trying to find the headshot. Can't is find China from above, but the bomb can't be escorted onto his side. That's one thing they've got, and another smoke as well to work with. More utility deployed. Don't actually know. Black is already snuck by, but at the same time, Marik's on sight. They know he's here now, and at the same time, Jacky's guarded the smoke and upper. Having found the other two here, the remnants of Gun 5. It's gotta be another one, but now you do talk about confidence. They're getting a couple of rounds here. It's not as bad as it could have been.
Yeah, I mean, look, at one
But
point...
you're not happy.
Oh, no, far from it, obviously. But at one point, it was straight up, what?
12-3?
Yeah. Yeah. Like 3-1 for Favbet, and then 9-3, and then 11-3, right? So...
Yeah, 11-3, yeah.
There's a lot that Favbet need to make up for. 3 rounds, it's at least a start, but now the tough job begins, because these rounds are gonna get progressively harder. The deals, they might seem unassuming, and they might seem harmless in a way, though we all know they're anything but. It's more the question also of Ancient as to... The hell is Favbet gonna do an Ancient? Oh no, Jackie.
That is awkward.
And
damage dealt as well.
Yeah.
We're not restarting. We're not resetting. This is gonna be instead a go signal for Gun 5. I think they might have been heard that as well if they were just close enough, but Marix has come to support Ivy. And apparently he's got to make sure that nobody on Gun 5 has any support. Because they're suddenly all dead.
Well done by Marix, yeah.
I'm out. Make sure Jicky gets back, and that is a massive loss that almost as well does cost them the round, but thankfully you've got Marix quick on the rotation. Right, of course, to those who don't know, when you do disconnect like that, it does still make a death sound, and I'm pretty sure it's audible to everybody in range.
Yeah, it should be. It should be. Basically, you also hear the gear fall on the ground, so,
That
you know,
too.
you hear both
anybody
the
in
grenade
Ivy,
and the AK, yeah.
Yeah, players in Ivy should have heard that. Marix quickly reacts to it as well. Comes to support, and they do manage to get themselves the round from it. Now, hoping that it's not a, well, too big of an issue. Of course, we do lose Jackie there for the round, but if it's just a game crash, internet, or a PC crash, we don't know. Even the worst case, electricity is going down, but we'll try to update you when we can, when we'll know what's up. You want to talk about Marix getting these, getting his 18 kills? Same with Tension.
Sure, sure. We can
Bashing
mention
what the
that.
other side has in blue, white, and dime.
I mean, yes and no.
Yeah,
I don't
but they
think
don't
it
have Fine
matters
Shine.
enough.
They don't have that third at the moment.
Yeah, and I feel like it will help, yes, but do you really want to be expending all your power on a potential map you've already lost? And depending how they feel about it right now, you know, is the sentiment of, okay, we can make the comeback, or is it, let's just get a few rounds before we are absolutely flunked, right? Because I assume it's more of the former, right? Surely Bondic is keeping up morale and is making sure everybody's up to date and thinking, or not thinking, but rather believing and knowing this is going to be overtime. 5 rounds in a row.
At a time.
So far, they've been able to string together, what, 4 total? Not even in a row. I believe 3 is their utmost they did in a row.
Yes.
This would be their 4th if they do it.
Again, here's what we're headed now into the rounds. Gun 5, they're pretty much playing every single round with the sentiment that we can just, as long as we get a bomb down, we can buy back. And if not, they can still half buy, and then buy the next one. They have a lot to play with, so for Favre, the job does not get easier, because there are so many of these rounds, even with Tech 9s, whatever, lesser weaponry, that still are a threat. Especially in a map like this, where you can contest that map control early, like we see in Pop Dog, like we see from Stime now as well, because he's just somehow managed to get himself another one. It can go wrong very quickly.
I'm a massive fan of Gun 5's committing towards Pop Dog. Oh, and the CTs as well on the other side, Favbet. Likewise. Yep. I would have loved to see Tension have more support, though. I don't know why he's alone there with the op. Why is there nobody else with him? It feels like it's a bit of a oversight.
You could... actually, no. Not wrong. I was going to say, I could be wrong, but I thought Smash might have mollied the stairs, but I don't think so.
No, he did not.
It was just a flashbang.
He naded or flashed, one or the other, but regardless, Tension dies needlessly.
Long.
Yeah.
The trade attempt took way too long, Smash wasn't ready for it, and you play a 3-on-4. On the A side, you've got Marix. 18 deep right now, needs at least 1 and stay alive here.
1 and stay alive, or 2 and trade. Right, that's the map we can do.
Noise.
1 he's alive. 3 versus 3.
That's the opening. Now for the rotations. Coming through connector, through Ivy. We take it the long way around for Bondic, but Marix is going to be in a little bit of trouble as well. He doesn't know if anybody's pushing up close or not.
Thing is, does Sadame know about him, right? Does Sadame recognize he is there or not? And oh, what a pop flash as well. Marix recognizing his own position being lacking. It's Lackey to find Jackie. And it's going to be back to a 2-on-2 trade. Lackey loses the duel. It's down to find Shine. He's dead, and it's Bondic to clear cut the W. Number 8. It's 4 in a row right now. Favbet are slowly grinding those gears. 21 kills for Marix. I don't know what happened, but it seems like he'd finally gotten his kryptonite removed.
Maybe. Maybe. But now we are getting to that interesting point of the game where we don't know what's going to be happening. Where Favbet are going to be taking control slowly, but it's one mistake and the game is done.
Yeah, that's the scary part. You know,
it only takes... One as well. It's the pistols. They have the hero AK on Dime. They've properly put him up for the weapons. That's what the bomb plant does as well, that extra money. Into Ivy. Flash miss shot for Tension. Tries to time it, and I don't know how, but it does not hit. Nonetheless, a close call. Trying to go off the back of the smoke, but Tension peaks before it's even gone up, and Dime is lost.
This is going to be a problem. Gun 5s, they've got no position. They're kind of walking into a death trap here. They're literally a mouse in a cage, and that's round. Goodbye, Lackey. And good night. Fine Shine. Simple as that. Favbet. 3 more to go. I can't believe my eyes, but they're doing it on the CT side, and soon enough they might be doing it sideways. Let's see. Gun 5. The hell are you going to do about this now? 3 more rounds to go. You've still got time. Another timeout. All 3 used. Surely you play on Fine Shine. He's got the op again. You've got to play on his entry. Surely you don't throw Sadame to the Wolves or the Sharks in this case.
Yeah, now, here's the thing. It's not that Favbet is doing it on the CT side. It's the fact that they're doing it from the situation they were in. Which was 11-3 down, then 12-4 down. That's what is surprising. To a degree, of course, I did say, we don't know anything about these teams on these maps, pretty much. But the way they want to play, the way these halves do mesh against each other. Of course, that first half we saw Gun 5 very comfortable when it came to upper B, Pop Dog, all that area. However, now for this half, it's been a little bit different. It's been Fabit instead giving that control over. They've been playing more from Ivy, and that's where Gun 5 as well have been kind of throwing themselves. Oh, hold on. It's a classic B rush, baby. I am all aboard this one.
Yeah, quick and easy.
Needs to survive, but trying to take down a second one as well. Julie's pulled out. He's done his job, but the rotation's nowhere nearby. With the deep control, Gun 5 get just by running on in. They put the pressure on them. That is 2 remaining. Both still from CT, just different areas of it. Flash in. Find Shine. The smoke. Trying to hide for a second. Coming around to the edge of it again. One more to go. And the game coming to a close. You said to play on Find Shine. How about that AK?
How about that 4K as well? And that's how it's going to work. Gun 5 still secure map number 1, ladies and gentlemen. That is possibly the best start you could hope for in the end there. Given the fact that there's 9 rounds on the board for Favbet, though, that's going to, you know, that might put a little bit of a dent in the plan for Gun 5 and their second map, especially given we're going to Ancient next. And it's, like I said before, also a map where Favbet know exactly what they're doing. And I'm just hoping it's going to get better by the time we get there.
We are going to find out, hopefully, shortly. Now, before we do, of course, go to that, let's just give me a quick overview of Ancient. Because it's a map that both teams have played plenty of. They've got 18 and 19 games, respectively, played. But does it really matter at this point? With the start that we have here from Gun 5, individuals wide awake for the entirety of the game. And for Favbet, it takes until that second half for them to as well wake up. Where do you kind of see this one lifting towards when we get toward Ancient?
Honestly, I see this being a 2-0. And Gun 5 convinced me well enough that they might have what it takes here. Like, it seems like Favbet was just hoping for magic. You know, Merrick certainly delivering on that part, but can he do it again? Because they're gonna need a Houdini, or rather a Chris Angel in this house if they're gonna want to win. Because it's not gonna get easier from here on out.
No, it is not. I do love the shoutouts, and shout out to one time for the one mind freak himself, Chris Angel, Vegas magician, goth in his 30s, in the early 2000s. An absolute G, but none of his stuff is real, unfortunately. But for this one, the real story is that it's going to be decided on Ancient, if we even got to see a nuke. Now, I'm on board with you. I think we are seeing 2-0 here, but it's on to these teams to prove us wrong. It's on to Favbet to prove us wrong. Come back on Ancient, or it's do or die here for the first series of the Swiss stage. We'll see you in a bit. Don't go too far. And we are back! Now we turn our tides and eyes towards Ancient. The name's still next, I'm still joined by one over the sea art family. And welcome to Ancient. Could you tell me, what was it like building this place?
Wow, it took a lot of years, a lot of generations. I was the one to finish it, so yeah, a long time.
Thank you. Now, Gun 5, they're gonna try to run through your little handiwork here, and making their way towards CT spawn, or at least so they think. The flashbang's out there, the smoke was there, but they've got through their own smoke to a freebie site. All of Favbet have decided to gamble on A, and only now with the bombs been planted do they realize they have been had.
Yeah, they've been duped a little bit, that's for sure. It's gonna cause a few troubles on the side of Favbet. Gun 5 looking quite solid. This after plant so far looking even better than solid. It's looking like it's a done deal. As Gun 5 making it quite simple. Their favor. I'm genuinely a little bit surprised that it works this well. Straight up B take.
I mean, it's simple enough. At that point, when you make that play, when you make the call there, and Favbet had everybody gambling on A, they just deserve that round. Outplayed them.
Fair. Outmaneuvered. There we have it. Okay. It's going to be round 2. Force buy, obviously, here for the CTs. Full reinvestment. The whole 9 yards, or however they say.
That's a tough one. Only blood had been spilled, however. Blue-white doesn't connect the full kill itself. They will know 2 players were here. Boost, I do wonder if they're gonna still check that or not. Just making things heated on the CT side here.
A very slow game again, right?
This one more specifically, they're trying to figure out what the Favbet setup is, where these rotations are, and if there is a trap, then where is it? Currently more towards B, but an opening has been found. Lucky, I'm not sure if he spotted both those question marks on the radar, but in the end it doesn't matter. He's gone. Deceased now. Out from main, Seltzer will check the boost, and he'll even take Smash with him. With this force by pretty quickly now coming to an end. That nade could do something from Bondik, but seeing as it's not thrown immediately, and Seltzer as well got into a safer position. Oh, the round is done.
Here it is.
Yeah, Jackie as well. Can't even hide. It's a jumping Mag-10 that I think headshots him through the wall.
Did look
This
like
gives
it,
the
yeah.
information away, and Bondik is left to save a Galil, which I don't think is going to happen.
I mean, he's at, what, 58 HP? A few bullets too many and he's dead. Lucky to still be alive right now. But regardless. Gun 5. 2-0 start. Once again, looking solid. A bit different than what we saw on Train. Let's not forget. It started 3-1 in favor of Favbet, and then everything turned on its head. Close comeback almost made, but in the end, it was the one single B rush that kind of caught them off guard, didn't they? Or didn't they? I mean, he still keeps the Galil at least, but it's a sore consolation prize for a force buy that was relatively unsuccessful. Not much that they've gained with it.
Ooh, that's a good use of the Galil. And with Smash here as well, they can still play the bait and switch for this one. Don't even need the switch, apparently, but there's trades coming through. Tension. Up next, they're going to maybe spot the weapon that it has been picked up off the ground, but it doesn't even come to it. They'll just deal a little bit of damage in the same time, or at the same time. Jackie's away. And 1 man remains. Same as last round, though. Snine with the Mac Daddy's already gone up close, winging into this, and farms a bit more cash.
Quite simple.
Now, yeah, quickly before this round goes, remember when we were talking about last map, you know, tier 1 teams, and all that, trying to play in CCTs? Now, this was a lovely bit of, banter last night, on Twitter, X.com. From the CCT account, right? Quoting the Falcons, sorry we're out of Blast Austin Major. CCT account. CCT EU next, salute prayer.
Yes, I love it.
We love it. We love it.
It's our social media's guy is a good one. He's got jokes in him.
White Shine is also a good one.
Ooh la la.
Was good on map 1, and now he's been bested.
Solid recovery there by Jackie. Important kill that actually gives Favbet a chance to fight for this round. I mean, we do see some mid-control out of Gun 5. They haven't really asserted dominance anywhere, truly. This mid-control is a bit iffy and could be tried and tested quite soon. Look at the deep push from A as well. Favbet is getting a lot of information out of this, and I'm fairly certain soon enough they'll be ready for whatever is thrown at them. Selter caught in the back, and that's pretty much confirmation now. Gun 5 have to go, or they're going to be caught in a trap that is quickly closed.
Nades. Blackie and the bomb plan has been put a stop onto a stop. There's the molly as well. But the next one, I thought for a second. Maybe blue-white snuck a little bit too close, but Jackie will come swinging, and that is the first round for Favbet.
Well
so maybe it's their turn as well to get a little bit of a streak going on from the beginning now.
I mean, I think the answer, or rather the question is, why shouldn't it be, right? It's taken them long enough. They need to get a few rounds going. Shine. Never mind. He'd run through that molly believing he was the Terminator. Unfortunately, he was just terminated. And Gun 5s. Well, it seems like their rash decisions, their rash pushings will not work a fifth time. They're going to have to slow things down again. They're going to have to find new ways in. In Red Room, perhaps. There's a bit of an engagement coming. I'm not looking out for Smash too much, but it seems like he's going to be just fine. Getting the hell out of dodge. Ooh la la, Merrick's. Quick recovery, back to 3v4. Trades that are right now unequal for Gun 5. And it looks like a straight beeline for the B site.
Well, rotation for Bondik. He's lost for information, but he is going to hear this, and with a Molotov in his pockets, will force Lackey out if he wants to. Apparently out of the round. Do they recognize this is the question? Tension as well. He's seemingly waiting on the other side, over the smoke, tagged up a little bit as well. That is plenty of damage in a situation like this. Just to decipher where the second man is coming from, but he's not gonna guess this one. Quick enough of a rotation for Smash and Unexpected is where this one goes to the end. Or comes to its end. Valiant efforts, of course, but second round for Favbet.
Second round achieved. Just like that. And it's going to be... Oh, Jackie again disconnecting, unfortunately. Hopefully it's not going to be too big of an issue. He's going to be back in no time, surely. Let's pray that it also doesn't break their... focus, their momentum. A little bit of chat is being heard from what I can tell. that's about as much as we know. Possibly the same issue as before with Jackie, right? So, Nexus. Let's...
What's up?
Let's get this show on the road, shall we? Let's see what exactly Gun 5s throw on the board. I mean, what do we have that they can offer? We got 2 rifles. We got a Tech 9, dualies, and what, a 5.7? Or a P250, rather. Do we think that fast play will save them here? Just fast and easy. Rush for the head, shall we say?
I'm never going to say no to that. You've caught me on a little bit of something here.
Fair.
Whether
fair.
or not that's going to work, to be decided, of course, but... seeing what they got here... ability to buy another smoke of Molotov as well. You could make that work for a bomb plan again, but I don't think it's going to be as great. From my memory as well, I've found that the last few times I've seen them on this map, they've not been shying away from playing very passive B setups. As in playing all the way from, you know, CT and lane kind of all the way back there.
Yeah.
And just peppering them with utility, because they assume execution's coming through. Why be on the site when you're going to slow them down, wait for the util to fade, and have your own mollies on the site to stop them from planting the bomb? And when those smokes fade, you've got rotations, a couple of good flashbangs, maybe even an entry through those smokes if you've got unlucky as well. And then you can just fight before the bomb ever goes down. I think that's something Fabit is more than okay at doing so far as well. So if that would be a choice, and if we're going to see that at some point as well, a fast B for Gun 5, I'm not sure if it is going to work. Just based on those.
Based on those assessments, yeah. I can see where you're coming from with that. Honestly, there's a lot we don't know exactly, but one thing we can say for sure, FAFBet, this is their opportunity to shine. We said that there's a likeliness we see some map trades. This is not something new to us. We've seen it before. It happens, shall we say. And alongside that, but generally speaking, in my eyes, should have a bit of an upper hand over Gun 5, at least from what I've seen recently.
Yeah, I mean, us not having seen Gun 5 recently was a big part as well. And then the fact that they come today with a stand-in adds a little bit more of a scare factor, I guess, to it. Not playing the best game, potentially. And then they just come knocking it out of the park on train.
Yeah.
So,
More
course,
about that.
I was wondering as well. Yeah, what are we waiting for? It was Jackie's restarting his PC, apparently.
Taking a moment longer. I believe it might take longer than perhaps expected, so we shall be back, hopefully ASAP, as Jackie will get his PC back to working order.
And we are finally back after a little bit of a wait. Hopefully now this time for good. No more breaks. We'll see. We shall see. We can't really predict the future here. But you said Gun 5, Fast B. That was about 15 minutes ago. Maybe not really, like 6 or something. But they're still going toward the B side. And apparently, Favbet, they've already lost Jackie.
Still Fast B, it seems like. And yeah, it's gonna be Gun 5 that...
Oh my god.
Pretty much taking control here. Lackey, a lot of damage. 1 kill only, but it's enough to shuffle them out a little bit and pretty much confirm this round should be going the way for Gun 5. Another steal. Sedan goes wide. A second time. Selter helps. And it's fairly fairly easy, let's say. Not even close, rather. And that will be all she wrote. That's round done.
The only thing close about that one is, can they finish off these players they've tagged up here? That's it. Couldn't do that. That was their chance. The only opportunity they had to come back into it after the loss of the first one. And like I said, Falbit is not really allowed to, or not allowed, I mean, not scared to play these rounds. Retake on the B site, but that immediately disappears when you lose your only man defending this site. And the follow-up is just Gun 5 running through long to find everybody rotating in. They never held at that position, so... never gets played how they'd like on Favbet's side. Gun 5 instead. They'll take 4, they extended that lead, don't let them catch up yet. And... round 7 we go. Economy's running low on the CT side, that's the stress of this round for them. As well as trying to win this round and making sure you've got enough rounds to play with, but... for now... we'll see how it goes. Into mid, flashbangs are good. Marix gets out with the first one.
And it's going to start off strong enough here. Mid control going to be contested well to bring down Sedan as well to 50. Another engagement. Marix finds a secondary. He's holding his own. That's a fair trade that pretty much you couldn't hope for better. And beyond that, you shouldn't be looking for more tension. We'll find Sedan though. Immediately, bit of a report as Tension finds a second. Fine Shine is gone. That's round. That's 3. Favbet. Lovely recovery.
A wonderful recovery in this case. Marks with those first few in mid already. The fact that he gets the advantage. Good enough, and then Tension decides to take the round into his own hands at the end of it. As we'll be seeing blue-white cowering all the way at spawn. Chillin'.
Chillin', yeah.
Bing chilling.
Pretty much just not having a care in the world. Well, this is Ancient, gentlemen. This is what we're going to be watching if... this is what's to be expected in the end, rather.
Counter-terrorists win.
Relatively calm, slow, and collected round. Onto the 8th, Gun 5. Rebuy, of course. Deagle on Selter. He's been hitting some nice ones on Train. Hopefully he'll repeat that here on Ancient. We kick off once again. Smoke out to Elbow. We're looking at a pretty default mid-control, possibly. Or do they even fight for it in the end? I guess they do. Here we go. 3 players out mid for Gun 5. The rest in main A. Hold up. Is this going to be a fast donut? Yeah, they're going to try and wrap around. Tension's going to be caught out swinging. And it's 3 players about to enter the site. The defense has to hold. Smash with the first. He's going to hold. That smoke comes up beautifully. The timing is on point. Sedan falls. It seems like it's all falling around them. Gun 5 are out of bounds. And, well, out of money and out of rounds. This is going to be number 4.
Yeah, I want to highlight something a little bit different here. Is the way Tension peaks angles is really unusual. And you can also as well see that not a lot of rifles are always going to be ready for it, because he goes incredibly wide for those swings. Which, to his detriment and benefit. If there's more than one there, he's probably immediately traded and dead. If there's just one, we've already seen it work out quite a bit. He's been quite good at nailing those shots, so just kind of putting it out. There's a fun little... Not really a trick, but something that you don't get to see too often, I don't think.
Another simple round by the looks of it as well, right? I mean, Favbet should have no trouble cleaning this up.
Oh, did... Just my eyes, or did Lackey get tagged up there? I think he did. Yeah, in the end, it doesn't matter. It's completely flawless for the CT side, and combined that with the money they made from the last one, Favbet, they are looking financially stable. Stonks are going up, baby. They held.
Yes, they are.
They don't believe in any recessions.
Why should they?
At the moment, hey, Stonks are going up.
Exactly. As long as they keep increasing, everything's good. Round 10, gun 5. I'm not sure if it's only me with a little bit of lag on the...
That's a you issue.
Okay, yeah.
A skill issue.
Skill issue, some would say. Yeah, probably. Wouldn't
Time
be
is
lying.
playing a scary game as well, 26 HP. He's just trying to keep Bondik as far away from the side as possible to make sure Blue-White can sneak up. And there's the trade from Fine Shine is up next. Doubling down. No third, but he's done his job. Bomb planted, marks down, rotation cut, and smash. They know where he was coming from.
Massive
All you
damage.
gotta do is watch the smoke, and Gun 5 will reap the benefits of the brute force attempt towards B.
Works wonderfully as well. Gun 5, able to steal it here for their own. And it's going to force the CTs into a buy where very little money is going to be left afterwards. So a loss is not really an option anymore. They'll have to step it up here. Can't afford to lose any players in the coming rounds. Bit of bank is going to be required if you want to sustain this advantage. Jumping into action. Sedane. Damn.
Where? What is this play for the CT side here? Why is Bondi going to try? I don't understand. Why is Bondi that far and Jackie just decided to stay put here? Like,
I don't rightfully know, brother.
okay, sure. Moving on. Might cost them something, we'll see, but 1-for-1 nonetheless. There was... Wait, how did we lose Seltzer in Spawn? What happened? Was there push in A main? Yes, there was. Okay, Smash went for it, and now he's gone for round number 2. Dime, in the meantime, has found a Jackie and Gabe. Out of these two, they're gonna pass each other. No, they're not. Lackey's turned. Out toward the A side with Marius now spotted in CT. He's looking to play this rotation instead. Catch these players in mid. Cannot double down on tension. Just spoke about how awkward he is when he peeks into somebody, but this time it's scoped in, can't do his tricks. And Lackey second for the round. That is Gun 5 to a 6-5 T-half already, maybe even 7. That's where the economy of this one at least is pointing us towards, and no matter how you want to spin that one, it's a very strong T-half.
It is. Yes, it is. It demands a great deal to have 6 rounds like this, especially when it starts a little bit wonkily once Favbet starts to wake up, right? Because they were stopped in their tracks, basically. Every attempt from Gun 5 was denied.
3-1 was the beginning there for Gun 5. They slowed down a little bit. But that's not done yet, either team here, however. Yeah, run away and cower. Smash, you've only got a USP. R.I.P. Remember him.
Remember the GOAT.
Maybe let's not go that far. Had a USP only, didn't do much.
I know.
Oh, Marix. Crazy. Tension, dead. And Bondik alone and naked and afraid of air grills. Adapt, improvise, die. Improvise, adapt, die. There we go. That would have been it. But nonetheless, he tried. And he did not succeed. I'm sorry to report on this account. That's going to be Gun 5 taking this first half, 7-5. A very nicely played half. I'm surprised we didn't get to see Favbit have a stronger CT side. It feels like the things I'd mentioned of them, like what I'd seen of them of the past as well, specifically that B side hold just wasn't really there. They were trying to go for something different, more aggressive, which I do not slight them at all in regards to. You gotta play sometimes very aggressive on that B side. If you can have both, then you're good. If you can play retakes or more aggressive 5-die control, yeah, that's great. Today it seems like they're trying to figure out if they can play a bit more aggressive, if they can get away with something, but they ended up getting punished more than once for it instead. The half comes to an end, 7-5. Great opening here for Gun 5 again. And they are definitely making it look like a possible 2-0 here.
I mean, it's feeling like it, yeah, for sure. There's no doubt. And
That's
the
the
more
vibe.
I look at this game, the more it feels like it, indeed. There's one opportunity, I think, at this point that is going to have to be taken. Favbet certainly could recover if they start getting first with the pistol, obviously. It's the side, it's not impossible. Glocks do have the opportunity. And then obviously the gun round. It's the basics, I mean, we kind of mentioned here, yes, but 5 rounds, it might still be enough to give them a chance. Let's see how well they do themselves. Second half, second pistol. Dualies on Fine Shine Blue White, and we're looking at a pretty strong A stack. The read is on point. Gun 5. They seem to understand what they're going up against. Mid out of the side of Favbet, possibly into Donut.
Ooh. Flash for the follow-up. Not that easy. It needs to come from Blue-White instead. Drop the bomb. You maybe got something. They'll trade it out again. They know where Lackey is, and he is suddenly against 2. Second, that's the question mark. Leg spotted, however, there's Marix now. Lets him know. Second one up close, but it's through the flames. He'll go down. Bullets catch a bit of heat. Lackey catches more. That's Favbet. Pistol on the board. Everything goes south in a minute for Gun 5, but Favbet, they're the ones who make this game and make this pistol go their way, wanting this one to go their way as well. And what we see from Gun 5 in response, if it isn't my old nemesis, the Force Spy.
I'm not surprised. We got 2 MP9s, we got a few pistols. Hope is what sustains them right now, and we'll see if they're hopeful enough. Bondik, the rest of the squad, take mid control. This is going to be a tough fight if you want to take over control of both Leopard and Shelf. This is going to cost you dearly. I'm not a fan of how they're trying to approach this as well, though. Fighting on these open corners might afford them a free kill. It does.
Oh. Oh, man. Oh, no. Watch the 5-7 go. They shut it down. They don't give it anything too much, but this is still such a deadly, disgusting trap because there's the rotation. They're not going to expect the third man in cave.
No, no chance.
Thankfully, they do back away. That would have been disastrous, surely, at that point, but Gun 5 can still put the pressure on from this if they want. And even if they don't check cave, even if Celta just shoots that deagle in CT spot, if they spot him again, surely they just won't think about Lackey at all.
That's what we have to expect, right?
Drawing the attention, successfully so at the moment. Smoke fades for a split second. And here comes the 5-7. Bomb does get planted, yes, but this is disaster brewing for Favbet. 1 remains, he's got 44 HP and the bomb just planted. And guess what that means? All the time in the world here for the CT side. For Bondik, balls of steel required, shows his hand immediately. And there's the defuse coming through 10 seconds, sticking it, and the spam doesn't connect. That's the round decided just like that. Miles off from the defuse. Gun 5, they've done it with the Force Spy.
It's unfortunate, but yes, they have. They have done it. They will succeed, and that is going to be enough. Favbet. They're going to be counting their coins right now because look at that bank. They cannot afford to go even a little bit overdraw. Missing a big chunk of that purse will leave them stranded potentially.
Now, we've got a seemingly
it.
quick round about to come through here as well. Fine Shine, he just wanted to hold his ground for the moment, and there's that smoke with the D side as well deployed. Deep to donut with Lackey, the first victim. Hold on. These are getting spicy. Trying to get into position here as well is the CT side. Right at the edge of the smoke, somewhere around him in CT. There's Util, fighter flight, Delta burns. Just get pushed forward. Fine Shine still gets away with one of his own. He's on 16 HP. Still fighting, but eventually he'll have to back away. And apparently this is it here. You know, when's the last time we've seen the Force by Wars come?
Oh, in the ages past. No, I'm joking. It was like 2 days ago.
Sure.
But yeah. Force by Wars. I can't say I'm happy seeing them, but I can't say I'm surprised as well, because it's to be expected. It's currently the state of the game, the way it is, the way it's being played. Not much we can do about it, right?
Right back to it. Babbitt trying to find their groove in this one, and it seems that road leads them towards A site. Quick rotations, everybody inbound. They're going to blow the smoke up as well and start to fight. Clear up the avenue a little bit. There's only one. Second phase. They're going to try it again. Being blown
that's
up,
madness.
but damage still to more in return, however. Fine Shine, a dead man. A second smoke now for the T side as well deployed. That surely locked him out. With the economy on the line here for the CT side, they can't do this. Can't attempt it. Seltzer, however, he gets hand-delivered a weapon. Another M4 he can pick up, but one's already on the hunt, on the prowl. His name, Bondik. Occupation? Contract killer.
Assassin for hire. And that's, I guess, all you need.
Yeah, they want to put an end to the Force by Wars here.
Can't blame them.
2 rounds in a row, that'll usually do it. In this case as well, that's what it should be doing.
So what's the game plan, rather?
I don't know. I don't know, but do you actually, want to hear something quite, but I'm not sure if you managed to get your ears on this already, but apparently, Heroic have decided who they're going to be picking up after the major for the Oper.
Oh, and who it is? I have not heard that news yet.
Supposedly, now this is still coming in from a insider, so it's not official information, but supposedly Grix.
Oh, that's great. You were really vying for him, right? A lot of time. I know we talked about this explicitly, how, you know, Grix is a player that you definitely want to see getting a chance at bigger teams, at bigger opportunities, and this is, I guess, perfect opportunity for him. Lovely.
Amen. I think there was like that conversation as well. Oh, hold on. Is it too early to call it quits here? Lackey says yes. Oh my god, we do not want to talk about that. Apparently, even around with a single M4, an eco around it, a USB from the fading smoke. It's Lackey coming out victorious for Gun 5. How do we get to this one? What happens to Favbet here? Lackey's allowed to get freebies. It is ridiculous. We're counting this round as a done deal, and the 1v3 he's barely got room to maneuver and still comes through.
You and I both, man. You and I both.
What the hell?
I'm genuinely a little bit shook and a little bit
Lucky heard us
surprised.
talking about Griggs and said, no, not to focus on me, man.
Yeah,
I'm right here.
You gotta see me, brother. That eco somehow works. I bet. What the hell just happened? How do you let that one slip? I mean, look at the money as well. Once again, they find themselves in a position where it's do or die. This is series now, point. I mean, I know this is the start of the Swiss stage, but hell, you can't afford to be losing like this. Kicking off mid-control, Saddam's gonna be fighting from Pizza. He's in a bit of a tough spot. The oven's looking really hot, and yeah, gonna get burned. Good check.
I like the second phase of aggression here.
Yeah. Recommit, right? Try to see if you can find any mistakes.
Even more so. Now, there's the risk added to playing this is if Blue-White would have gotten caught there, it suddenly lets them know that, okay, there's not a whole lot. 3 versus 5, it's going to be so much more difficult. And it doesn't even guarantee they're going to be rotating into an A play where Lackey could have found himself something in mid. But then, with nothing found initially, they are headed back towards a B. Fine shot, he'd found one, now he's found a second, and Lackey will come to play shortly, but with the bomb being planted here, this is forcing a slightly awkward position. Fine Shine's doing it all by himself, however. Lackey now joins, and Tension's left alone. Even at this one, a round that seems like it's a done deal, it's not that easy. Gone 5, they dismantle it, sorry. Correction, Fine Shine dismantles this round.
Yeah,
That was Lackey Shine, and now it's his turn.
Lore accurate right now, that's for sure. Not sure how the hell
Holy
they thought this
shit.
was gonna work, but that is gonna work perfectly if you are Gun 5. What a superb recovery in the game here. And the fact that it's
perfection.
yeah, their timings and just their coordination is really on point. There's no denying that, right? It's possibly the best we've seen lately. Just working together like a charm.
I can't believe Gun 5 get away with not just one but 2 ridiculous retakes. Clutches
kinda mad.
at that point.
It is kind of mad, isn't it, when you think about it?
Channeling
How
their
successful
inner
they've been.
Brazilians.
They definitely have channeled something.
MIBR, baby.
Still can't believe they've done that. Still can't believe Falcons lost, man. It's massive.
I can, and I'm laughing. I got a message as well from a friend. I was watching it with yesterday toward the end. And he's enjoying it. Elated. Even a sick man enjoying the downfall. Here, however, the downfall of Favbet.
Yeah.
Marks needed to step up. Here,
up.
a second is fantastic for him. Alright, maybe it's time to see some Favbet magic as well now. Unless
Did you ever hope for
Lackey in the spray is good. It's not. He's been removed from the equation. There's 2. Spotted pushing long. Fine Shine, which way do you look? Which way does Smash end up looking as well is the other question. Now you're gonna need 3 clutches in a row here for the CT side to come and to continue their journey. That's 1. Where's the follow-up? Why is Smash not tucked himself in anywhere? And Marix not supporting. Now Molotov is the only thing that really is needed in this one, but doesn't throw it in time. Marix plays with the sound cues and just walks out at the right time.
Wow.
This time, magic
works.
clutch denied.
Yeah, and it works wonderfully. I'm a little bit surprised, honestly, but Favbet, they're definitely going to be happy about that outcome. I can tell you that much for free.
Alright, let's get it. End of the game. potentially come at a short leave gun 5 would get their way, but currently what it seems like more is 10 to 10. Am I gonna speak too soon yet again? We'll see. Just setting it up here for gun 5. Get some magic. Yet again.
No.
Unless... no. Why are you trying with the eagle headshot? I start to believe.
Nah. It ain't happening. As much as we'd want to see something crazy like that. 10 to 10. You predicted it, and we're about to see it. Okay, Favbet, you've still got some fire in your belly. I like that. Let's see if they can keep it up. Come on. There has to be more to this than just a few rounds and a few great moments. Everybody's been showing up. You said it yourself, right? If we'd had anybody besides Bondik in the previous map and Merrick's, well, today here we have Smash, we have Jackie as well showing up. Tension's the only one kind of sleeping behind the wheel a little bit. Not the first time, but the rest of the team is doing well enough. He doesn't even need the op. Love this from Sedain, though. They've taken full control of mid and shelf. All the info. Double up
well,
on
I'm
A.
afraid, man. I see a MP9 up top and a 5-7 below. I am terrified.
You should be. You
There's
have
no
every
Molotov
right
to
to
flash. Yeah, no Molotov to flush them out either, apparently, at the moment. Shadow advantage. Oh my god, it will be there. That's going to force their hand a little bit as well. With Stein finding this. Here's the util. Flash dodged. MP9 not finishing anything off. Instead, a 5-7 with an extra dink. Some spice added to the mix. An AK collected. And Lackey, he wants to stand his ground. And why shouldn't he? 18 kills. Support coming in from Stein now. And Favbet, who've been forced back. They're headed into mid to another two-man setup that is waiting for them to mow them down. To steal this round. It is one. But tension can only do so much.
The trap has been sprung, and the ring, or the bell has been rung. Because Favbet, money's gone. They've got enough for what? 2 AKs, maybe a third one here. Merrick's another one. So, okay, 4 AKs if you're really pushing it. You're going to have low util on a few players, that's for sure. And you have to win this next round, or it's lights out. Start to see how it's not. Magic time. This is it. If we were ever to see magic, it's right here, right now. This round is it. It's got to work, and wonderfully so. Good start. By at least looking better than initially predicted.
Favbet is getting to a do or die here. Thankfully, the stakes in this series are not all that high. It's the opening round here. You're only going 1-0 or 0-1 in the grand scheme of things with the Swiss stage. And here in the CCTs, we also prefer having best of threes with the Swiss stage, unlike a certain prestigious major happening twice a year. What the hell is that about, man? Can you fix your shit, please, brother. Valve? Come on, what is that?
I don't know. It's been ludicrous, I'll tell you that much. And right now, ludicrous is also the scenario we're in. Favbet, what do you have in you to make this one your own? Look at the stack towards B, and look at the call from Gun 5s. I'm not sure what's happening, but I'm pretty sure this is not going to be the right call.
They gotta spot this at least now with the utility coming through. Thankfully, they're not gonna brute force their way immediately with the first wave, but it does bring them back. For Favbet to surely have a tough time on this one. There's that utility now as well. We talked about this for Favbet. If you can delay that bomb plant enough, throw in your volleys, throw in your nades, have your rotations inbound, and now it's trouble. We didn't get to see it then. We'll see it now. They've stopped the bomb plant. And it's to Bondik and Boric to come up clutch in big time. But guess what? Nothing. Empty bags and rags is all they're be coming with into this round.
That's all they get. 12-10, no money, no bomb plant.
Still, your microphone is going crazy. I don't know what's happening. Bunch of static, please fix. In the meantime, we'll look at a round of 23 here. Apparently,
what happened? I hope.
Yeah, your microphone also just had to take a quick vacation. Saw that round, said Lamau.
Is it better
You
now?
got burned by the incendiary. Yes, you're good. The flames reach into your audio interface, I suppose.
Yeah, they got me, man. They got me good.
And so we go.
So we do.
Is this the final round of the game or not? We are headed back to B again here for Favbet. All that was, or made the difference that last round in my eyes, is if they moved quickly enough. If they get that bomb down, if they commit from that first smoke or not. If they watch that back as well, they recognize that was a chance, an opportunity. They just don't have that information. Nobody committed, not even an information play. Nobody up ramp, nothing over the sort, and thus gotta move faster this time, but they are going to do so. Here's the counter util coming through. CTs yet again. They're gonna have 3 here. Ready to fight, but a little less util. Blackie. Through the smoke. They've stopped it yet again. They'll take 2. Look for the 3rd. It should come eventually. A gap in the smoke might be what gives it. It's spraying
up.
He's the pillar. That's it. That's all you have. That's done. Game, series. It is over.
What an insane recovery from Gun 5 after having a bit of an abysmal kind of trade-off in that first half. I mean, yes, still 7-5. It's not a bad half by any means, but, you know, it started certainly worse than it looks, and at the end, they make it 2-0, man. Both Train, both Ancient go their way. A bit unfortunate. Favbet, underwhelming, should we say?
A little bit so, I think. But this just goes back to almost what I kind of had at the pregame is... I don't know what Favbet is on nowadays, because they're so inconsistent. That's my issue. They're very inconsistent at the moment. Yeah. And that is the crux of their gameplay. Start of the year, they were really good. People didn't know them. They were that new, a surprising team coming out. Now it's different. Now people gotta know they have to reinvent a little bit of the wheel that they're going with. And for us, for them, it's something they'll have to fix if they want to start to get these wins. But if we want to see them win as well. Because
it's
if
gonna
not,
take them a while.
Yeah. Gun 5 with a stand-in coming through here today.
No denying it. A better performance overall, and it ends up giving them the series. It's not over for either of these two teams, though. Still a long week ahead of them. And let's jump to the schedule for today, just to get a final overview before we go to a bit of a break. About a 50-minute one, actually. Next match, it's going to be Astram versus Fischer College, and afterwards, it's going to be AMKAL versus Dynamo ECLOT. For everybody watching, hopefully you had a good time here on this first series of the day. The original first one was a forfeit if you were here. If you were not, well, now you know. But that's about it for you and I, isn't it, Nexus? We'll be back in a few days.
Well, I'm going to be done coming back tomorrow, but for us, you and I don't know when we're coming back. That'll be in, like...
Friday.
Nope.
No, you're not. Yeah, that's actually all me. Yeah, you're right.
It doesn't matter. But CCT is not going anywhere. That's one thing. But for a little bit, we are just a small, tiny break. So do not go too far. We're gonna be away for about 45 minutes, and when we do come back, it's gonna be JRT and Exner to take you guys through the next 2 games to close out the evening. They'll get to watch a not so local college from the Americas, but EU players on the team. So, you know, some familiarity maybe with Fischer College, but
Hopefully.
we'll see how it goes, of course, after this break. So, anybody else wondering, we'll see you guys when the timer runs out, about 45 minutes or so. Bye-bye.
Always wonder what comes next. Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Hey everyone, welcome back to CCT Season 3, Series number 3 in Europe. I am JRT with Exner. We are taking over now for the final 2 matches of the day. And we've got some interesting ones. Let's check out that schedule right now, Cole, and talk more about these teams that are going to be coming up. I guess, well, obviously we start with Astram and Fischer College. How are you feeling about that match?
I mean, this is our opening matchup. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, this is a pretty exciting Astram roster as always. I think still struggling in the consistency department for me, which is a huge concern for a roster of their caliber with players that are as proven as they are up against a Fischer College roster who I'm familiar with the core of this team. Watched them in a couple of like lands in Philadelphia, being able to see what they're able to do. They are really impressive, but I'm a little bit unfamiliar with the two new additions that this roster brings to the table. So excited to see what those two new guys bring. Alex, Refuser, and they have the third there as well. And Creepow, who I'm familiar with, but I haven't seen Wumbo or Yum yet play on this team. So interested to see what they can bring to the table in that department.
No, I agree with you. I think Wumbo's played maybe 5 or 6 matches with the squad so far. Very, very new addition. They had some changes that came through. I believe that there was one player, I'm trying to remember the name right now, but it's not coming to mind, honestly, Cole. But I mean, look, they've had a lot of roster change. Thor, there we go. Thor was the one that joined the roster. Came to my head right now, but it didn't work out with him, so they're trying someone else, and it's been a lot of moving pieces for them. Most of their matches have been played in North America, right? Like they haven't actually played in Europe that much over the last 3 months, but now they're starting to play in Europe. They're playing in these CCT events and hoping to find some success against teams that are very, very tough, compared to some of the NA competition they were playing. I'd say more of the tier 3 level that they were going up against a lot.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to, again, play a little bit at some, like, mostly just, like, lands in NA, which is really interesting here, obviously, for the squad. And I'm hoping to see them be able to reflect some of that success that they did in NA over there in EU. Obviously, it's a different story, though. When you look at who they're going to be up against right now in this opening matchup, it's a big, heat check here out of the gates, right? These are proven talent. A lot of which have had opportunities to play at tier 1 international lands. So you're just looking at the caliber of players here on the side of Astram, and you say, hey, can you keep up with a player like Grix right now, who is really, he can take over a server with the AWP. A player like Klax, who I think goes super underrated in this roster and can really surprise and show up on maps here and there. And then I think still, with a combo that has a lot to gain in Nori and Kinsey, who have been playing together for so long on a couple of different rosters at this point, and you're hoping to see those two players really show up in their full potential. I don't know, what exactly this team needs to get that extra edge, because I still think they're dragging just a little bit, but if they can find out, an extra, 5 or 10%, they should be competing for titles here in CCT.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, honestly. It's a little strange to see that Astram haven't been able to compete as effectively for titles in CCT because of how good they've been. Like, against some of these teams that we're seeing at the tier 2 level, it's just when push comes to shove, when they get to that point, they fall short. And maybe that won't happen here. I agree with you. I don't really know necessarily what needs to change because I feel like they got all the pieces. Maybe just time is what's needed. Let's check out the veto, though, and see what maps we'll be playing on here. They did play up against Fischer College, by the way, 4 days ago, and they won by a large margin. It was 13-4 on Ancient and 13-3 on Mirage, and we're getting the exact same maps here, Cole. How do you feel about it?
I mean, yeah, as you said, it was fairly one-sided there. Their campaign in EU has been a bit of a hard time so far for Fischer College, right? I mean, that's just the case right now. They do have, a map win versus Unity, which is a strong team. I think that's impressive. And then, of course, the big Equipa side of things as well. They were able to sweep that series, but challenging up against some of the top levels here in EU has been a challenge, and I do expect that to continue for them in this matchup. I'll be surprised. I'd be interested to see here because I mean, seeing what a player like Alex can do in terms of the firepower that he brings to the table, even if it doesn't necessarily show up at all times up against some of the competition. I watched him just dominate the server while calling at the same time in a couple of different lands. I think he has that capability. They have some really strong players, especially Kripal in the op, I feel like can really step up, or just with the rifles. I think actually Refuser is their opper, but with the rifle work, I think he does a lot of heavy lifting. So, for me, I think this team has a lot of potential. They just have to get all of the pieces on board, especially those two new guys there that are a little bit unproven, but again, have a good opportunity to get a path here in the EU circuit.
Yeah, I can't blame you for not knowing which player's opping, because it has been bouncing around a lot. I think Hume's been using it a little bit too. But Wumbo, actually the newest addition, has been opping, at least so far. He's got an 85 rating, which is good with the op, but overall his rating isn't that great at 0.96. But that's the case for the whole team, right? Because things have not been going well, as you alluded to, throughout their European campaign so far. But let's check out the head-to-head and see who we're going to be comparing against each other. Yeah, I think it's going to be Kripal for sure, as he's had the better rating amongst the rest of his team at 1.12 here, that you can see over the last 3 months. And you have Grix on the other side, who needs absolutely no introduction, because he has been incredible for this squad since he was added to the roster, since they were Aurora, right? Like, Grix has been a star, and I think that a lot of criticism has arisen around the rest of the squad, saying, is he the only one that's able to step up his game and really find the form that's needed to be competitive at above a tier 2 level? Or is the rest of the squad going to come out and be able to support him eventually? And maybe that's, we were talking about what the problem is. Perhaps that's part of it.
The rifle core that stands behind Grix right now, I think it should be Kinsey and it should be Nori with the resources gaining a lot of traction with this team right now. But I don't necessarily think that's the case. I sometimes think of more of the supportive anchoring presence that have a lot more impact in Patsy and Klax's out of the rifles. I think those are the two that manage to support and uplift Grix a lot more. Maybe that's just the resource management that they're given. If it's more centered around the AWP here for the side of Astram, if you're giving that op a lot of resources and a lot of opportunities to call and make the plays, that maybe leaves the rifle core a little bit more out to dry, I guess, in terms of what they can bring to the table. But the anchors on this team are absolutely rock solid, and that is a great foundation here. Having a good opper and some really good site anchors is a great combo of a system here that you can build upon here for Astram. It's just, again, I think about getting Nori and Kinsey a little bit more involved in combination here. That would be Astram's next key.
I mean, I honestly agree with you. That's hopefully going to happen for them. I mean, here, I don't know if we're necessarily going to see too much of a test for Astram, because they've already defeated Fischer College. I feel like, for all intents and purposes, it would be surprising if Fischer College can take a map off of them. But you never know. It could happen. But at the same time, you expect Astram to be winning against a team of the caliber of Fischer College every single day of the week if they want to be competitive at the tier 2 and heading into the tier 1 level. Anyway, guys, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer before we find out what's going to happen with this one, as we got a few things to work out. But when we're going to hit the break, and when we come back, we will have map number 1 for you. Keep it locked here on CCT. All right, after a bit of a delay, guys, we are ready to get going. Astram up against Fischer College. Reminder to what these two teams are bringing to the table. Astram already defeated Fischer College quite convincingly 4 days ago, and they're looking to do the same thing here on the what will be identical maps, right?
Yeah, to open us up on. I wasn't sure about the decider in that last series, but for the first two maps here, which could be the biggest concern because it was pretty one-sided the last time that Astram and Fischer battled out against each other in favor of Astram. We'll see if they're able to turn the tides on that result here. Fast up connector, great flashbang to entry on in. Doesn't actually catch the kill here, but looking to buy a little bit extra time here. Flashbang avoided. They're taking jungle control. There's so much resistance ready to go here, but the kill's still flowing through for the Astram camp.
Yeah, it's a bit of an aim difference that we saw last time, and it seems like, at least in this pistol round, maybe that's not going to change. Still very early, of course. Refuser and Wumbo, the last two standing, and Kenzie just spotted out Refuser towards CT. Bomb goes down. It's going to take a lot here from Fischer College, and they need to start it off with a frag at the very least. Can't be down to a 1v4 because that makes it nigh impossible to recover, even in a pistol round. And, well, okay, there we go. There's one. Wumbo spotting out Clax, 3v2 in favor of Astram. A little bit more damage happening here, but they can't seem to find these frags onto the last two Fischer College members, and then they finally do. Patsy and Kenzie end the round.
Lovely work right there from Astram. From start to finish, I mean, you talked about the aim difference, but also that execution right there to get up connector, perfect flashbang to scale in. And then that flash, what it does is allows everyone to get on the same page. Everyone take charge into jungle. And even though there's 3 players from Fischer College waiting, there's also, 4 players charging you down and taking those close range fights with Glocks. So that's just, it feels impossible to deal with for Fischer College unless your headshots are instant. And this mid duel is getting met by HEs and flashes. They're meeting him head on here. And it's going to be a complete collapse. HE lands a kill, Ethan, and Astram just used strength and numbers to finish that round off quickly.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea. Just USPs charging out towards mid for Fischer College, hoping that they can get Astram with death by 1,000 paper cuts, but it doesn't work out for them at all. Not even a single frag on the board. Astram up to the task, the MAC-10 and the Galeels farming out the frags. So we go into round number 3. Fischer College going to have their full-on buy-up. And it was, in fact, the same deciding map last time, Cole. It was Nuke in the previous series. Well, the only difference was the order of the maps. Last time it was Ancient first, and then it was Mirage second, and finally Nuke, which wasn't needed.
Got a boost going on here. And underpass. There's a smoke, so obviously Kenzie can't see anything. No way. No one's watching this. She's going to walk out, knives out. A little bit chaotic.
What is
and awkward,
happening?
but he's like walking past the smoke.
How?
And he still gets the kill. Kenzie somehow recovers it and does so much damage. And it draws so much attention that this A side left weakened that they're already scaling forward here. The Refuser with a good smoke spam, but yeah, the HP's too low and there's too much resistance here on the other end of the smoke. Still another player pushing past it, but you can't track it. And the HE finishes a wumbo in the spawn, so... Oh boy.
That was a clown show there in Underpass. So what happened? Look, you have one player pushing through, Kenzie, who should have been dead probably not once but twice in that instance, because the other player somehow ended up behind him through that smoke, but Kenzie slips past, he doesn't realize it, and somehow Kenzie is able to get that frag. I don't even know. It was absolute pandemonium through that smoke at Underpass, but Astram do win it. 3-0 for them. Fischer College look a little out of their element here on Mirage. Nade's going to sail through there into connector. Refuser's got the deagle, a chance to strike. He doesn't hit it though. Grix going to get that frag. That said, Astram has a couple of players who are pretty low in Kenzie and Grix, below the half health mark. So maybe there's something here that Fischer College could collect, whether it be economic damage or a round perhaps. Maybe a step too far there on the round.
Especially with you dropping. Not going to do him any favors here. And a lot of it low HP bars still for sure. That's one thing you can hope to lean on here. It's a bit of a measure of success, but kills continuing to flow on through. B player still on the scene, not for long. Kenzie deals with that. And so far, single casualty is something that they definitely can afford here. Astram, they don't show any signs of hesitation. They're the team that should head into this matchup with the most confidence possible here. I mean, like we've highlighted multiple times, but it is just the feeling in the server right now is that, hey, we asserted our dominance last go round. Maybe they've made some adjustments here, but let's keep it simple here. They've been very decisive on some of the plays here. At the most, I think I've seen a 4-1 split with that Kenzie underpass lurk, but for the most part, it has been very grouped up. Throwing a lot of utility, well tossed in utility as well. This is very effective so far. And Astram just facilitating their way through these rounds with that util.
All right, let's see if Fischer College can bring something through here with another gun round. Last time it wasn't pretty. Astram, despite making mistakes, still able to overcome Fischer College. Flashbang going to get tossed for Powell. Spamming through that smoke towards top mid. Nothing found, of course, not even damage. And Astram's going to take mid pretty cleanly. A good util thrown for window and the top mid smoke as well. Leaving connector open. They want some visibility in there. They could catch a player off. Now they're going to smoke it. So this is kind of telegraphing what would be a cat play usually when you're throwing that smoke, but Astram may be headed into A.
Not a bad idea. You see the large amount of resistance towards A main at the moment as well. B-side looking to make strides in. Rapau gets opt down. I think off the HE of that smoke, gets spotted out and dealt with. Triggers some re-aggression here. No flashes though. Needs to be an adjustment. Alex does find the first kill, but traded out eventually. I can't believe that Kinsey's here as well. This just feels like the deal sealer.
Oh my god.
Lets one slide by. How long? Eventually we'll pull the trigger on that attack, and they know a player in CT is tucked in. And he's getting HE'd out. I mean, just dwindling HP right now. As his teammate looking to get involved. That's a big pickup though. Wumbo, he finds two. He needs to find the last one. He steps in the molly. And
no
he finds a kill. Nori catches him post-death. Oh no.
Well, the newest edition making a case for himself at the very least with a couple of frags, but he dips his toes into the fire, and that will cost him his life and the round. What a shame, because he brought it down to the 1v1, but he couldn't do it at the end when it counted most. 5-0 in favor of Astram. That's going to hurt the economy of Fischer College immensely, as they're back onto an eco here. 4 Deagles and the 5-7, but at least made that round interesting, so perhaps a sign of, hopefully for them, things to come. It could get things a little bit more interesting, but Clax just gets an easy double.
Sets its own here pretty quick. The Kinsey to follow it up. And this one looking very comfortable here. The pistols have not been a problem. On the ecos, they've been very clean. Worst case scenario, they've had great trades.
Molly's going to sail in. Refuser, last one standing. Look, this round's probably done. What are you feeling? How are you feeling about those rumors that just came out that Grix is going to be picked up by Heroic potentially?
I like the idea, to be honest with you. I think, it's obviously a huge adjustment period for Heroic, and I think that might not be the most comfortable, entrance for a player like Grix, but you got a strong rifle core here that has proven a whole lot. My biggest, point is that there won't be a Saul there with you, which I think could have been the biggest benefit for a player like Grix, having a coach like Saul.
Right.
But, I still think that Heroic's a great organization. It'd be a cool step up if those rumors are to be true there.
No, for sure. And we were already talking. Oh, okay. Well, Norway can't see already a 5v3 here. No, but we were talking about Grix being one of those players that's proven that he could probably hit hard at a tier 1 level of all the players here on Astram right now. So it kind of makes sense that he'd be targeted by Heroic. I just think it would be a massive loss for Astram.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if it even comes true or if it's just one of those rumors that actually never gets converted upon. Speaking of never getting conversions, Fischer College needs some round victories.
Yeah, that was quite the segue there. Let's see what they can do on this B site. Not quite converting this round here either. It's just too much of an overwhelming presence. The utility just remains too strong. Even in that 5v3, they're tossing in their full util belt to cover off all their bases, make sure nothing goes wrong. They've got this offer contained in the market, and they just take initiative to close that one out there. Clax with the finishing headshot there. Astram continue their dominance. Don't look like they're showing any signs of stopping here.
I mean, the only play that we were somewhat impressed by here for Fisher College was Wumbo, right, with the AWP a couple of rounds ago. And outside of that, it's been fairly flat and very dominant over on the Astram side. You have Kenzie at 8-0, who hasn't died yet, even though he deserved to die. When he was in that underpass engagement, he should have been dead, but he didn't fall to dirt. Now we're back to another eco for Fisher College. Surprised not to see them, you know, gamble a little bit for some more force buys, although I guess they have the full loss bonus now, so they're just going to get the upgraded pistols and the Swag 7. But still, those force buys, especially, I mean, we've seen it more and more in the medical, even at the major, teams are opting for them a lot more frequently.
It's always super winnable here. Players have some really sharp mechanics.
Yeah.
5.7s are really strong. And when you need rounds, and especially when you need to stop your opponent's momentum, that could be the biggest, you know, example of it in a pretty short MR12 environment. But you know what isn't a gamble? It's the Mag 7. You know what you're getting out of the Mag 7. It's guaranteed firepower. But in this case, I don't know if they'll be able to get anything, given that they're on the opposite side of the map. Stacked up there pretty heavy. That won't do them any favors. The one play that could have a lot of impact here is now smoked off, so...
I mean, he could still have impact if he comes out at the right time. There's one. Oh, only one. I don't know if that's going to be enough. 4v3. Hume with the Swag 7. While it is an effective gun when you're in a close range engagement, on the retake, not so much. Perhaps those Deagles can open up some space for him, though. We'll see. Fisher College, not much to lose by going for this. Maybe you want to save the full armor in Hume's hands, and that actually might be the case now because Wumbo just lost Refuser by his side, and there goes Wumbo as well. Hume, where are you? He's saving. Trying to, anyway.
He's looking for that Mag 7 kill. That's free bread right there. Guaranteed profit. Bang. Bats you down. AK recovered. Can he make the escape around the corner? He does. I think he's safe. Trying to keep contained. There's another kill from you. We'll pad the stats on up a little bit. Gain some confidence here for the Astram camp. There really isn't a lot of concern here. There's max cash for Grix. Pretty close to it for the rest here, so...
10K for everyone going into this round, yeah.
Not a bad situation here in the money.
I mean, I've said this before, but you look at a scoreline sometimes, it's 8-0, but you see the money is really bad for the team, right? They only have like one buy-up available for them. Like, oh, these 8 rounds were really close. It just so happens that they came out and won a lot of clutches. Here, that's the money tells the story. It wasn't. It's been dominant from start to this point for Astram. And Fisher College really need to come up with something, anything, to disrupt these setups, and it's not happening. This could work, potentially. They have a player hugging the smoke here at top mid. We'll see what they decide to deploy. Again, timing will be the key to success for them. There's the swing. Does he find one? Yes. Okay, Krapal has an opening frag here for Fisher College. That is incredibly important. We'll see if they can capitalize on it. Great flashbang. That utility is just so good, Cole. Although, Wumbo does get the trade onto Norway, so a man advantage here for Fisher College. Maybe a 2-man edge for the first time. Yes, and a 3-man advantage now. Krapal connects on Klax, and that'll be the end of it as Refuser gets the last on Kenzie. Okay, Fisher College on the board.
That's a great round win right there for Fisher College. I mean, like you said, though, I got to give a lot of credit here to the way that they're setting up these rounds for Astram, man. It's scary stuff to see them toss this amount of effective utility and HE to blow open the smoke while a flash is in the air. Just that timing on the combo right there, super effective. Doesn't net them, it nets them their first loss, though, which is weird to say. I think just more so in the grand scheme of what this team needs, it's a lot more of that. A lot more coordination. We know they've got the firepower to bring home rounds and find success, but if they can back that up with this amount of, you know, great team play here, that's an exciting prospect for them.
No question. I think on the Fisher College side, what worked for them was just that bit of a change-up, bit of a risk taker there towards top mid, gets the opening frag, excuse me, and then is able to, I think it was Krapal, able to continue to capitalize and find more damage onto the Astram side. Now Astram's going to go back to that strat that worked previously, right, where they throw that deep smoke into connector, taking that mid control, and then potentially playing off the expectations of Fisher College that they're going to go B, and they don't. Oh,
Oh my
Krapal
gosh. Oh
comes
my
in on the
God.
flank with a knife onto Clax. Didn't even see that one coming, and neither did Clax. 5v4 in favor of Fisher College. That's a great way to make a statement.
Yeah, you almost got turned on right there. The first click wasn't a backstab,
Yeah.
and the quick spin almost came through here. But that information does open up a pretty hefty B-side stack here. They're well prepared on this defense. They just need Krapal to find a little bit of time buying measures. He's doing a good job of that. And an extra kill and make it a third. Krapal dominating on this A side is exactly what the doctor ordered here, but it could be nullified. 1v3 here. Kinsey started to make his strides on in. Couple of kills in the mix. 15 seconds left does not leave him with a lot of time, but Hume does give him a peek here. They're going to start to run away. I think they realize that the time is of essence here, so a smart move being made as a swing comes through. There's the extra kill. 4 kills out of this round here from Kinsley, but not going to be able to win it given the time restraints.
That's insane. That was a 1v5. And Kenzie brought it down to a 1v1. If there was more time, I think he could have won that round. I'm surprised to see Krapal even go for that swing and go for that peek because it didn't have to. Perhaps wary of the fact the op was there and was trying to deny that. That's the only situation I can consider it valid to try to go for that. But either way, the money isn't necessarily stabilized at all for Fisher College, so only having one player surviving means that if Astram wins one round here, they'll already be in trouble, even though there's only one round left in half after this, so that's something to consider too. Fisher
I think
College?
also feel the pressure of the fact that they were just wall banging him out of position right there. That's a huge pressure point as well. So I think swing or just die behind that wall. Two options. There's another man advantage here. Fisher College starting to build back and catching a player with the utility out. Nori's still looking to scale forward here. Here's the drop into sandwich, but don't know where Alex is. Krapal, yeah, he's gonna go uncleared. That's a freebie here offered up, but still the setup is so strong on this A side.
Do they even know that Alex is here?
I don't think so.
I don't think, yeah. Norway's getting naded. Yeah, he's dead. It didn't even take Alex. Just the nades took care of business there. Now it's all down to Grix. He's still got a minute left on the clock. The problem is he doesn't have the bomb. And I don't know how good I feel about his chances, even if he is very strong with that AWP. 1v4 with everyone watching the bomb and on this A site. Not going to be likely possible. I think he just wants to save here, Cole. That's just, honestly, Krapal awakening here in this series because he gets a couple of opening frags in the last 2 rounds, right?
Yeah, and they were obviously desperately missing those first kills. They had none of them heading up into that point. So finally being able to unleash some first picks and give their team some space here. You know, Wumbo as well with the op continuing to show what he's made of. Grix is doing a good job of saving his op there with that kill on the flank. Should provide enough security at this point in time.
All right, well, I mean, certainly something here. I think there's still going to be enough money for a full buy-up to come through for Astram, but Fisher College, you know, 3 in a row. Looking to make it 4. Maybe Astram getting a little complacent here in their first half because they looked like they were in full control. And finally, Fisher College, as soon as they start getting openers, they're winning rounds. We go into it. Final round of this first half. Incendiary going to get tossed for ramp immediately here. And Patsy just goes right through it off of the smoke that's thrown afterwards. Ooh. What a shot from Wumbo. You highlighted him in that previous round also being an important piece. And I do agree. Great shot. Another opening frag, and off of that, maybe we're going to see the round victory. Wumbo connects on to Patsy. Missed shot from Grix, but there are a couple of response here, and Grix does eventually connect onto Wumbo, and they over-aggress into mid-call. Too eager, too bloodthirsty. We're Fisher College, and we're down to a 2v2.
I mean, they delay that for a little while longer. Alex, as you can see, is on that flank activating, and he did end up finding a kill to equalize. Still making very quick moves as well. He's instantly dipped out instead of heading in through spawn, but that's a nasty tap right there from Nori. Rips Hume out of the server, puts it into a 1v2. Flank still coming through from Alex. Is going to be turned on though. Nori spins on a dime, ends up finishing it off for Astram right there. So good work being done. They'll be able to manufacture themselves a 9-3 half.
I mean, to be honest, Cole, that should have been around Fisher College the way it was trending, right? They got a couple of nice openers. Wombo was swinging around, and they just got too excited. I don't know what it was, but they're like, oh, let's take every fight towards mid. We got to win these. We got to go. And that absolutely cost them. And you see Norway, who's playing out of his mind right now. 4K there, 15 frags, taking care of business. Grix got in the mix for one, but it was really Norway that was flicking around towards mid, landing all his shots. As Astram do take that 9th. And it's a real shame for Fisher College. I mean, you're already down 8-3. You got a 3-round win streak. You got that same start, dream start, I would say, to the round, and you still lose it. You really have to be winning those rounds if you want to find success against Astram.
Yeah, especially as a team that's just started to gain some confidence to then be punished for that confidence after 3 rounds in a row of saying, hey, we're doing good work of continuing our aggression to fighting for mid control for all of that, and then kind of getting heat checked right there is going to send you back down to reality here pretty quickly. We'll see how they're able to manage against this CT side here. And I will say can be pretty dominant for Astram when they get the gears turning. Pistol round would be nice as well to get back into things here if that's possible.
Oh, Clax. What are you looking for, Clax? Pushing down ramp. Does he get the jump? I think he does. Oh, Refuser is expecting a flank, and Clax gets the freebie. 5v4 in favor of Astram. That's so much information that they've gained as well, realizing there's only one player there. Patsy catches off Alex, another razor sharp shot. Wombo in the mix at the very least, but Norway, after getting Gush, survives it and finds Krapau, making it a 4v2 in Astram's favor. Patsy could catch off another one, but good shot from Wombo again. He's trying to do it himself.
That's not a bad deal right there. Wombo keeping him in this thing with 2 kills here. Despite getting sidelined in a couple of those duels. Still possible. A lot of resistance to chew through right there. And some good information on the fact finding for Kinsey. Also sets up a bait for Klaxu. They should have a decent idea of where he's located, at least on this A side. Kinsey not even allowing them to start the conversation here with Klax now stepping through stairs. Astram going to complete the mission here on that second pistol, looking comfortable.
Alrighty. So no pistols yet for Fisher College. We'll have to see on the second map if they can change that, and we could get to that second map very, very soon. Only 3 rounds required for Astram to find our way towards Ancient. A map that they won 13-4 against Fisher College. It was Fisher College's pick in both this series and the previous one. I can't blame them because that is a weak spot for Astram in terms of Ancient. I think it's 8-10 over the last 3 months, but it's just that skill gap right now that we're seeing that becomes the biggest problem, and it doesn't really matter how good or bad, a team is on the map. It's just Fisher College can't really compete at that level. But it is their strongest, so we'll see if they can reverse their fortunes once they get to map number 2. And of course, reverse their fortunes here, although that will take a very Herculean effort.
I think they also heard the footsteps running through spawns. This readies up the A defense as they just try and jump forward here, set up the Deagle for some level of success. But not going to be given there. Patsy chasing down those kills there to close. Astram looking for a pretty hasty map here. Once again, up against the squad. 11-3 here before you get the first gun round coming through here for Fisher College in the second half. Big, as you said, big, caliber adjustment here. You're playing up against one of the better tier 2 squads right now for Fisher College, but you can maybe gain any confidence heading into that map of Ancient. That could be a good deal to try and get your head back in this thing.
Well, it's gonna have to happen here, though, right? They've got the rifles out. If it doesn't, they're gonna be on a weird force buy. Krapau, nothing. And that's really the key to success for Fisher College is Krapau at this point. Although I say that, Refuser and Alex popping off. Alex from Connector gets a double to give his team a brief man advantage, although he is traded. That space gained towards the B site throughout all that chaos. And Wombo domes Grix, so hold on a moment. Fisher College, despite looking like they were out of it, are brought back into the round thanks to Alex, and now Kenzie has to clutch out a 1v2 to to try and get that 12th for Astram. He's biding his time, waiting for his opportunity to strike out of market. Refuse is waiting at E-box. This is going to be the hardest test for Kenzie because his position is known. Does he even go for it? He probably has to. I mean, the money's there. You got to try. No? Okay, well, he decides not to go for it at all. And it will be Fischer College getting a 4th. Well done from Alex, though.
That's such a difficult job to have right there. And able to fight all over the place to calculate and recover that one in a big way. So I'm very impressed with that resurgence coming through. Fischer College bouncing back there. You know, as I said, a little bit limited in his success and consistency for Alex, but you know, again, that's what we watched in a lot of his NA games here, is that he can be a very dominant force. So finally showing up here in that round for Fischer College. Getting them back on track. And it started off in a pretty desperate situation as well. The B-side entries weren't coming through until Alex was able to find himself in the middle side, rather. Oh, good spam right there. Krapow. It's like a heat-seeking missile right now towards middle. And at least weakens the defense on this A side.
Yeah, they've got 4 players coming through towards A. 3 from Ramp, 1 from Palace. Oh, that's a huge spot for Kenzie. Yeah, he's going to get that freebie onto Alex. Wumbo coming around the corner. Can Wumbo hit the shots? No. Patsy drops him. They're walking into the crossfires of Fischer College, and the spacing's not good for trades. Krapau manages to get 1 back, but it's still a man disadvantage. And Patsy throws the smoke onto Krapau. Oh, my goodness, when things aren't going your way, and that happens, it can't feel great. Klax going to collect another one for himself as well, and it's only Refuser left in a 1v4 call.
It's just devastating right there. This
strays
just straight through the smoke from Catwalk to help bolster the defense on A. No let Refuser hang around here on the site for as long as possible. They have bomb in control. They're jiggling for information every once in a while to make sure that Refuser doesn't get in the spot that is uncovered. We got all their bases locked on up. If Refuser can sneak a bomb here, no, not quite. That's where Clack swings. Astram going to cover all their bases here, find themselves onto 12 very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, just for Fischer College going out for that hit, it looked a little disjointed. The spacing wasn't good. You see players kind of getting dropped by surprise. The smoke's utility also a little bit poor. And the result is a round loss, and one that didn't look that great. Unfortunate for them after having such a nice recovery for their 4th round victory to fall flat in this next one. Now it's going to be a Galil, an AK, and 3 pistols for Fischer College's hopes here on the map. Otherwise, we are quickly heading into Ancient. Spam going to come through here onto Refuser from Kenzie. He's trying to stay alive in the corner. Could be at risk here. Still gets 1. Not the second, but so much damage done. Pulls out the pistol to try and see if anyone charges his way. And in fact, Rix is going to get that frag onto Alex as Alex walks into the Molotov. It looks like it's over, Cole, as only Wumbo left, tailing off into the distance towards T-spawn. And he's gone.
Now, what a finish right there from Astram, being able to complete the mission. Things started off in a decent way there for the side of Fischer College towards the tail end of that first half, but then we see more of the same coming through for Astram, and that's remaining dominant in this head-to-head, just like they did, you know, not too long ago. So being able to complete the mission here once again and doing so in another 13-4, I think it was.
It was identical.
Yeah. So, I mean, it might just feel like more of the same here for Fischer College, which, you know, stinks for them given the fact that they're looking for the bounce back.
Yeah, it doesn't bode well heading into Ancient, although I already talked about it before, Cole. Ancient is a very good map for Fischer College, 13-6 over the last 3 months. We have to keep in mind there's an asterisk there that is up against Tier 3 NA competition, which isn't necessarily that much to build off of in terms of their confidence. In Europe, they have 1 win. It was convincing against Big Equipa, 13-1, but that's a Tier 3 European team, so I don't know. Again, it's hard to say if there's much for them to build off of, because outside of that, it's 4 losses over the last 5 on the map here at Fischer College. Maybe fortunes will change. We'll have to wait and see as we take a break before map number 2.
Always wonder what comes next. Eventually, everything must fade. Never thought I'd fall I'm happy like a child.
All right, we're ready to go here. Second map of the series, Astram versus Fisher College. Last time Astram were here, it unfortunately for Fisher College was not close. Ended up being a significantly one-sided affair at, I believe it was 13-4. Yeah, they had two 13-4 results in their previous series. They already have another one here, so technically 3 over the last 3 maps these two teams have played. And we go into the pistol round, which Fisher College have not gotten one yet. That's a great start. Onto onto Kenzie, I should say. And Griggs strikes back for 3. What a job by him over in Donut. Klax gets Kerpow. Hume the last one standing. It started so well for Fisher College. Things were looking good, and then Astram said nope. In particular, Griggs with the 4K.
What a wild
go
start.
on. Yeah.
Nicely done from Grix right there. Closing it out for Astram. It's not going to be... We haven't seen any force buys here from Fisher College without the bomb plant. We do have a Zeus, though, from Wumbo. What do you do with a T-side Zeus?
You pray.
Someone goes eco farming?
Yes, exactly.
Sit in the corner and wait for the eco hunt? Where's he at right now? I can't tell.
Probably towards ramp is my guess.
Yeah, it has to be. There he is. Let him get a little closer there, Wumbo.
He doesn't even use it. That's a huge letdown, Wumbo. What do you got the Zeus for if you're just going to pull up the Glock? Goodness me.
I was trying to sneak the bomb plant. No, thank you.
That was disappointing. You let us down over on Fisher College, Wumbo. But it's okay. We'll get another Zeus play, maybe, at some point. Or maybe not. 2-0 in favor of Astram. Third round of play. AKs are out for Fisher College. And unfortunately for them, with the guns or not, it didn't make much of a difference on map number 1. Yes, they had that 3-round win streak, but outside of that, it wasn't really much for them to talk about. And you see, you know, just in general, it feels like the mechanical advantage is firmly in Astram's favor, which is what you would expect, being one of the better Tier 2 teams in the circuit right now. Alex going to be joining up here with his teammates towards B, and slipping through the smoke is Patsy, and it's not in his favor. Norby does get the immediate trade. That's actually fortunate. Just the wall spam connecting. Oh, that nade, Norby. That's not great. He still gets one before he's dropped by Wumbo. Trades come through, and back and forth we continue to go here, Cole. After the dust settles, it is a 2v2. 2 players low here on Astram. The spam just misses. That was so close.
Such good control towards long right now, taken in towards the CT side coverage right now. That smoke down as well, so they're going to know the flank is coming up, or at least they should have a good idea. And oh, he misses out on the shot to back it up right there. Brutal stuff. Klax rips it away.
What a flash. You gotta be kidding me.
Oh my goodness. Absolutely destroyed. That is perfect coming through from Klax on the fly. And that's going to net Astram their 3rd round.
I mean, we talked about the util being strong for Astram, and they've already got that edge mechanically, but when the util is also striking effectively, it just feels like Fisher College are going to get completely overloaded. And what a flash to throw. Obviously, that position's been confirmed already. They know there's a player there from the spam that happened earlier on in the round, and they just throw that flash and just completely blind it. Beautiful stuff. Made a 2v2 look easy, honestly. It should have been more challenging for them to get back into that bomb site, but they do it, and Astram find themselves up there. The good news for Fisher College is they were competitive in the round. They got some good trades. They capitalized on a couple of mistakes made by Astram, or I should say one mistake where they were trying to get in a little too aggressively in towards lane. But outside of that, you know, doing a good job making their way towards that B side to find that bomb plant. Still, it doesn't yield them a buy up in this round. Patsy going to be over the smoke, boosted up. They get one, but take so much damage for it.
A lot dwindling off there. Nori going to keep it nice and safe, though. With his impact, Wumbo looking for another here. Only a single shot, though, on offer there. Before getting traded out. Things kept nice and contained here. Not so much over towards that B side. Only an op here ready to go. Griggs on the line, looking sharp. Needs to cover off all his bases, though. And Alex with a Tech 9 now, an AK in hand, swings Nori and absolutely deletes him. Patsy walking forward here. Alex going to reposition to try and cover off his bases. Ooh, might hear the rotate away.
Definitely heard that.
Been registered. Yeah, that's going to lead to more confident plant here. Although the Molly going to show that he is still on this B side here. To commit the bomb plant and play around this ramp side of things.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mind throwing it, right? Because he doesn't know how far Patsy's gotten or if that was just a fake rotation. So he decides to play it safe and throw the incendiary. But that will give Patsy a little bit of an edge going back into this site. And because Alex is so passive here, yeah, that smoke is just going to go right onto the bomb. It's going to leave Alex with a lot of things to think about, whether Patsy's on it or not. Now he sees him. So he's going to know that Patsy's at least trying to defuse the bomb or faking it. Time's ticking away. Patsy doesn't realize Alex already gotten past him. And the round is going to go Fischer College's way probably. Is there time? It's going to be tight. Down to the wire here on the defusal. And
oh my
just
God.
barely, with half a second left to spare, maybe not even, Astram get the round victory.
Goodness. What a finish right there. Just at the buzzer. Able to roll back up and find the closing kill. Stealing that round away there. Just the chance for Fischer College to get on the board here early. We saw what happened when they just got off to a very slow start in that last map. And golden opportunity to come up clutch there on a round that they just brought very little into. Ends up going awry. But at least, you know, what we said earlier was when they were up dominant in that start there, the money was so high we could see the one-sided nature of these rounds play out. But right now it is a little bit more back and forth. We are seeing some bomb plants and some kills connected here from the side of Fischer College, and that's what you have to lean on here in this matchup here, is that you can't have those kills, you can't back it up.
All right. Grix. Patsy gonna get that frag onto you. Patsy finds the follow-up on Wumbo, and that's the round in favor of Astram. Very clean in their favor, Cole.
Yeah, beautifully handled. We'll be able to knock down a fifth. With no signs of trouble in this round. Being able to consistently count things up. 5-0 here. A lot of excitement for this Astram squad as they look to, again, not only show up with the firepower here, but bring in that extra element right now. That utility looking phenomenal. Such a good sign for them. We'll see how things hold up here. Clax, as I said, is a rock on this anchoring roll. Finds himself a lockdown kill and stays alive. Get down the dodge there for this retake eventually to come through here. Patsy, though, not so fortunate. Smoke spammed out of the round here as the ops starting to shadow through this offense as well. Finally, the bomb being planted. 3v3 in order. Left duel ahead for this Opera of Grix, but he lets Wumbo walk right into his crosshair. The patience paying off in a big way. Now can set up his teammates there. Molly in the back of Big Box. Another connection from Grix. Flushes Alex out of the corner here. Trying to draw in the contact here. Spots it out. Confirms his positioning. Now just need the teammate to trade here, but it's not coming through. Another headshot out of Alex. And the chase down not there from Clax. He's looking to hunt this kill down, but time's running low again. And an attack. What? Breaks down Clax. Absolutely destroys him. And he gets his clutch back that he missed out on earlier.
I mean, you talked about Alex having those moments right in the past where it looks like he's the stud of a player, and we got one right there. Holy moly, what a one-tap at the end. Through the box to boot. We got to see that on replay. I hope we catch the majority of it. Yeah, we're going to get the second one even is pretty impressive. And Clax had his opportunities. Look at that shot. Oh my goodness. Fischer College get there first on the board. And the good news for Fischer College here on Ancient, I was going to say it, Cole, even if they lost that round, is they've been competitive. They're getting plant after plant. And, you know, you see the money right now. I was talking about it. When there's those big leads, sometimes the money's not great. But you know, it's when it's a big lead, I should say, the money's not great. That's how you know that those big leads don't necessarily mean as much, and it's been close, and that's the case here between these two squads, as Astram only had one buy-up in the bank. 4 guns still up for Fischer College. Even numbers.
Yeah, 4v4 here. Again, could put this one right on the line. Shadow spotted, though. It managed to connect the rifle first, and he knows someone's close range here. Calls it out to Klax, and he's prepared. Very well handled. Klax is able to offer up some control here, but not for too long, and now it's just distractions for Hume as the rest of his team comes rolling through. Maybe a little bit too hasty, but not a big concern there. So we'll be chased down and closed out on very comfortably.
Oh boy. That's a shame. Again, Fischer College. Like we saw a really great clutch round come through from them. I think it was Alex actually almost involved in a clutch round victory on Mirage, but they fell flat afterwards, and that's again the case here, right? Astram able to capitalize and isolate that round victory. So you got these bursts, these moments where you're like, oh, this is the Fischer College that can play, they can go up to those levels, but then they immediately go back to what we saw previously, which unfortunately is not much. Klax getting aggressive into A main. Wumbo gone. Oh, some big misses for Hume, and almost Alex misses as well. Klax did a lot of damage in his direction. That said, they have control onto the B side. Krapal doing work for his squad, trying to distract here. Unfortunately for them, again, they're losing bodies on both sides of the map. Hume and Refuser do manage to collect a couple of frags. Unfortunately, again, I feel like I'm saying that a lot for Fischer College. It is a 2v1 in favor of Astram. Bomb going to get planted at the very least.
Still very manageable. Hume is he going to play his cards right? That's a big question here. Nori could be an isolated duel ahead of him. Rick's going to take control of Donut, though. Oh no. Nori's just patient enough. The distraction coming through Donut. That's an easy pickup. Nicely handled right there. Nori was so patient and chasing down that final kill right there, and managed to complete it with ease there with the side turn, because you just have to take risk in those sort of situations, those sort of clutches.
Yeah, Norway continues to be strong here for this Astram side. Was their top frag on map number 1, up to 8 here on Ancient. Certainly, like Grix and Patsy are contributing. I think everyone is, for this Astram side. We talked about it before that Norway needs to be a piece that activates more frequently if they want to find consistent success at this tier 2 level. And to see him doing this today, Cole, is good news. The competition, not necessarily at the level that we need to see him do it against, but still, I think there's some positives to be drawn here as to Astram's potential. Molotov's going to sail in here towards the B site. Nades as well. And oh my goodness, Alex destroys Grix, who was getting naded down already. He just ends his misery, it seems. Look where Kenzie's gotten. Oh, they don't even clear Cubby. They have no idea. And the trigger discipline is phenomenal. Finally, he gets one. They're going to realize, but he still collects a second despite that after the smoke fades away. Krapal's doing work to get his team a couple of frags on back. That means the man advantage has been gained. Klax and Patsy need to link up, and they're going to try to from different angles, which could be beneficial if the first one comes through. That's a good trade from Krapal, honestly. 2v1. Klax does get the first, the second as well! Klax clutches the 1v2, and this time, he's going to get the 8th for Astram.
Oh no. Just brutal right there. Klax coming up with a clutch, just denying them a perfect setup, but they don't anticipate his flank. He finds all 3 in the retake. Astram just continue to rip away these rounds. Last map, it was a pretty dominant scoreline there where they were up 8-1, and it was back and forth. But there's been so many opportunities, so many chances for them to make things happen, make strides into this matchup, and it just hasn't come up their way at the end. Now that I feel like that's even more heartbreaking at that point.
It is. It feels like, it's tougher to lose the close ones repeatedly than it is to get blown out in some cases, right? And that's exactly what's happened at Fischer College here. Completely different circumstances, as you mentioned, to the way they're losing here, because they've had so many opportunities in the clutch to try and get rounds. They've only been able to pull off one of them. Already lost the first player here, and that Molotov completely misses the mark right into the smoke. Kenzie waiting on the edge of it for players to come through. No one's actually going to peek him as they're trying to go into that mid position and gain control of Red Room, which is being given to them by Astram, who are playing more towards the sites than mid. That's a huge gap here, and as a result, the B player, the Opper here, Grix, is going to have to be careful. And he realizes that no one's covering his flank.
They can handle it. Krapau does offer up a big pigtail. Bring some relief on in. But answered back. The call and response here coming through a little bit consistent. Trying to play around this smoke here. Flashbang to pop through it. Patsy now knows. Put on notice. And catches a side turn here, avoiding the crosshairs for so long. Patsy still manages to make a kill happen and so much damage to follow it up. Grick's able to slide in time. Some extra security, puts it into a 1v1. Another clutch potential here up against the low HP bar. Krapau gonna fly through Red Room here. The op is on the scene, but a smoke goes in. Oh my god, Krapau lands it through the smoke this time. Pulling the clutch home for his squad and bringing home a second round there. Much needed success here for this squad.
I mean, look at the money right now for Astram as well. It just goes to show you how close these rounds have been. They've got nothing really to work with, and I think they might force up. Yeah, I mean, only $1,900 loss bonus. They're just going to force up in the last couple of rounds here. That is a beautiful clutch from Krapau, as Fischer College rely on his 4K to get only their second, which is crazy to say, because they have honestly deserved a lot more rounds here in this map than they did on Mirage. There's no doubt in my mind. Batsy, I want to get an opener here in this force by already starting off well for Astram. They get a tag onto Hume. As Hume fades away, they throw the smoke to Fischer College because they don't want to deal with that donut position anymore. They want to try and gain space in towards B instead. Norway, looking at the smoke, expecting some aggression to come through eventually. He's on an island for now, but he does hear the reinforcements of Klax joining up with him. There's the smoke for ramp. That's a good smoke to throw. Great time for it. As Fischer College were just about to set up and push through. Klax and Norway, 5-7 and Deagle, hoping that that will be enough. Molotov sails in. That is a good molly, a good flash. Do they look for Norway this time? They do, but it's too late. Norway gets one, not the second. Great trade to come through. Klax can't get anything either, so it should be Fischer College with a comfortable plant. But I say that, Kensey's walking in with the CZ. He spotted a player. He knows there's one long B. Comes through onto the site, slips through for what is a freebie, and then tries to rotate around a long B.
No.
Does exactly that. And now a 1v2. How has this gone wrong for Fischer College? Krapau gonna have to clutch it once more. Gets the first 1v1, and Krapau does it again. What a seesaw ride of a round, Cole. But Fischer College do get a third.
Just back to back there. Rounds that were required for survival here for Fischer College. Looking to mount their way back into this matchup and show what they're made of here. Show that there's so much more. What they're bringing to the table in these head-to-heads here. And these clutches finally going their way. You just think what could have been here if they had it just a tad bit earlier. Not afforded that luxury here, but looking to get into the game late. And maybe looking to try and end it off here with a pretty fast play towards the A side. Gonna meet minimal resistance. Bomb already being stuck here. It's going to start the 5v5 post play. A lot of damage done as well through the smoke, so a huge advantage to try and cap it off with 4.
Bomb taken away here. Astram going to have to get a move on. Good flashbang toss, but unfortunately it does blind Refuser. He's okay. Nice shot from Klax. So Refuser's alone now, and he can't do anything. Klax with the 2K. Couple of guns on the ground for them to work with, and Patsy swings around from Donut like a demon to find the headshot onto Alex. It's all swinging the way of Astram. Wombo, last one standing. Position given away. A 1v3 clutch required, and he does it! He fends them off! Gets all the frags, and Fischer College win a 4th.
There's that clutch factor. It all came through right towards the tail end of this matchup. Finally rolls out here for this squad when they needed it the most here. When they thought that nothing could go their way in those late rounds. Able to manage to find recovery here in this matchup. And 4 rounds here established. Another 8-4 scoreline here that they want to try and rectify in the second half. Actually, it was 9-3 in the last go of things, but
It was, yeah.
4 rounds is what they've been stuck on. And the clutches that they brought to the table, with how cohesive and how successful they have started out rounds on this map, it makes me think that they have more to show us in the second half.
We will have to see. I mean, look, you talked about it already. Regardless of the fact that it is 1 round difference in terms of scoreline, it's very different how we got 9-3 over on Mirage versus the 8-4 here. Not a single round comfortable for Astram on Ancient. That is the most important thing for Fisher College to take away from this. Even though you're down, like you were alluding to, you were competitive in every single instance. And now let's see if they can bring it towards the CT side. I think Astram become maybe a little more lethal on the T side because they can be very aggressive and in your face with some of their takes and strategies. And we saw the util already ringing true on multiple occasions, but this time it's the util from Krapow supporting Wumbo, and they keep Astram firmly in place towards mid. Whoa, Grix, stop it. Stop it, Grix. He keeps having these crazy pistol rounds. 4v3 in favor of Astram, and now there's another one. He already had a 4K, I believe, in the first pistol. He's got 3 here.
Offered up some destruction here, now looking for the close. Astram ready to level up on the pistol. Can they bring home another challenging clutch here, this time in Refuser's hands? Trying to test the waters on towards this A side, but not giving any more duels here. The time on this clutch as well running out here while the flank is coming through is the icing on the cake for the security, and that's the flank that eventually comes through with the closing statement. Pistol success continues here for the side of Astram here as they continue to rip those away, when especially Fisher College want a pathway back into this game. Pistol rounds, how much do we lean on those to get back into game, build some confidence, and that's been dominated by this Astram squad.
Well, Force Spy is going to come through Fisher College. They know what's at risk here if they go down 10-4. Unfortunately, going for the Force Spy means if you lose this round, it'll probably be 11 very, very quickly. Unless they just decide to force up to the finish line, which would be very surprising. Patience here from Astram. Waiting for aggression to come through, and it looks like that'll pay off! Almost a frag there. Finally, no, it's actually Wumbo who gets the first onto Grix. Look at the damage that was done by Grix, though. 51 HP for Alex, 11 for Human, 33 for Wumbo. I mean, look, despite not getting a frag, you've put so many players on notice on the Fisher College side that it should be an easy cleanup for the remaining Astram players.
If that's the case. For a second, maybe they'd want to regress towards this cave side of things, but they've hit the pause button on that. Decided to keep things slow. Steady here at the moment. Trusting in a single player here in Alex to try and offer this up 50 HP with a 5-7 inside of cave. His teammates are getting more and more involved here. That's a good sign, but oh no, the timing just so brutal there. The flashes and the execution. They force the hand of Alex to turn away. Smoke spam through the wall though, denies the bomb plant. Can they do it again?
That's insane.
They do it again? Yes! What? Another kill. They can't plant. There's no way. 5 seconds left. He's got to stick it. Kills are starting to flow through the protection from Patsy. And just in time, they get the bomb down with the kills to back it up. What a great wall bang right there. He knew the lineups. He knew the angles. Nearly wins his team the round, but it doesn't happen.
I have never, ever seen 2 wall bangs in that situation happen before, Cole. That is wild from Krapow. We know he's practicing that multiple times and making sure that he has the exact lineup needed to deny the plant and be efficient in terms of the bullets used. That's wild to me. They almost won the round. In fact, they deserved to win that round off of those plays, but unfortunately, at least for Fisher College, Astram are able to put down the hammer. Can't see it, Norway. Taking care of business. Yep, this anti-eco goes exactly as expected. That's still unbelievable to me that he's able to get that damage done. Ay, ay, ay. 2 bomb plants denied, but it's still not enough.
Yeah, I mean, just again, like, sick effort being put
Yeah.
through there on like the study there and learning the lineup and exactly where you need to spam, catching 2 players, making the round possible at the very least. Which I want to say if that wasn't coming through.
There was 9 seconds left after he gets a second one, and they start to storm in, so you figure they've got it, but just Astram are a little sharper. It's the difference maker. Krapau's been so good. If anything out of this series, Cole, Krapau's impressed me, right? And I think he's a player that deserves a little more attention.
Absolutely. The force to be reckoned with here, but gonna need to do even more here. Wumbo with the op. You got those lineups again. Crowd looking for it, but this time a little bit more secure. That's a lot of damage done with the spam. As Klax tries to steady himself. Running through that smoke right now versus an op wouldn't be the worst idea. Waits for the flashbang. That's Wumbo prepared and deals with the aggression. Now just going to be Kinsey left in the back lines. Op avoided. Krapau walking up, but now it's just the op behind us. Smoke that's pretty fresh here. And it's going to fade away soon, but Wumbo has no kit. Does he have time bomb? Getting down to the wire, he doesn't have it. Yeah, he's trying to run away now. There's a kit on the way in, but it's just too late. He had to run all the way back into CT spawn to grab it. Just unfortunate positioning of that kit left, and it will still be Astram claiming their way onto map point here.
Yeah, I think he got that frag just a second too late. If he gets it a second earlier, then he has time for the 10-second defuse, but yeah. Surprised he didn't attempt it, but also at the same time not, because he wants the AWP. He doesn't want to risk losing such a big piece just for a unsure defusal, right? So he keeps the op in play, makes this buy up a little more potent, but backs against the wall. There's no easy way to put it. 12-4. In favor of Astram. They've got 8 opportunities to close this one out, and Fischer College have to win out just for OT. That is not the start they needed. What a flash from Norway. Patsy converts for 2. A 5v3 just like that. And it gets worse.
Oh, it's going to happen again. It's such a good showing here in some of these rounds. Such a great back and forth, but they just can't get past 4. It's that pesky number. And you gonna dive through right there, trying to make a desperate effort. I think he just got lost in the flashbangs, just so lost in the sauce there. And Wumbo gonna get hunted down now at this point. They haven't even planted the bomb yet. They're just looking to win this through elimination. Patsy gonna do just that with quite a quick close. Astram gonna sweep the series, cleaning this one up in 2.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate for Fischer College only getting those 4 rounds again, so that's 4 times in a row. They like the number 4, Cole. I think that's what it is. But up against Astram, they can seem to get more than that. And, I mean, I feel like, at least on this map, they deserved better fortunes in a lot of these cases. A lot of those rounds were coin flips, and it ended up going the way of Astram.
Absolutely. I mean, so impressed with the resilience that they showed, despite losing so many clutches in the early part, not really, picking up dust and feeling the frustration of that, but then finally being able to complete the clutches towards the end of the half there. Unfortunately, it doesn't lead to, any long-term success. But obviously, I'm with you. I think they deserved a little bit more than just 4 there. Maybe doesn't tell the full tale. First map, definitely, dominant showing from Astram. They had no troubles there. But second map, we did see the strength there. We saw some improvements. It's just there's still a lot of growing pains here for this Astram or for this Fischer College roster that they need to figure out here. And when they play up against some of the best tier 2 rosters in the scene right now, that's going to show up big time.
Well, they still got, a couple more chances, do Fischer College, to make up for this one. But still, I mean, Astram are the team we expected, and I think they're going to continue to be moving forward here in the Swiss stage. We'll see, if Grix continues to perform the way he is and he gets that support from the rest of his squad, I think we'll see an Astram squad that potentially could come through and lift the title, lift a championship here at CCT. Anyway, that's going to wrap up this one. We're going to take a little bit of an extended break here, guys, probably around almost an hour. I want to say 50 minutes before we get back to the action for our next match. Keep it locked here on CCT. right, we're back for the final game of the first day of the Swiss stage here in CCT Europe Series number 3 in Season 3, Cole. And we've got an interesting one coming up, I would say, between Dynamo ECLOT and AMKAL. And AMKAL actually did a good job making it through the play-in stage. They won all 3 of their BO3s pretty cleanly, especially the last one against the Copenhagen Wolves. So I'm curious to see what they're going to bring to the table here. I think it's overall fairly even.
Yeah. I mean, I think you do see some opportunities here for sure for both these squads. My interest here is, again, ECLOT have undergone
roster changes,
some construction, right? They're looking to build back. I mean, I did cast this team like maybe just a couple of weeks ago, to be honest with you, and
yes,
it was a very different look in this roster and what they're bringing to the table. So, obviously looking to build back here with the core of Forzi, Dieter, and MBQQ. A trio that I think could do a lot of damage, but then bringing in a player like Kriaz, and then of course, I believe that's Spardius or something along those lines there. And,
Spardos, I guess. I don't know.
Spardos, yeah. I haven't seen a lot of what he brings to the table here in the tier 2 scene. I have seen Kriaz quite a bit though in the past, with a bunch of different rosters. I think watching him for the most part way back in the day with the old Finest roster that used to play out. So he has a little bit of experience that is actually pretty high level in the tier 2 space. I haven't seen him in a little while, so it's good to have him back, especially with a team full of proven pieces. I really like what Forzi brings to the table at all times. I think he always is very good in the decision-making tree here. I think he's a smart player who has only dipped a little bit deeper into the tier 2 realm because really, I would just say Oscar. I think in theory, he should have never really left Sinners, to be honest with you, in terms of his caliber of play. But when Oscar joins back, he does have to take a step on back there. And I think he has a lot of potential. I think he could do some serious damage in the server. And when he plays in tier 2, he typically dominates.
Well, we'll have to see if that continues here up against an AMKAL squad that isn't looking too shabby. Let's switch gears and talk about them. As already mentioned, they made it through the play-in. They beat Chemistry, Novak for the 2-0 in the group stage, and then Copenhagen Wolves to qualify. The Copenhagen Wolves match was, unfortunately for Copenhagen Wolves, not even close, even though I thought it was close, I should say. On Ancient, it was 13-11, but then Inferno was a blowout, 13-6. So I thought Copenhagen Wolves would have what it takes, but AMKAL just a little bit too strong. And I do have to mention that AMKAL did get 13-0'd up against Novak on Dust 2. So they're not an infallible team, certainly, but they've made some waves for themselves as of late. And if you look at the numbers purely, S-Fade 8 is the one sitting at the top. Not S-Fade 8. AW is the one sitting at the top with a 1.14 rating and a 1.17 KD. And then the way I wanted to talk about S-Fade 8 was actually in opening frags. He has been very critical for them, taking 31.3% of the duels with a 44.6% success rate and a 1.08 rating. So I'd say those two players are certainly ones to watch. How about you, Cole?
I'm most familiar with S-Fade 8 there and what he brings in the past with some of his previous rosters. I watched a lot of him on DMS in the past, and I'm right there with you. I think his opening duels that he takes here, it has the potential to take over games and take over the server. So hoping to see him bring that to the table would be really exciting to see if he can bring that energy in with this AMKAL roster. Because, I mean, to be honest with you, I haven't seen AMKAL in the tier 2 space in quite some time. It's really welcoming to see them make it through the closed qualifier there successfully and be able to enter into the conversation back into obviously a much different look than when they were playing last year, but bringing in some new talent and still being able to remain relevant.
Absolutely. And I mean, like, looking towards one of the more important, well, I don't want to say one of the more important pieces, but an important piece is always your Opper, right? And Tommy's actually not at the top of the scoreboard for the squad. There's more at the middle road at 1.01 rating. So it's more an AMKAL squad that's built around the rifling rather than the opping, which is what we saw in early CS2, right? It was usually the riflers that were sitting at the top. Now that started to shift, I think largely due to the fact that the map pool has also changed with Train coming in. The oppings become a lot more critical, but as you guys can see, a lot of teams don't want to play Train, so the oppers don't necessarily get to play on those maps that they might enjoy. Nuke and Train, actually two maps where ops would be really useful, are gone immediately, and then we're going to have Inferno, Ancient, and Mirage. What do you think about this, Cole?
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense here that we see AMKAL pick into Inferno out of the gates. You know that means you're starting off in your T side. You know that means that you're going to probably just have a little less impact out of your AWP for one whole half of the game. You know, typically, I mean, sometimes oppers don't even op on the T side of Inferno in the modern days. So not all that surprising to see that come through from AMKAL, hoping to see them be able to construct some success in that department, as well as you know, it was a part of the reason why they were able to qualify to the Swiss stage. Two very one-sided wins so far in this event on that map in particular. So you're hoping to lean on that success here once again as you enter into the Swiss stage and build upon that here. As for ECLOT, I mean, this team and this organization has always been a roster that has grinded out tier 2. That's been their consistency right now. I think that's one of their biggest strong suits. And while they are dealing with roster changes, I think playing as many officials as soon as possible is kind of a good way to dip your feet back into building up unity. So trusting in the setup here and trying to plug in new pieces on a map like Ancient, it can be challenging, to be honest with you, but they're playing to their strengths. They're playing to their strong suits, and I understand it from that department.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the depth in terms of map pool for both of these squads, honestly, it's very much in favor of Dynamo ECLOT. Even with the changes in their roster, like you were talking about, Cole, you still got the core, you still got the 3 players, you know, and the IGL are going to be the same. So the map pool depth does not change versus AMKAL, who only have really, let's say, 3 maps. I think that's stretching it. It's really Dust 2 and Inferno that are their strong suits, and after that it kind of falls away, which is why, because I mean, I'm looking at it and saying, well, you know, Inferno is actually pretty good for ECLOT. They're 15 and 12, but that's just they get a lot of reps on most of the maps, and I would say for ECLOT they're probably comfortable pretty much anywhere, versus AMKAL, who it's a lot less so. I think Mirage will be interesting if we get there, which is very possible, because I still feel like this is going to be a close series overall, mostly because of the changes to the roster for Dynamo ECLOT. I think that's going to be an adjustment, like you mentioned, in particular on Ancient, but I still would lean Dynamo ECLOT in terms of taking this, just because they've got that experience, they've got that, you know, that grind set going on all the time, and they're ready to go at the tier 2 level and trying to elevate themselves with the roster changes they're making. Anyway, I'm blabbing on. Let's see what the head-to-head is between these two squads.
Yeah. I mean, imagine it will be 4Z on their end for sure, and that's what we get, the proven product out of ECLOT here versus AW. And again, you know, interested to see what he brings to the table here as a you know, bit of a younger individual here that's still looking to prove himself with this AMKAL team. I think he can harness in a lot of that success for this roster. I mean, obviously, as a player that is a little bit, I would say, maybe more passive in terms of his approach right now. I'm kind of expecting him to be middle of the pack player, maybe on the extremities in some cases. Sometimes it can be hard when you're not able to get the legwork in. So I think his impact is going to have to combine with a player like S-Fade. But when both of those players are hitting their stride, I think this team could be deadly.
Absolutely. Yeah. As AW is the second, third man in, you need your entry to do damage or open up opportunities for you. And I think that obviously did happen during the play-in. Things are going to get more challenging now that we're at the Swiss stage, but we'll have to wait and see once we get into the server if that will be the case. I think everyone's getting ready. We'll see if we're going to jump into the action soon here, guys. We'll let you know. But I mean, before we get there, you know, you talked about the match from these two players, and I feel like it's definitely another matchup I want to keep an eye on. Is not necessarily 4C AW, but it's 4C up against Tommy, because the op will come out. It won't necessarily be there as much on Inferno, but Ancient for sure. And I feel like in that engagement, 4C wins it very often. Maybe even like a 70 to 80% advantage in terms of his opping up against Tommy. So I think that's going to be critical here for Dynamo ECLOT's chances at success.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I expect that that op head-to-head there is going to be important to shut down a player of 4G's caliber there. I'm really hoping that we can see something good out of AMKAL, maybe to just capitalize on the fact that this is a bit of an adjustment period. I think that's a huge chance to roll out a little bit of success here. This is the perfect opportunity for AMKAL to kind of get on the right foot here.
Absolutely. Well, we do have a bit of a break coming in, though, guys. We'll see if AMKAL can get off on that right foot, or if Dynamo ECLOT can adapt to their roster changes quickly after this break. All right, we're into the action here. Inferno, map number 1 between AMKAL and Dynamo ECLOT. Dynamo ECLOT with a couple of roster changes. Kriaz and Spardos coming into the roster. Still have that core of Daitor, 4Z, and NBQQ available. And ready to go on AMKAL. Well, they still got their 5. Moving forward, we already highlighted AW and S-Fade 8 needing to be important pieces for this roster for them to find success against an ECLOT that, you know, I mean, I think they're the most vulnerable they've ever been over the last 3 months, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously a team that's consistently good and hardworking in the Tier 2 space, so you're hoping that that'll lead to a good plug-and-play system where everything's prepared for, but that sometimes isn't the case here, though. So far, some of that old core still kicking, looking sharp here as can be. MBQQ gets swung, though. S-Fade able to pull it back into a 4v4 before they start to fight for some control to be gained in recovery. Whereas I think they could, yeah, just make a decision to try and rock in towards that B site where it's weakened up here, vulnerable, and essentially hand it over to this T side. Not a bad decision on the fly here for the side of AMKAL.
Yeah, they managed to get that space in towards the site. 4v4, only one piece of util left on the server right now. It's in Kriaz's hands. Flashbang likely going to be used shortly here to try and open up a little bit of an opportunity for Dynamo ECLOT to get the retake. Tommy not blind at all. In fact, that flashbang was worse for Spartas than anything else, but he actually managed to get the frag and Daitor as well. 4v2, but look at the HP bars. They are ripe for the picking. It's all down to AW, but very clutchable for him. Only a couple of bullets will lead to victory, but he can't find the connections. It doesn't matter anyway, though, because he delays them long enough for the bomb to explode and take everyone's life in the end on the server except for Daitor.
Just enough being bought right there. On the time buying measure, staying alive for so long. In the back of a new box, and that'll provide them an excellent opening round here. Though, they will be able to save here that armor and then buy an A1S because of it with the 4 kills that Daitor manufactures there. He'll be able to bring in a great bit of firepower coming into this round, so it's not completely over the hill just yet. We've got Mac Tins in store here, and the fact that Dieter doesn't have head Kevlar could be a bit of a problem, but for the most part, I like the idea that ECLOT are going for here, trying to set the tone early and apply that pressure.
Yeah, I'm very much a proponent of going for those 4 spies in the second rounds and not ecoing as much in MR12, because oftentimes we're seeing these 4 spy rounds end up in favor of the team forcing up. So I think ECLOT making the right choice, trying to go for things early and spin things back in their favor. Just hear a bit of typing. We got a technical pause coming through, guys. So we're waiting to get all of these things sorted. Well, we can talk about the major, I guess, since we got a bit of a chance. Heroic lost.
No.
Yeah,
my pick'ems.
Dude, my pick'ems were dead like 3 days ago. So the fact that you were still in it is pretty impressive.
I think I was able to make it through because I had a lot of faith in Pain. I mean, now I'm max at 4 if Bait win, but I had a lot of faith in Pain, and I had a lot of faith in Furia after watching them in Dallas. Well, not Pain, but Furia in Dallas and Astana before that. So I put a couple of those flyers out there. I thought Heroic would make it through. I was hoping they would, so that I could find my way in to a sneaky 5th. The issue is I didn't make it through stage 1, so
yeah,
I was already out of the Diamond Coin conversation. It would have been so cool, though, if I was able to make it through stage 1 and stage 2. Like, that would be crazy. I think I'd be like one of the very few that were able to survive.
Already like sub 1% probably at this point that made it through.
I mean, I don't know anyone that is still kicking in either stage.
No one in the scene anyway. Like, maybe there's some people out there, some fans that somehow believed in random teams or just use some random number generator to get them.
Fan.
Yeah, the biggest.
Or the biggest Legacy fan.
Yeah. I don't know what I'm going to do for the next stage. I think I might just put like teams up on a dartboard
button.
Yeah.
There's a random button on the thing.
Yeah. The
dartboard does sound more fun though.
Yeah, exactly. Just got to put the team logos on the dartboard, throw darts in it, and be like, okay, this one. You know, pick my 3 O's first, and then I'll go after that. Do the 03s.
I can have Lasso Yeah, have you seen those videos of the dog like kicking a ball down the stairs?
Yes.
And then
I
what?
saw it
I can have
for the
Lasso
hockey
try that.
playoffs. Yeah.
Maybe that'll
You
help.
could. Yes, I would say go for that. Record it. Some good content. It's been wild. But a lot of teams that compete here in CCT qualifying on for stage 3, which is pretty crazy. I mean, Namiga is one of them. Maybe Bait, going to be a second one, Cole. So, you know, teams that have been grinding it out at the tier 2 level are finding success at the major.
Yeah, it's impressive stuff. I mean, again, there's been some shocks as well.
Yeah.
I don't know. We just watched back the Falcons round, the Falcons incident, where they had the game in the palm of their hands. That
Oh
one's,
my God. On
that
this
one's
map.
gonna be a tough pill to swallow. Yeah, on this map, I feel like, I mean,
Oh boy. Yeah.
I don't know if that deserves a graffiti, like a caution tape or something for like banana thing, you know, something along those lines. But that one was
Maybe.
rough.
It's hard to single out any particular player as to what went wrong on that, but I have to say, I don't want to be mean, but I have to say, like, Tess's swinging there from half wall was the problem, because if he doesn't swing and just waits, you have a setup, you have a beautiful setup, you have the op waiting there, you have the rifle. He can't get both of you when he comes around the corner, you know?
It's just so
he
rough,
can't.
man. It's so
He
rough.
can, but it's so unlikely. Yeah, it's so
And
unlikely
everyone
that he
else's
gets it.
position is so bad if they lose banana.
Yeah, because
Of
they were
course.
relying on banana control. So then they lose it and everyone's panicking, and that's just unbelievable. And like the possibility now of MLB are upsetting FaZe too. Can you imagine? Like,
Yeah,
if that
our
happened?
gift for Falcons even winning that would have been Falcons v
Yes.
FaZe in this matchup to eliminate one and promote the other. Which I feel like we might have missed out on that one, unfortunately. But
You know
either
what-
way, we were gonna say goodbye to a big team.
Exactly. And there were so many different scenarios where Falcons would have faced off against FaZe, by the way. Like, it was very likely that they would head off against each other if they performed well, and they didn't. So, you know, I mean, FaZe did, but Falcons were just absolutely struggling throughout the entirety of the major. I'm not sure what this delay is right now, guys, but we might be taking a break in just a little bit. But yeah, you wanted to finish your thought there, Cole.
I forget what it was, to be
Okay,
honest.
doesn't
with
matter.
you.
All right, we'll take a break, guys. When we come back, we'll have some more action here on Inferno between AMKAL and Dynamo ECLOT. All right, we're back. The delay is done. We've got everything sorted. And we're on to round number 2 after AMKAL's pistol round victory, which, reminder, looked pretty good. I mean, they got a nice take at the B site. Diamond ECLOT tried to get that retake. We're close, but the HP bars and the inability to find that last player at New Box cost them. See if they can recover here. A lot of damage taken by Spardaus in the opening moments after stepping through into that Molotov, and another one fills the void that the previous one left. AMKAL once more leaning towards B in the early moments, but that is just to make some noise. They just want to keep the attention of Dynamo ECLOT in that direction. The final hit will go A, more than likely.
Yeah, they're grouping up here. That's more follow-up smokes to try and keep attention turned towards this B side. We'll see how this hold sets up, though, because there's a lot of resistance here. And this is going to require AMKAL to throw some good utility to try and flush them out of position to break apart this setup. We'll see what they're able to bring to the table. There's the fight going in here. The A1S spray a little bit rampant. And it doesn't quite collect as much as they had hoped here. MBQ in apartments, though, can still surprise. There's a couple low HP bars that he can work through. But he's all alone. Needs to find a multi here and try and buy time. He has a team multi as well. I think that landed inside the smoke, and he gets flanked by Tommy. Nicely handled right there, as they have the late protocols to cover all their bases. Get the bomb planted on that A side, which we know creates difficulties here, especially with lacking weaponry.
And utility, right? I mean, only the flashbang available for Kriaz. They might even fade off because this was a force buy, don't forget, and saving these guns is kind of important. Maybe hoping to get some exits, upgrade to a Galil off the MP9 and the MAC-10. Tommy will likely head in this direction, but I think Spardos doesn't want to be this close to the site. My guess is he's going to try and fade off afterwards. We'll see. Still hanging around Boiler. You hear the footsteps. Spardos definitely heard that, but at the same time, could have just been Kalas trying to bait out a peek as he heads in the other direction anyway, and no further casualties will come through, so Dynamo ECLOT will save those 2 SMGs, and on the other side, AMKAL off to a nice start.
Yeah, I mean, they do have some good protocols there. I would just say, most importantly, a very confident swing in towards that bracket side without hesitation. You know, when they call that play here, everyone going forward and taking fights. So good moves overall from AMKAL to get past that force buy, especially getting past that A1S that was dropped to the floor. Well, actually able to recover that. Now we'll get kind of a second buy with the MAC-10 and MP9 at the very least. I like that they're grouped up on the same area. HE goes in, and HEs go out into the CT side as well, but there's a firing squad of Ts waiting for them to aggress here. Flashbang, good with the lineup here, an HE combo.
Man.
There's that combo that we talked about right there with the utility backup to secure success, and Kriaz spotted out on B, now knows that the A side is open.
Just the nades coming through. S-Fade 8 doing the work, finding that while AW gets one with the MAC-10. Just the anti-eco, but still effective and clean. You know, they keep all 5 players standing. AMKAL get the 3-0 lead. Now they'll have to face off against the guns of Dynamo ECLOT. This is one of the engagements I was talking about in the pregame, is Forzy having the AWP. Tommy probably won't have the op on most of T side, but still, the impact that Forzy can have is pretty substantial. So we'll see if that rings true here on Inferno. 4th round underway.
This is what I like, the CT side for spies in general is just now you have an op out for the first gun round. Even if things do go wrong in your 4 spies that can usually provide damage.
Right.
It is always nice to have that AWP here. Look at the speed though. Molly to slow them down. BQ doing a good job of keeping them somewhat contained here, but I mean, can't really hold on to brackets outside of the confines of that smoke, which gives them a lack of information as to where these players are. As you can see, one of those B players actually has to stick around and hold off against that arch side. Now that they finally recover that space, you can start to recover back towards B, but this is already speeding up now.
This is a really good recall. I mean, coming in here for AMKAL, they get an idea of where Dynamo ECLOT are headed, and they've got the B side pretty much to themselves. Yes, there is a player hanging around here in Spardaus, but he gets pushed off. Now they've got all 5 left standing. A little bit of damage taken through the smoke, but they are in a prime spot to get a 4-0 lead. Dynamo ECLOT, they've still got one player over on the A side who's going to have to rotate in to try and support this take. There's a big problem for Dynamo ECLOT as well. They don't have any util aside from a flash and a smoke. They might pull the plug.
I wouldn't blame them here. I mean, I know it's a 5v5, but yeah, there's just no strides into this retake here whatsoever.
No shame in that.
They're trying to fight back to secure their saves. AWP sticks around. There you go. Forzy gonna at least get his op a little bit warmed up. We almost had a unicorn round on a gun round, which would be kind of surprising. But as you said, I think most of all, some very good reads and manipulation of that defense from AMKAL right there. You see how they deny information from MBQ, making them think that there's a lot more presence there with that smoke and arch and library. It just nullifies MBQ's position and also gets one of those B rotates away from the bomb site, forces them in towards a more passive setup. They speed it up towards B, and I mean that's just a really well drawn up round right there from AMKAL.
No question. Yeah, and I mean, even towards the end, Dynamo ECLOT, the positions they were in, 3 players trying to rotate back towards the site, lack of utility, they make the right call. It's a difficult one to decide upon as well, because you've got all 5 players left standing, you've got that chance to go for it, but they say, look, even though it looks like a possibility, it really is more favorable to the opposing squad. So they go back into this round, still have their guns, trade early on in this round towards top banana, and this time AMKAL, having faced resistance at B, will probably poke and prod and see what they can find towards this A site, especially bracket. Crossfire could be effective for Forzy and NBQ. It is neutralized with that smoke thrown, so now NBQ isolated should they swing around this corner with good spacing. Whoa, oh. Stinix playing with fire.
Yeah, can't stick around in that position for too long there. I mean, at least able to establish a foothold somewhat, but this time around, AMKAL not quite in a position to pounce on any sort of vulnerabilities just yet. Still struggling to fight for that first phase of brackets. And MBQ, I think, realizing that maybe last round there was a little bit too much space granted over to this T side, they're going to make sure to contain that space here, but it leaves Dieter in a tough task here. Great flashes to get inside the pit at the very least. Spacing out of apartments looking a little bit challenging here for the squad, and MBQ then able to strike forward. This crossfire ends up being super effective, and that op is still holding the flank, so never really a chance to activate here for Tommy, who was throwing the util. We'll have to watch this round kind of fizzle out here at this point as ECLOT bring in a great defense from the duo.
Yeah, fantastic work there, shutting down that attempt to take towards lane, and you get the bomb as well. I should say the apartments, right, where they're trying to stop them from jumping down. And it is Tommy with the op on T side, unable to do anything except save it forward into this next round. At least keeping that big piece up and running, and the rest of his squad will still have enough money to buy it because of how clean a lot of those first 4 round victories were. But Dynamo ECLOT, I mean, the proof is in the pudding, right? We talked about the save and the 5v5 being difficult to call, but look what you get in the next round. Everyone has full body armor and guns. Sure, you need to replenish the utility, but outside of that, they get off to a good start. They only lose 1 player in the round, and they build up their economy effectively. I really think it's easy to criticize a team and say, oh, you should have had more done. You can't lose a site without losing a body, right? Or without taking an engagement. But sometimes it works out for you, and calling that save works out for them in that situation. Sparthouse is going to get the headshot onto S-Fade 8. Another good start here for Dynamo ECLOT, although it cost them a lot of health.
Yeah, I mean, advantage that you'll definitely be happy with here, putting it into a 4v5 to fight for Banana, but you can't keep that space, you can't keep that control. Korea's, I mean, he was essentially voided off from his teammates. You could kind of see that Forzy was interested in pushing past that smoke, but with an op, feels like certain death. So Korea's left on an island towards sandbags. He gets shut down, and that forces their hand. Still a strong defense on this B side. They probably won't expect to be still dealing with 2 here. We'll see if that commitment remains. The side of AMKAL to take charge into the site. Waiting for the execute for those smokes to line up here. We'll see how the utility bounces into the site as well here. How good the utility is. Keep the coverage. Baits out of Molly here. That's Last little bit of defensive utility they have here now just has to be the shots. Shaking it up already with the molly in the back of the site. Forces Spartus out of the server here, but Forsey opping, doing a great job of fighting for his life, fighting for security of this site. Eventually toppled over, but that's some buys time for the flank. Dieter quick on the scene, puts it into a 1v2. And AW has not been able to reposition into a fantastic spot. Still doable. Dieter taking charge here while the other player's still a little bit slow to activate on the flank here. MBQ left behind his teammate HE, not quite doing damage either. He thinks he's new box. That's not the case. Sliding out though of second oranges.
Wow.
MBQ able to adjust in time with time to defuse as well.
That gets so very close on the tail end, but I want to talk about Forsey, right? Staying alive in the situation, so dynamic with that op on the move. I mean, you see the comfort level he has with not necessarily holding in one spot and moving around, trying to get those shots off, gets a couple for himself. And because he's able to dodge some bullets, gets a couple of frags in his favor, he leaves time for that flank to come through and materialize, meaning that once AMKAL thinks they're safe, they think they fended off enough to get that bomb planted, they do, but as soon as it hits the dirt, there's a swing around the corner to get an isolation and a fight, making it very difficult to hold onto that site with only one player remaining standing. Great effort by AMKAL, but AMKAL a little bit better, and right here a lot better in the opening moments. Spardow's getting a couple. The new addition, so far, not looking too shabby. 5v3 in favor of ECLOT.
That is a dream star right there. And the setup for banana fights has been looking good in the last couple of rounds here. Even with the new addition, you know, the setup there for the B-side fights, it's been phenomenal for ECLOT on these gun rounds. When they have their full belt of utility, they dominate in the control, but Forsey destroyed there. Kalash was ready for that swing here, now ready to dodge that utility as well and send it back straight into the pit. Multiple HEs dunking him down, as well as the molly that lands here. Again, the flank is coming through here, and MBQ trying to buy time eventually gets caught with that headshot, but they're still yet to be in comfortable positions in this post, and that allows for Spartus to take charge. A 1v2 for Tommy. One walking through the smoke. Kriez, oh, he misses out on the timing. Tommy sneaks his way into the smoke here. When they don't spot anything on the site proper now, they should have a decent idea as to where he's located. Now, you can see Kriez instantly cues in to where Tommy's reposition was, and smart awareness right there. Good communication coming through in that 2v1.
Yeah, fantastic, honestly. And Spardaus with the 3K. I mean, opened it up with 2 and thought they'd have an easier time in the round, but thanks to the efforts of Kalash, it wasn't easy at all. What a shot. A ripper of a shot coming around that corner from lane to get the opener onto Forsey. And then afterwards, they just dump that util, a couple of nades into pit to find the follow-up and clear up the site. A fantastic response and good aggressiveness coming from Spardaus to get in on a flank for himself and have more impact. But AMKAL, I mean, both these teams are going toe-to-toe, even though it's been 3 in a row for Dynamo ECLOT. Very fun counter-strike between these two squads. Oh, Spardaus, speaking of fun, he's getting right into the mix. This is going to get spicy for him. Where has he ended up? Is he still right behind him? Yeah, I think he might be.
Yeah, he's part of the pack. He thinks he's part of the team right now. We'll see what he can find here as the smoke fades away. It's 2 kills on the flight. They can't believe their eyes, man.
Yeah.
They're taking strides into B, and then that's what happens right there. When that smoke fades away and you're holding utility out and it takes 2 teammates down, Spartus doing it again. Keeping control of Banana, giving his team these big advantages.
That's wild. It's truly wild how far down Banana he gets, and then he's able to have impact, stay overlook it. I mean, how could you possibly expect that? Kriya's waiting new box should be able to strike here. What? What is that?
What?
What is that for?
Was that a collat?
That was, I don't know, but he just shot through the
Yeah,
smoke.
he got Kalash as well, look.
That's insane. What? A no-scope through the box, through the smoke, collat. Almost both players die. What did we just see? I wish we'd get a replay of that from the first-person perspective, because I don't think he saw a thing. I think that was just a shot in the dark.
Oh my god. Wow. The bullish track. I saw his HP go down. I thought maybe he underhanded an HE, but I think he just threw some util there. I don't know what just happened right there. That's ridiculous though from 4Z. And it just makes the round so comfortable off the back of the setup.
Whew. That's just a
Tell you what,
heat-seeking
this is an
bullet.
exciting game to open up here for the Swiss stage here. I mean, both these teams trading back and forth here, but both teams looking really strong and informed despite the new nature of ECLOT here, despite AMKAL, who had to build their way up through the closed qualifier. I think both these rosters looking fiery in this matchup.
Pretty much what we expected, I would say, coming into it, just because of the changes to ECLOT. If the ECLOT still had their previous roster, I might be more inclined to say they'd be more comfortable here, but that roster was stagnating when it came to the tougher matches, so they felt like they had to make changes, and I don't really blame them.
Yeah, and I mean,
Already,
look at what Spartus does for this roster
Exactly,
here early on. I
exactly.
mean, you can see that they clearly vision their setup around this player. So, you know, credit where it's due here. They made these adjustments and they're using them effectively here so far. This round, they're trusting that he can defend this B site on an island. Does have a teammate actually rotating in, but he just walks through the smoke here, playing like he has nothing to lose here on this squad. And this time, Forzy not going to allow himself to get pre-fired, destroyed out of apartments. So there's a good time, and Kalash does it again. He manages to catch the opper this time by surprise. The flank rolls on out. They're always on the move here for this defense, and it puts it into a 1v3 now. AW bested as you can't reposition, and the quick rotates and the fast movements from ECLOT are keeping them very comfortable in these late rounds.
It's surprising to see Kalash having so much impact in opening duels, right? I mean, this time maybe not an opening duel, but previously it was when he got that frag up against Forzy. Even because you look at his rating, it's 0.95. He only takes, well, not only, but he's third on the squad with 17.6% attempts and 49% success rate, which is far behind AW and Tommy, who have 50+% success rates. But he's doing a great job. Like, I got to give him credit, at least keeping his team in the conversation round after round. One thing we can't forget about, though, is despite the closeness of these rounds, Dynamite ECLOT are on a 5-round win streak, and they've been able to rebuff AMKAL pretty consistently. AMKAL looking to gain that space up and in. A good flashbang toss, but there are the nades! The mortar strikes onto AW. S-Fade 8 down to 39 HP as well. Oh, and he takes a step forward at a perfect moment, because if he didn't, he would have found himself 6 feet under as well. Still a lot of time left on the clock here, but man, that util damage has been quite significant for ECLOT.
I mean, util damage, just the utility alone to fight for banana control, flashes and smokes that they've been able to utilize. All of it remains super effective here, and that only single gun round loss that they've taken, they've been able to land some phenomenal adjustments to make sure that that doesn't happen again with the utility to back it up. Bit awkward in this setup though. Smoke push for S-Fade. Oh, one of the beautiful timing. That's going to capture the opera, and inside the smoke.
That's the bomb.
Drop. MBQ lost a little bit here, but he's created so much chaos in this T side. S-Fade taking charge into arches. He tries his luck into fighting further here, but he falls, and again, their bomb is still dropped inside of the arch. The man disadvantage here. Flash initiating up the bracket side, back turned. Didn't know where Dieter was. Bomb finally recovered, but with 20 seconds left on the clock, I don't know if he has time to run to B. Certainly doesn't have it anymore. He's going to have to run it down in towards this A side. Dieter's still on cold box right now. Tommy has a good chance to find a pre-fire, but it stays elusive. Dieter never dying on this A side.
Yeah, that was a bit chaotic, honestly. It was great for them to find the opener. Like, they caught the opera, they caught Forzy with utility in his hands, and they were easily fragging him, but they overlooked the cubby. And the worst part about it was that it was the bomb. Like, you don't even have to have someone really watching necessarily for ECLOT in that situation, because of the fact, once all the frags come through, that is, because of the fact that it's so entrenched there over in cubby. AMKAL have to really fight forward and take their time as they go in to try and recover the bomb, and they're unable to really do that quickly enough. They lose the bodies in the process, and ECLOT continue their round win streak, 6 in a row on their side. Finally, AMKAL without a bomb plant. They won't be able to buy up fully here. It's going to be the half buy. Trying to use that util effectively. There's the incendiary. It's shooting the Molotov. Swinging around the corner is Sparthouse. Does he get a second one here? He does! Through the smoke, although he falls in the process. He does the work to give his team that man advantage.
And good aim from Kriaz. Keeping this site nice and safe. Molly to follow it up even, and MBQ close it on off. ECLOT not looking back again. Now this is 7-round streak here. Pistol and the follow-up success. That first round as well from AMKAL looked so good. And I want to, give them a lot of credit for what they did in that first gun round. But I'm liking the adjustments and the way that ECLOT have started every round since then.
Yep.
It's been very dominant. They've been able to find the opening duels, and from that point forward, after they find these opening picks, they don't stay stagnant. They're constantly in motion on this defense. They're constantly fighting for banana, spamming down range, hoping for some fortune that has been favoring him quite a bit. I mean, visual spotted. That's actually Krias with 2 through the smoke instead.
What on earth?
His teammate is fully blind with players on his screen. It doesn't matter, though. He has teammates smoke spamming the whole time. Op shot rattles off as well on the other side of the map to try and recover some lost ground here, but everything being ripped away from AMKAL in this half, barring the pistol in the first gun round.
Krias and Spardos, man. Spamming through the smoke, the 2 newest additions. Doing the work without even spotting out the targets. Tommy's dead. Absolutely finished, because his position's known, and there are just way too many targets. He's going to have to pull off the clutch of the century here, and he can't. Daitor puts him down, a mercy killing, as Dynamo ECLOT get an 8th in a row and looked really very much in control. After like quite a few close rounds, Cole, those last 3 were very much ECLOT just stomping on AMKAL every single time they tried to get in towards that site.
Yeah, and even some of those clutches, like you said, they were definitely close, but you could see the control that was had in the server by the way that they played out those late rounds in terms of just pure composure in those quick flanks and decisive moves. I feel like every step of the way, that again, the only gun round was the 5-man save that they got away with. And I love that sort of decision making, because if you say in the back of your mind, hey, we lost this round, but we didn't have our full, productivity. We didn't have the HEs and the flashes to take banana control. And then every other round after that, you do have that, you are able to win it. It just goes to show how good the setup is here for the side of ECLOT, and they really impressed themselves here in this first half.
I think it's almost disappointing for AMKAL, right? Because they got the pistol, they got the conversions off of it, then they get that first rifle round that you already credited them for. It was a good one, but to get 0 after that, it raises some red flags, let's say, moving forward here in this series, if that is going to be a recurring trend or not. We'll have to wait and see if that's the case. AMKAL on the CT side now. They've got the wrong read. They've got 3 players towards the B site and only 2 here at A. Let's see if they can get one onto a flank. Maybe Kalash. He's been impactful so far. And SP actually catches off Krias kind of lurking around mid. Now Dynamo ECLOT seeing all that presence. They're trying to filter into the CT spawn, but that's not a good idea either. AW waiting there. And this pistol round is trending phenomenally for AMKAL. Only Spardos left standing, who's going to have to do a ton of work, and he can't. It will be AMKAL winning a 2nd straight pistol.
Hey, if they win the pistol, get the following conversions here, get the nice 3-0, and then they win the first gun round, they'll be right back to the tied scoreline like they had in that last half.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll be a force buy in this T side, though, in that case. A little bit of a difference without the bomb plant. Not as much of a case here in the second half to call the force. Get the AKs out in the next. And again, another decision that I like to see out of ECLOT here in terms of the economy, but we'll see. I mean, AMKAL, both pistols converted here, still have quite a bit of a deficit to recover from. Have to trust in the CT side to do so. 5 MP9s. They're going big on the bonus. They're looking for the bread to build the foundation for this CT side. Maybe these rounds aren't the concern here when you have all these MP9s in play, but it will be, the gun round coming up in the next that might cost you a little bit when you invest that heavily into the MP9s. Although it is Inferno, I think that it always is interesting.
See if maybe it costs them here in this round. I don't know. Maybe the Deagles will come through and collect some heads. So far, the only heads being collected are Daitors. He's gone. Couple of Deagles available. Spardos and NBQ carrying those forward. Stinix waiting with the MP9. Whoa! He's lucky he's behind a wall. Otherwise, he's dead to that Deagle headshot. And in the end, that's as scary as it's going to get for AMKAL, because they clean up house Kriaz is gone as well, and they will take the round.
Well handled there. No big concerns other than the rattled off Deagle shot. And a timeout called here from AMKAL. Again, they don't necessarily maintain everyone on the MP9. Kalash actually going up into an A4. We'll see how that plays into a factor here. As they call the timeout, you do have to imagine that they've got some sort of setup to try and close the distance up against this the CT side. That would make the most sense here. Trying to buy up into these MP9s in the second round here. You have to be able to close the distance. Fight down banana, fight down middle, something of that nature here for them to really succeed with this weaponry.
No question. No, I agree. You got to adjust your setup when you have the 4 MP9s. You can't go for a standard one because you need to get close range engagements. If you stay too far back onto the sights, you put yourself at a bit of a disadvantage. So we'll see how they adapt. Yeah, you see S-Fade 8 already into Boiler. A little bit of that banana aggression you were talking about, but not necessarily too much. Boost coming on for logs here, so they get visibility over the top of the smokes. AW could be dead, but what a flashbang thrown by Stinix. Fantastic support. Opening frag goes the way of AMKAL. Not only that, they've done util damage to Forzy and Kriaz, and they still got all 5 pretty healthy until Stinix took that util damage himself. So we'll see how it goes. At the very least, AMKAL were able to fend off Dynamo ECLOT towards that banana position, and they regain control of it.
They needed right there. Even just an opening pick can make these MP9s all the more effective. Less trading power here for ECLOT to try an entry into this round. Although they're trusting a lot at the moment in the individuals on this A-bomb site to bring in big multi-kills if it is heading in that direction. So right now, so seeing ECLOT run away from this A side. That could cause some concern here. There's going to be one player rotating back over though, and that's good news here. ECLOT choosing the right bomb site just at the right time here. 25 seconds left. Have to wait out that smoke, but eventually they do need to pull the pin on this attack.
It's still going to be difficult, right? Technically a mini crossfire here between Stinix and AW. There's AW with the first. Smoke going to get tossed, so Stinix might be isolated out of this fight. It's up to AW. AW can't do it. NBQ finds the shot, but Stinix is able to strike through the smoke while in midair with the MP9. 4v2, at least the bomb planted here, but that might be all ECLOT get out of the round. NBQ, 10 HP. Throwing up a prayer here. Peeking towards Banana, spots out a player, but now they know where he is. He gets the kill. Going to go and grab that M4. Is he giving up on the site? Is he giving up on the round? Yeah, he's just going to bring the gun through.
Counter-terrorists win.
Not sure how to feel about that one, Cole. It's
Yeah, I mean, gets the kill there, 10 HP in a 1v3.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, not necessarily a lot to lose with the bomb plant. You can see it at 4100, but yeah, it is decision that at least gives you a little bit of extra firepower. And you know, odds of that clutch are a little bit unlikely. Not impossible though. See though, I mean, again, that affords them a decent half buy in this mix to try and slow down the roll. AMKAL could quickly recover in this half and then tie things up here, and all that hard work that you did with 8 in a row. Well, that could kind of be nullified there.
Or they're just ready to repeat it again, Cole. After this 4th round. That AMKAL pick off. Anyway. Assuming AMKAL get it. I'm getting ahead of myself because there's still a couple of rifles in the mix because of NBQ's decision to grab the M4 and fade away from the site. Tommy, under pressure, hits the shot. Will he get a follow-up? Yes, he will, even though he gets dinked. No third. Great effort from him to stay alive, and it's enough for Kalash to get a conversion, and AW as well, leaving only Forzy standing with 24 HP. So, indeed, it should be, and is, an 8th round victory for AMKAL.
I mean, they're getting away with great rotations as well. I mean, you can see that while that A take is happening, there's a player pushing down Banana So you have not only quick rotates, but you also have a flank before that play lifts off. So I'm liking what I'm seeing out of AMKAL on the defense here in a similar vein. What worked out well for ECLOT. We are all tied up here. Timeout coming through. We will see Forzy get these AWPs on the T side here. That's something he will do, even on Inferno. Trust in his quick ability, quick aim. A guy that is fairly comfortable with the close range opping.
Yeah.
That can be required on this T side, so with that opportunity he's afforded, we'll take that chance.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him on the B site in the first half, right? Taking those close range op engagements and winning a couple of them, almost even a third, right? So it doesn't necessarily surprise me to see a dynamic opera like him favor the AWP on Inferno T side. But it looks like we have a technical timeout here. Uh-oh. What has happened, Cole? Look into your crystal ball.
I think someone got too excited, let out a little yippee, and that tossed the camera right to the floor.
Ah.
In sheer excitement.
I think your explanation's the good one, Cole. I'm going to go with that. Too much excitement. Man, I remember, I think it was yesterday or a couple of days ago, where there was a player who had headset issues in the first 2 rounds of the map. And I was like, how do you have a headset issue in the first 2 rounds? Like, are you tilting that soon? Like, are you just tossing your headset around? So, yeah.
I haven't had a headset issue in the last 2,000 rounds that I've played.
Yeah, no. I don't even have a headset to have issues with. You know?
Are you an in-ear? Do you have the in-ears?
No, I mean, I have headphones. I don't have... when I say headset, I figure it's
I
like
see,
with the microphone attached to it, right?
That's
Yeah. No, I don't do in-ears. I find that uncomfortable for long periods of time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Some like players will... I at least I know like some NA players that, feel like it's a huge difference in when they head to frag or something, when they play on LAN. Will play with in-ears in.
For, like, positional?
Or just chilling, or they think it
Okay.
sounds better and it like gives them better sound cues. But I'll tell you what, I hear a lot of footsteps when I have my regular headphones on, and I do not have to deal with the pain of in-ears.
Yeah, same here. No, I have like the open ear, or I don't want to say open ear, but the ones that are not sealed off, like you can hear audio coming out of them. I don't know, open air, whatever. But yeah, like those ones
Not
really
noise
create a nice...
canceling or something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they create a great sound stage, so you can pretty much hear everything, like where everyone is. So for me, it would provide a benefit for any ears.
For Dallas, I was over at Ani's place because my power went out, or Paladin. For all you CCT loyals, and he has noise canceling headphones.
Right.
I took my headphones off, and the ambient noise that I was hearing in the background, like even just the fan in the bathroom being on, it was crazy. Like that, his headphones were so insane. Also, like the best volume I've ever heard. I don't know what headphones he had, but compared to my headphones, like it was wild. What I couldn't believe the clarity of everything that I heard.
I might have to ask him what he has.
Yeah, he's got. I mean, I feel like he's got some really good, expensive headphones. He uses them, I think, on like flights and stuff as well.
Right.
But yeah, no, his stuff is nice. I have like $10 headset that I got from like Amazon.
That's actually quite disappointing, Cole. Gotta say.
Hey, I hear footsteps better than anyone in my bugs. I'm sitting there having to calm the footsteps to my teammates, and sometimes I even lie to them for fun.
No, see, now you're just playing tricks, right? You don't actually hear it properly, and you're pretending you're lying to just cover the fact that your headphones suck. Okay, no. Let's get back to the action here. As it's round number 17. We're all tied up. Last time we were in this position with 4 rounds going the way of AMKAL at the beginning of a half. ECLOT won out the remaining ones. Let's see if that will repeat itself as we're into the real gun rounds. 4 AKs in the off-out. Kalash aggressively postured here in the apartments. He falls off of that as soon as he doesn't collect the frag, which is a good idea, and takes the more passive hold here.
I played it a little bit more safe here, as you said. Trying to give over his life here. I mean, especially can trust in the setups. You can trust in the rotates with this team right now. You don't have to, really feel like you need to play a hero ball in some of these attacks. So, taking a more safe approach here at the moment. See how they can trust the setup here at the bit of a standard lineup right now. 2-3 on the map. No close by rotates at all to help out this A side though.
Here comes Dynamo ECLOT. They got the smokes thrown. One for Library. Oh my goodness, Stinix on life support. Barely alive here at 1 HP. A little bit of spam, and he'll be dead. But they stopped. ECLOT walking their way up to Arch. He can actually get a frag here, even with only 1 HP, if they don't play the smoke fade correctly. 26 seconds left. Stinix gets back into Library. There it is. NBQ strikes and Spardos as well. Dynamo ECLOT clearing on every single player very methodically towards that A side, and AMKAL are on for the save.
Oh no. It's happening again. 4 rounds in a row to start off the half, and then all of a sudden you start falling flat. Is it going to be in the mental here of AMKAL? You got to be worried about that possibility looming over their heads, knowing that this ECLOT team maybe takes a little bit of time to calibrate before they get back into full form. That right there is a huge start and a bit of a statement to be made here for them.
Well, Tommy and AW will at least carry forward the guns into the next round. AW with the AK and Tommy with the AWP. But, as you already mentioned, Dynamo ECLOT winning their first gun round again in the second half.
I gotta wonder if that's gonna play into the mindset here of AMKAL. I mean, not the biggest concern economically, but that feeling all too familiar, I think, can at least creep up on you sneakily.
Yeah. I think you try to not think about it, right? And you're just like, oh, whatever, it doesn't matter, we'll get it back, and it's just a coincidence. But like you said, sometimes it just starts to creep up on you, gets in the back of your mind, distracts you from winning those important duels.
Way to avoid that reality is getting right back on track here. They're going to try and keep contain of Banana for now. At least holding on to that control. Tossing in some late HGs here.
Oh, that's
great.
Makes
that
info.
lands perfectly. 2 players on pretty much 1 point of health here. 1 shot away from death. And that's a fantastic bit of utility for still a pretty steady B-side setup here.
I'm surprised they're still leaning into this after the amount of damage they've taken. Like, there's confirmed bodies
Goodness,
here. And,
oh my goodness.
What a shot from Forsey. Kalash gets one back. AW and S-Fade still have a pretty lethal crossfire, and they're walking into what could be their deaths and the end of the round. AW still overlooked, probably has 1, maybe 2. Continue spamming forward. How does Krias get that? Spamming through the smoke onto AW. Look at the 2 players left. I believe they were the ones that were lit up earlier on. 15 HP for Forzy, 16 for Krias, only 31 combined up against Kalash and Tommy. Tommy, who saved from the previous round, doesn't want to have to do that again. They want to find a round victory. Forzy peeks around the corner. Oh, it was a perfect time for Kalash to punish, but he doesn't. Probably going to regret that, and absolutely will now with Krias finding that frag. Missed shot from Tommy. That was the round more than likely, and there it is. Krias, the 3K. Dynamo ECLOT find their 10th. It looked so favorable for AMKAL, Cole, but ECLOT somehow, with only 31 HP combined in the post plant, take it.
Brutal rip away right there coming through late from ECLOT. I mean, the B site defense just felt super lackadaisical. Like, they did all the hard work early, throwing in that utility, and then they get caught surprised, boosting up. Even a player dropping off of that orange's position with his back turned to Banana when there's no Banana smoke. There's no smoke to cover them, so maybe they thought they, have done enough by fading away from Banana that they could, scare them off, but that wasn't the case. They remained fearless here at ECLOT's camp, and now look at the situation here. We're going all in on this buy. And that reality might come true here, that ECLOT just take 4 rounds to warm up.
NBQ opting for the MAC-10, very deliberate here. Hoping to farm some money up against what will be, at least his expectation, a lighter buy. It is the force buy coming through. Look at that nade damage again. It's been so good for AMKAL in the early rounds. NBQ down to 41, Spardos at 65, and Kriaz was tickled down to 87. And there's the follow-up, Spardos below half health. And AMKAL, if they just stick around towards the B site and Dynamo ECLOT head that direction, they're going to be able to deal out even more damage, more than likely. But it looks like they're fading off into the A site. They figure, okay, we did all that util damage. We were able to have an impact in that regard. They're probably heading A now. That's the right read.
Very good read here. Some good utility to try and back it up. HE could actually just lock in some kills. And yeah, oh, look at the damage that follows up here. Not only a kill, but some chip damage offered up as well. 4Z has to deal with an offing. He's going to walk in huge shadow advantage. That is lovely positioning from Tommy to set himself up for easy work here. This A-side defense. Oh, what? Not successful on the follow-up. I think he tried to avoid the flashbang.
Yeah.
And he got bested right there. Now a great pre-fire from Dieter. Spins for the win as well. Breathing new life in here for AMKAL. Smoke recycled in towards Moto as well as the flanks coming through here. Bomb recovered, but there's a chance that AW could sneak into the site without coverage. He makes noise. He misses his jump though.
Oh my god.
Oh no. So no success in that attack right there. And is instead going to have to play this one out a little bit slower. How's Kriaz opping here? Do you think it's any good? He's going to have to show up right now as a player coming through the apartment side. Has his rifler close by as well. Spotted out inside the pit. Not looking to fight forward. Oh, he gives him a swing right there. That opens up some possibilities. Now, Dieter has to do it all. 4 kills required. Stuck in the back of the site here. Not making any noise. There's a kit as well. He finds a quick headshot. Lands the kill. The kit picked up, though, with time for the defuse. AW provides the security.
Unbelievable. Again, though, AMKAL looks so good in the early round, and Dieter comes through and tears away a bomb plant. That is so impressive that he's able to get those 2 frags. And the second one was very difficult, all right? He's trying to get the spray transfer, needed to get his spray under control, still manages to find a way to do it and get the bomb plant. But finally, AMKAL get a round victory when the guns are out for Dynamo ECLOT, even though it costs them pretty much every single body. Money, as a result, on CT side is not in your favor when those types of rounds come through, and while they'll still have a couple of MP9s, 2 M4s, and the AWP, the util is a little lighter than they might like, and, well, this battle goes on in Banana. I am surprised, as ECLOT lose a body already, that's Kriaz, that ECLOT have not slowed the pace towards Banana, right? They continue to take so much damage in the early rounds, and you can force AMKAL to burn a ton of util because they're doing it every single time at the beginning of the round without taking damage, and then take a later approach into Banana. Anyway.
They're obsessed with fighting it early here. For their CT side, it was working wonders for a similar reason. You know, smoke spam was all hitting. They were connecting all their shots, but the second half, round after round, it's proven to be a different story. That is costing them headstrong into losing duels here in some of these rounds. And they're not sitting back here waiting for the play to come to them here. Instead, action facing forward here, but that's a peak that gives Forzi a pathway back into this round here. At least to kill back an equalizer. There's still a strengthened up A-site hold, though. Still a trio ready to go.
All right, here comes Dynamo ECLOT in towards the A-site. Kalash potentially at risk, but no, hits the headshot. MBQ the trade. MBQ another. Stinix has to stand on his head. He can't do it either. And look at this again. Dynamo ECLOT with so little time left. 5 seconds on the clock as the bomb gets planted. AW 1v2. How is it all falling apart again for AMKAL? And this one may be a little too tough to get back, Mike. Cole, sorry.
It's all right.
Just old habits. Or current habits. AW going to get the headshot onto Forzi. And Vitor will clutch it. What a shot.
God, that was a huge opportunity right there. Honestly, Dieter, I mean, so close to letting that one slip there. And he takes that duel confidently. I mean, as he should be. 16-11. He saw the last round he was able to provide. He's playing confidently. And, I mean, again, maybe a question mark as to why S-Fade aggresses forward there. That could be a question mark. But when you have a 3-man setup, how are they all on site? You got to have someone in pit. You have to have someone being able to take a little bit more of an effective position. And if you're stuck in sight and moto, that's still kind of, I mean, it's not as effective as a crossfire as you can get out of those 4-man leans, or I guess in this case, 3-man lean because one of your players dropped. But difficult setup right there for AMKAL, where they have not only the man advantage to start off the round, but 3 players still on the A site.
They just lost the duels, right?
Oh, quick isolation right down to Kalash. Nice trade from S-Fade, though. There's another player in towards apartments, but S-Fade breaks down Dieter and offers up an opportunity here with the 5-7s that can be so deadly. This is what you talk about here. Couple kills on offer.
AK upgrade available as well. They still want to go A down in ECLOT. Look, they're waiting and waiting and biding their time, delaying to the last moments once more. And it feels like, just surprisingly, despite the fact there's 4 players still alive, you talked about it before, Tommy is at library, and the other player is on, I believe, the site proper. Yeah, that's S-Fade 8 on the site itself. So they have no visibility from pit, meaning that the apartments player should be fine to come out here and really challenge. And now they're playing even more passively, which, I mean, we know how hard it is to hold angles in CS2, but when you're in this type of position up against the T's barreling down your direction, it gets very hard to find frags. Tommy missing that frag, speaking of which, not going to help, tossing that into a wall, and S-Fade 8's gone. Yeah, I mean, site's going to be taken, and we could kind of see the writing on the wall again, Cole.
Yeah, difficult positions once again costing them. That smoke elevates nicely. I don't even know if you can see anything off that boost. Well, the bottom of the totem pole right there gets knocked out right underneath Tommy. Snapped out of the round here. AK recovered in apartments. I mean, I'm seeing them inch forward here, but I don't think there's much of a chance to make strides on into this retake. I mean, yeah, you do see a fight, but AK is held on to because they force spot in this round. They're going to have to force buy in the next, obviously. They're going to save these AKs. Valuable at that, but you know, again, that A side a little bit weakened up in the late round, even with the numbers advantage. It's just going to leave you with some difficulties.
Yeah, I can't blame Dynamite Cloth for going back to the A side again and again and again, because it feels like the defense is just not optimal in terms of the setups that are coming through on AMKAL's side. We'll see if they make the adjustment, and they're going to have to, because they've got 3 rounds in a row required just to push into overtime. Otherwise, this one's over, and we're heading to map number 2. ECLOT have been very, very good on the gun rounds. AMKAL's only won 3 of them, right? Of the, what is in fact 12 or 15 rounds, I should say, that we've had where the guns have been out for Dynamo ECLOT.
Oh, and the running and gunning right there of the MAC-10 that is one of the 3 guns that they held on to. It works out for an opening duel. AW, though, I love the confidence right now. I think you need a little bit of heroics here, especially with the weakened up A side. So claiming banana control. The issue is, are they going to be able to get established in time? Because they're already walking up here. Freebie
There's
for
no
Dieter.
one pit.
And yeah, there's no one pit. They don't have a pit player right now. Again, this concept, they're so focused. They're so worried about pit, but that's just not the reality here. Instead, it's Kalash on the site. And you know what? Maybe that just does the trick this time around. As the hyper focus, thinking there would be a pit player, helps him out here. But a 1v3 here offered up for Forzy. He needs one more kill. He can't track it down to 14 HP. Forzy makes it a possibility, but it will be none other than AW once again to show up.
Wow, that was so close. I thought he had it. I honestly thought he had it after he gets that second one and the spray down that was coming through, but just barely surviving as AW. The problem is, I mean, you look at the money now for AMKAL. Yes, on the other side, it's going to be a half buy. Dynamite Cloud are not going to go fully into this, and they're probably going to get ready for what will likely be a 24th round of play. But still, if damage is done, if frags come through for Dynamite Cloud, it's going to be difficult for AMKAL to continue getting a proper buy-up. And even here, a couple MP9s might be favorable because you're up against pistols now. But let's say a Tech 9 or a Deagle gets something done. Could still be scary heading into that final round of play. Or maybe even ends here. Who knows?
Yeah, well, I mean,
All right. Yeah.
decent half buy, but obviously you don't want to invest too much in this one. As to set yourself up for 24.
I'm not a fan of that setup on A site, Cole. I know it worked for them. Just because it worked doesn't mean it's good. You need a player pit. It's such an important position. I would even argue too. You know, having one in mini pit, one pit.
The only reason it worked so well was because look how many players from ECLOT were looking towards pit on the entrance of that site. I mean, they were fully expecting there to be someone. I mean, after 3 rounds of having no one in pit, you know, maybe this time there's someone in pit, but no, not the case. And that hyper focus might have just caught ECLOT on the entry pathing a little bit. Can't blame them for that, though. I mean, Kalash coming up big time there on the site defense is a good sign for AMKAL, even if they don't necessarily have the most structural setup. It's what they needed to get some relief in this matchup.
Not much util available for ECLOT here. A flash and a smoke. We'll see what they decide to do in terms of their deployment. Forsey carrying those. Incendiary and a smoke, yeah, for the apartments. So that's going to make things more difficult for Dynamo ECLOT. 3 players waiting here on the A site.
What do you think about Kalash not having head cover? You think that's going to cost him? He's going to be all right, right? He's not going to get one shot by a P250.
Hopefully, for his sake. I mean, sacrificed it to get the M4, right? But I don't know how I feel about it. You're not wrong, and he's in a position where he could get punished immediately. Is it going to happen? It does! Oh my goodness, it's like you read through the tea leaves there, Cole. Daitor gets 1 and a second. They've got the A site, a 3v2. The lack of head armor may be costing, not maybe, definitely costing Kalash, because I don't think that's an instant frag with a Tech 9 up close. Otherwise, AW and S Fade 8 waiting here, trying to get back in. But is this where it falls apart for them? Oh my goodness, S Fade 8. MP9 available, trying to clear out the angles. There is someone in pit for Dynamo ECLOT. Finds the player on the site. Okay, hold on, Daitor gone. Kriaz and Forsey, last 2, and now it's only Forsey and a 1v1, and S Fade 8 clutches it for his squad. A 3K comes through, only 7 HP left, but the 11th round is theirs. Wow.
That's wild stuff right there. The swing coming through on the back of Cold when they had the perfect crossfire, everything looking like it was golden for ECLOT to close, and the time was closing in on them, but it's ECLOT that make that next move that opens up the pathway for S Fade 8 to crash through the lane side and capture that success right there. What a sequence coming through, and what a recovery effort when, again, their life is on the line. They have nothing going for them. Saving the day, there's S Fade 8. Again, though, it comes down to the wire. So you're looking at this buy, it's still strong. Everyone having a decent bit of firepower and utility to back it up here. MP9 in the mix, sure, whatever. But that was a golden opportunity for ECLOT to sneak it away early. S Fade 8 rips it from their hands. A couple of those opportunities taken away from them. Will it cost them in OT? That's the big question right now. Will it even get there? Will they be able to seal it right up here?
There's that utility towards Banana again, and this time ECLOT have adjusted. They said, no. We're not going to be going in there and just taking a bunch of damage from the nades. I don't even know why I said that, because just after I say it, they do. Although Forsey does get the advantage of finding the headshot onto AW, so I guess all the damage that's taken was worth it to get him the 5v4 edge. Will they go to the B site finally is another question, because they have had a very, very heavy lean into A, and for good reason. They've gotten the site every single time that they've attempted it, and almost always found a bomb plan as well.
Look at the gamble. I mean, the gamble here is crazy. 3 players stacked on Banana. Not the B site, on Banana. Well, one close by there. And this might be a head-on collision that AMKAL could dream of. Smoke recycled in towards Banana. They're going to push past the smoke, because if they do, It would play right into the trap right now. Flash is beautiful, and the smokes create chaos right there for only a single kill. What a great flashbang. You're not going to expect Tommy, though. HE bounces, looking to buy time, catches another kill here. Tommy with the rifle, saving them again, pushing past the smoke. Not just yet. Kriaz hears the push, and he turns on a dime. It's another low HP 1v1. Kalash is low on health, and trying to make the escape right now is Kriaz, but he's going to get beat to the punch. Kalash has heard this, and he's taking charge towards A. He's going to beat him to the jump by a mile right now. On the site proper, with utility out is Kriaz, and he's playing it perfect around the default box. No visual spotted. Kalash calls his bluff, and with 3 HP, again, barely surviving, AMKAL take us into overtime.
I guess Dynamo ECLOT saw the Falcons game and said, hey guys, we can do you one better. 3 clutches where we lose. Then we should have rounds. We can do 3 better. I just, wow, that's crazy. I mean, it didn't feel like it was Dynamo ECLOT 3 times having man advantages in post-plan situations and letting them slip away. It's wild to me. And Kalash, a 3K in that, 1 frag in that round, but only 3 HP left in that situation. Tommy doing ridiculous work as well. The fact that he's able to even get 3 in that round is just ludicrous, given the presence that was there from Dynamo ECLOT, but they just weren't clearing out the second box. All right, well, we're headed to overtime. That is surprising, honestly, because it felt like ECLOT had done enough on the gun rounds to win it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. They did an unbelievable amount of work to get them to that point. So much opportunities slipped up on me, like you said. You know, the struggle to close and the mindset right now of ECLOT in this opening map, and the moment too much for them at the moment. We'll see how they hold it together in OT, though. Different case here, maybe a little bit of pressure relief. Sometimes it can be easier to find that 13th round in OT. And they have taken some good lessons, I think. You know, a little bit more of a concession towards early banana control so that they avoid the barrage of utility. That makes a lot of sense here. It's a good adjustment here. Good sign for ECLOT to show what they've been learning here throughout this half.
Money no longer an issue. Incendiary going to get tossed there immediately. Here comes Dynamo ECLOT. They've taken their time pretty much in every single round. They haven't gone for that quick execute, and that doesn't seem to be changing here in OT. A few shots being rattled off, but no connections on either side. Now below the minute mark, ECLOT. Oh, they had a couple players caught at bottom banana, but S8 can't capitalize on that. NBQ the headshot. 5v4 just like that for Dynamo ECLOT. We'll see what that pushes them into. If they go back to the B site or if they decide to execute into A. It looks like they're making the decision to move forward towards A. AW here, Molotov forward. Will they look at rooftop here above porch? Well, they might have to now because they lost the player towards the B site. Time below the 30-second mark. AW gets 1, but Spardos with the immediate trade, and there's the big one. Forzy on the op, onto Stinix, opens up the A site, and then Daitor, as the smoke blooms, finds Kalash. One v3 Cole, and I think that might be it.
Yeah, he's bailing. I call it quits here. Enough being established on the side of ECLOT to seal this one on up, and that's something that they definitely need here. Locking in some success up against some of these gun rounds, back towards the A side as well, and most importantly, being able to close out on rounds that they started off well in. It's got to be one of the bigger reliefs here for this squad.
Yeah. I think not having to worry about the economy anymore I would say ECLOT will have the advantage because those rounds that AMKAL were taking were all in clutch situations. Like, that's what it took for them to find victory. So ECLOT overall were in control of those rounds, just at the end they're dropping the ball. Now, they don't do that here in that previous round. Looking strong. And AK is saved over by AMKAL. See how much of a difference that can make in the hands of AW. AW already looking for an opening duel here over at Banana, but he's not going to find it because ECLOT, they don't like going there. They don't like the B side at all. They want A. And they will not get it this time. S-Fade 8 and Tommy find a couple of frags. NBQ does get one back to keep themselves in the conversation, but it's still a man advantage. Smoke pop? Great one from Tommy. But no visibility really gained. And now he's on the outside looking in as Forzy collects a frag onto Kalash. The A site's open.
They've all focused in on Kriez right now, selling one great distraction. He eventually makes his strides on in. And has survived by some miracle. Now following in the footsteps, there is a gap in that smoke to play off of. But AW instead going to back himself into the corner, and wonderful recycled smoke there, straight on in towards Moto. Time is ticking. Forzy in a prime position as well to cover off apartments. And there might be a challenger heading in this direction. This late play could work wonders, but he's got to speed it up because bomb's way past half ticked. They've got to get a move on here, and they might be too slow to activate. What is that shot from Forzy? That is ridiculous! And he closes out the last kill as well. 4 in the round, and Forzy showing some flash.
We talked about Forzy being comfortable in those close range engagements, and another prime example of that. What a flick to find that second, and then locks it down for the third frag in the sequence and the fourth in the round. 14-12 in favor of Dynamo ECLOT, and we need to see that one again. That's ridiculous onto Stinix. And then even the second, both of them being very close range shots. That's some beautiful stuff from the offer of ECLOT. Molotov going to get tossed down. Banana, 14-12 lead for Dynamo ECLOT heading into the final round of this first half of overtime. Really nothing much to speak of in favor of AMKAL so far in OT, Cole.
Looks like seeing this T side a bit revitalized here again with that pressure taken off their shoulders. With more consistent availability with comfortable purchases, looking a lot better. And maybe looking to show how dynamic they can be as they find success.
Oh, okay.
Maybe poking through the edge of that smoke, yeah.
Yeah, he was.
That's just a freebie offered up, trying to be sneaky right there's AW, but that just leads to an instant dismissal. And got to be careful about this lurking in apartments. Right, turns around there, quickly gets dealt with. Now this is going to create a little bit of panic in the T side, forcing their hand, losing their lurk like that. With 40 seconds left, it might make you feel like you need to speed it up.
I mean, they should. 36 seconds left now. Util's running dry. They got the smoke for CT, but only a couple of pieces left, which is going to make it for a tough post plan unless they find the frags early on here. What are they thinking? 23 seconds left now. They got to get a move on, and you see Forzy looking around towards mid to see if there's a flank there. In the meantime, S-Fade 8 has taken the head off of NBQ. 15 seconds left now. You can't go back, guys. You got to go forward. It's the only place for you to go is into this B site. Stinix finds the frag. They're going to run out of time unless they get these last two players very quickly. 4 seconds. Nope, it's not going to be fast enough. The round is over. It's going to go the way of AMKAL. A little bit of clock mismanagement there from Dynamo ECLOT.
Yeah, bomb was dropped in CT right there. I was wondering, maybe if his teammate could have trusted Forzy to hold that corner and try and commit a bomb plant, but it was dropped too far gone by that point.
Yeah.
So the round was certainly over. And that will lead AMKAL to a first there. Good rotations. I think most importantly, activity on that A side that secures them that success and offers up a little bit of ground to be maintained on that A side. And of course, the fast rotates that floated off because of that couple of kills. So a really good look coming through out of AMKAL for the deciding round. But ECLOT still heading in with the lead here, keeping control of this one.
Well, Back to their CT side, which did yield them a ton of success on the gun rounds. In fact, only lost that one round. Outside of that, especially at the tail end of that first half, it was very, very clean. So they're going to try and channel some of that to close things out here in the first overtime. See what AMKAL can bring to the table. But Banana was, I mean, we talked about damage done by the utility of AMKAL towards Banana on their CT side, but it was on lockdown for Dynamo ECLOT a couple of times when they're getting 2K spray downs through the smoke. And they like to deploy these three players immediately. Look again, double nades thrown, and there's the smoke spam again for Kriaz. Finds the opener, and now he's up close and personal right down towards mid. This is dangerous for AMKAL.
Just a brutal reminder of how that last half went when they got 8 rounds in a row. I mean, they did win every gun round besides the first in that first half. So, and a large part of it was what Kriaz is doing. Now, he does want to continue. And hello, AW. It's a freebie there. He gets a nice gift wrapped up. But maybe that's all, at least a bait here, because it still commits this 3-man setup, and you want them to peek into that op. So, setup's still looking strong on this A side. They do have a player in pit, someone that can quickly transition inside the site. And one holding off this arch side committed here from MBQ. Volleyed out though, flushed into the open. They don't watch it though, it's just a molly to cause distraction here. To draw out these rotates a little while longer here. But again, Dieter in the pit, so effective. And this is the strength of that position, so dynamic here for him. Now looking to complete the mission. Staying alive, letting his teammates get involved here. Now Kalash drops into the pit here. Maybe not calmed over, but all good. No. Kill comes through eventually, and that'll be secured there by ECLOT. And again, you know, that's why we talk and highlight so much about how useful that spot is.
Absolutely, and I think it's strange because AMKAL seemed to favor having Kalash aggressively postured either on balcony or into the apartments and then have no pit presence at all, versus here you see Dieter, you're able to maneuver so well. You can watch 2 different angles at once pretty easily and still have an advantage. It forces utility out, basically, when you have a player in that position, and you see why, because they can do so very much. 15-13 for Dynamo ECLOT, one more round, and they have got the first map of this series.
They capture it right here and right now. Another opportunity, this time on the CT side though, to try and close things out. Different than those missteps at the T side that they came so close but couldn't close out in the post plant. On the defense, they know how to win here, and they've gone back to winning ways.
I mean, we talked about this being a little bit of a risky pick for AMKAL to go to Inferno because of the fact that Dynamo ECLOT are pretty strong on it, and Kriaz is going to get that frag onto Kalash. But their map pool is a little too shallow on AMKAL side, so they kind of have to go into this one. Not really much of a choice, and well, they could be seeing their final round of Inferno right before their eyes. 5v3, good aggression from Kriaz to collect a couple of scalps. Tommy waiting and watching with the AWP, hoping that Forzy peeks around this corner. But Forzy is holding his nerve. He does not want to give them any type of advantage. Detour finding that onto S-Fade 8. That means that it's likely only a matter of time before AMKAL are done on this map. 23 seconds left. Great shot from Tommy, but he doesn't have the bomb. The bomb is towards A, and he's going to have to relink up. This feels so disjointed from AMKAL at the worst possible time. Tommy, what can you do? Hits the shot on Dieter, but his bomb planter's dead, and the round is done. He knows it. Just looking back and forth. It's going to be 16-13 as the final shot rings out here on Inferno.
Brutal stuff right there. I mean, there's so much being done in that position, but you know, it was all in a losing effort. Tommy, I feel like maybe even should have sold enough of a good fake, but they never jumped right there. Shout out to ECLOT for sticking their ground, staying on that A side, even though Tommy was creating such pandemonium there. So fantastic look. Maybe it took them a little longer than they would have hoped, but we saw in regulation how many chances ECLOT had to capture that game. It felt like only a matter of time before they were going to start to win those rounds that they set themselves up well in the post. Those 1v3s, those 2v3s that they couldn't quite seal in regulation, finally coming through in OT.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's great work from ECLOT overall. I think that they were the better team in the gun rounds. We talked about the clutches being impressive for AMKAL, but overall, they didn't look like they were as prepared to deal with the rifles of ECLOT as ECLOT were for them. So, yeah, that's going to do it for the first map. And now we go on to Dynamo ECLOT's map pick of Ancient, which has not been great for AMKAL over the last 3 months. Yes, they have a 2-game win streak here. They did defeat Copenhagen Wolves in the first map of their series there to qualify for this Swiss stage, but it was close. It was 13-11. The victory took all 24 rounds. And you look on the other side, ECLOT, sure, they just lost to 9, but they've won 4 of their last 6. They love to play on Ancient. 22-15. I mean, what is that? 37 times they've played it over the last 3 months. These guys grind it out. So it's going to be difficult for AMKAL to find their way back into it. We'll see if they can upset their opponent's map pick. But before then, a break. All right, we're on Ancient for map number 2. Dynamo ECLOT taking the first map in overtime, 16-13. And now we head here to see if they can get the 2-0 on their map pick, or if AMKAL can find some magic for Ancient. I mean, overall here, Cole, I think that AMKAL are on the back foot. We kind of felt like Dynamo ECLOT, there were some questions to be asked, the new subs that were coming in, but they were good, very good, in fact, in that first map.
Yeah, and well utilized as well. They weren't just
Yes.
sitting by, kind of getting used to the system. They were key, integral pieces to the way that they set up their, both sides. So it's good to see that they have a plan for these players. They have a vision for them, and we'll see if they're able to complete that vision here on Ancient, a map that they're very comfortable with. They have a lot of setup right now on the pistol. Things looking a little bit dicey, as AMKAL could remain flawless in these pistol rounds here with the 5v3 to try and capitalize on. A couple of kills, one on the mid lurk, and then one already rotating on in. Finding their way into this retake, not going to happen here. In fact, even the mid lurk, they're coming through for the closing statement. And AMKAL, they remain flawless in this pistol and in the series throughout the pistols.
Almost a team ace there from ECLOT as well. Only S-Fade 8 kept out of the action, but my goodness, yeah, their pistol round strats have been really quite effective. And even there, I like the little movement that was going on there as the jump across from cave, right, in the entrance, and they get across on the other side and don't get any shots connected on. So very well done by them. Not only that, but setting up the play in towards the site itself. AMKAL just never really could activate. Yes, they had some visibility, but it didn't really work out too well. Oh, what's happening here? What's happening? Okay, Stinnix is going to get the 3K, and it'll be only Forsey left in what is a very messy finish to that round for him anyway. But on the other side, it will be Stinnix and AMKAL with the 2-0 lead.
Yeah, nicely done right there. Able to capitalize on the pistols here has also been a trademark of their starts on the halves. They'll be off to a nice start here. No force by that go around there from ECLOT rather. They will kind of play it safe, and as you can see, that leads him to a third round bye. Missing the 4Z AWP, and he was very impactful with that gun when he was able to bring it out. And on this A play here, decisive move being made. A little bit labored here for 4Z on the spray, and it proves to be costly. There's rotates rolling through the smoke, though. Smoke spam not working favors here. We'll see what they do with low HP for a couple of these players. This retake not really lifting off as they had hoped.
Oh, geez. I mean, look, this is the bonus round for AMKAL as well, and it is trending phenomenally for them. They've already got upgrades from the MAC-10s to an M4 and an AK off the ground of their teammate, AW. And Kriya spotted out, naded down, and finished off with a USP from Tommy. AMKAL make it look easy there on their third straight round victory of their T side. They've only lost 3 players, or I should say they only had 3 deaths on their side. As far as I can tell, no, 2.
AW.
Yeah.
He's the only one. He's sacrificing his life for
That's insane.
worthy cause so far. And there goes again your first gun round just kind of swiped aside off of what is a bit of an oh-so-common A call, but it's common because it's so effective there when teams have less utility to play retake, or they have less utility to hold off that A side initially. It can just be so deadly to throw and execute out of the gates.
And also because, you know, there's often a lot of attention towards mid for the CTs, right? They're just charging up, trying to get that aggressive mid control. And on the other side, it leaves a big void in the A site if you get the read on the right round for T side. So yeah, well done for AMKAL. I agree. Now it's going to be an A stack for ECLOT with the 2 MP9s, a couple of 5.7s, and the P250. Just a half buy, but it's pretty potent, especially if AMKAL come in this direction, which they absolutely are. Forsey. Oh, they see it. They see it. This should be fine. It is.
Man.
Detour only gets 1.
It looked like they just knew there was going to be some mid-round aggression right there and just waited, right? There's a lot of footage of ECLOT and how they play out these CT sides. You'd have to imagine that, you know, knowing that this was going to be picked out by ECLOT, you got to do some preparation here if you're AMKAL. And that's one of those rounds that I think they do some really good prep work.
Thanom and ECLOT, they have it in their contracts, Cole. I don't know if you know this, but they can't win a round in the first 4 of a half. They have to wait until round number 5 to activate.
It's just how you get more reps in, really. You know, if you win too quickly, you don't get as much practice.
Yeah, you need to not get too overconfident. So that's what's required of them. Forsey, gonna wait here. Nice shot onto Kalash. Maybe the follow-up as well. No, it's Detour on the follow-up. 4v, make that 5v3. Finally activating here for ECLOT. It's been very quiet for the majority of the roster, aside from MBQ. Spardaus onto Stinix, and they're just making this look, it's quite a good read. I mean, they're making it look easy, but they realize that the players are going to go towards this B site, and now the lean is immense. There's not even a single one towards A except for a CT player. And that's Spardaus. This is over. This is done. Tommy in a 1v5 with a full minute and 3 seconds left on the clock doesn't have the bomb and doesn't really have a chance. Yes, he gets one on the tail end, but he's already going to fade off into the sunset. Probably to his death.
Hate that idea. Yeah, he's getting wrapped up a little bit, at least contained. Maybe he could open up a little avenue out, but not going to do that just yet. But yeah, it's I think it's a good call coming through. That kill will come through eventually, but I like the idea of, back-to-back pretty heavy A setups there.
Yeah.
You might make you, again, draw your attention towards mid still, but then have a healthier A setup, maybe even with an op, to be honest with you. But it just seemed like ECLOT were not conditioned at all, even though they were in stacking over more presence towards that A side. They kind of call AMKAL's round right there and what they would do next off the back of the conditioning, and a good read coming through there from ECLOT's side. As I think AMKAL were doing a good job of kind of using the momentum-based calling to make a movement towards that B side. Towards these op strikes first, and that's a good sign here. Back towards middle, though. Korea is actually able to track some aim around the smoke right there, and then MBQ trades his teammate. So they have the advantage here, and Tommy sticks around for that mid-fight there. Desperately looking to offer up an equalizer. It takes him a little bit of time to renew himself around that smoke, but once he gets visual, he's able to keep his aim sharp.
Well, Forsey, that's a bit of a risky maneuver. Back turn towards mid. There was a possibility of him getting taken out, but no one was there. Forsey gets one, but traded out immediately by AW. Makes it an even 2v2. 58 seconds left on the clock. Spardaus on a flank. Tommy is probably finished. He is. A little bit of trigger discipline, though, and it's a good idea because look to your left. You got both. It's gift wrapped here for Spardaus, and he will win the round for ECLOT.
Just excellent stuff right there. Again, the new guy here stepping up in that last map and doing it once again there. The nerves to turn your head away from that opper, man. Because just even like tossing the bomb to your teammate, you turn around there, you see someone on the flank.
Yeah.
That timing could possibly be just miserable for him, but holds his nerve, takes his time to strike, and finds the gap. That is a excellent 2v2 there to close out right there for your squad. And again, keep true to the contract here. Only winning rounds after the 4th of the half.
It's actually kind of ridiculous how consistent they've been, right? In terms of on round number 5. I think they won both times on the 5th round of each half, which is wild. Anyway, NBQ going to get one, traded out immediately, and it's a bit of chaos here, but it has settled down. Nope, I say that, and Kalash gets one back on Detour, so now we're down to a 3v3. AW onto Kriaz. Kriaz getting caught lurking a little bit too far away from his position. Forsey can't hit the shot either. AW just flying around corners. Getting frags. Spardaus, last one standing in a 1v3 now. Great aggression from AMKAL.
Be able to open up the round here effectively.
Bomb has been planted.
A good look from AW, who's been, I think just super efficient on some of these openings as well. Sometimes in the mid round, sometimes a little bit later down the line is when he can activate, and when he gets going, man, as you can see, he's good for multiples. Going to lead to a pretty quick call to save. Try and play a contained game with the range of that bomb. Not a bad idea, but Hey, step up. Coming through here.
Terrorists win.
Alrighty. AW, good job in that round for himself. As you mentioned, AMKAL stepping up to try and get themselves into the gun round action. Timeout going to be called by them off of that to talk things over. Make sure they have a solid strat ready to go here. That saved gun is actually really important on Dynamo ECLOT's side because Spartus is able to, buy up or at least drop his teammates and make sure that they are all fully equipped. The only lacking thing here for them is the AWP not being in Forzy's hands, which I think they want to have in his hands as often as possible because of how good he's been with it. But it's just that the way they've been playing out these rounds and losing some of them, their economy hasn't been able to really stabilize. And you're already more than halfway through the first half and the CT side. Got to give Tommy credit, honestly. He has looked pretty good throughout the entirety of the series. Very sharp with the op, trying to go toe-to-toe with Forzy, and has been on a lot of occasions.
Yeah, and as we said, not necessarily running a lot of the plays through the AWP, but I do think that when he needs to initiate, he's able to step up, right? And that's a really good sign from an opper who you're watching throw a lot of utility, a lot of supportive util there in the mix. I think as long as you know that when the moment comes calling, that you're able to offer up a trade for your teammates, something of that nature, that you have that op on your team is a really good sign. Like you said, that's been what Tommy's been able to bring to the table here, especially here on Ancient right now. 8-2 for him. Played a big role in this offense at the moment. Might look to do it again, as they want to take strides into this A side. A bit of an off angle maintained here for MBQ. This either gets mollied out or the boost is usually that first point of contact, which can make things tricky. But now you see the utility reigning over, calling in for a little assistance that will come through quickly through both Donut as well as the attack in from Spawn. And that's a beautiful kill from MBQ. He's caught a little bit blinded, though. That flash lasted forever.
Yeah.
Could never regain visual. And AW and S-Fade here, that combo deal, can remain so deadly. Smokes enveloping the site that they're forced to run through. And Spark, he's going to push through as well. Just running, ring around the Rosie on the site. AW, the last player standing there is S-Fade, and he finds the kill to secure it. Chaos on the site with all of those smokes, but as they fade away and as the dust settles, AMKAL are the last man standing.
Yeah, I don't know why that Dynamo ECLOT kind of punched the panic button once the bomb plant was faked. You don't even have to really worry about it, but they give away their positioning pretty substantially with two players spamming the smoke, and then I'm kind of like, okay, well, we know where they are, and they started to charge forward. AW continues to be ridiculous in some of the frags that he's able to find, and again there, unreal stuff popping through that smoke and dealing out the damage and the awareness to know the player also got past him on the other side through the smoke. So very well done, even though it gets close at the end because Spartas finds a couple. AMKAL with a very important 6th round found here on Ancient, and they have looked like the better team, which was not the case on map number 1. It's funny that both teams are having better performances on their opponent's map picks. At least that's the case so far for AMKAL.
Absolutely. Much stronger start on this T side. Able to win some rounds after the 4th this time around for the first half.
Yeah.
Mess of the smokes here. I don't know how much it's going to lean to the favor. Nice move to scale in, and there should be covered on the flank here. The collapse does come through the smokes. One player left remaining here with the 5-7. Kriaz trying to fight for security in the site, but MBQ on the other side of the map here is a long haul. Get back on the scene.
Yeah, there's honestly nothing for NBQ to lose here by going for this one, as he will be trying to get back into the site. There's some guns down on the site proper, but he's going to have to win this with the MP9. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Can't do it. Kalash collects that frag. 7-2 for AMKAL.
Timeout called from ECLOT here, knowing that they need to secure themselves some rounds as soon as possible here, and that the map is getting worked away from them consistently. It executes right now, showing up, and without any early advantages, early step-ups coming through from this CT side, such as a 4Z AWP to strike first, isn't a lot to be gained in the later rounds. Trying to find solutions to that problem quickly. Not an easy task right now. This is a really strong showing on how they just call around some of the setups here and avoid the problems here. I mean, strength in numbers as well. If we're talking about kind of the feeling of panic that's setting in multiple of these rounds for ECLOT, I mean, you've got AMKAL got ECLOT right where they want him defensively. Shattered up, kind of forcing rotates pretty quickly and decisively here as well. Now catching some A main aggression. Lovely opening pick. Just a pre-fire on the re-peek attempt right there. Korea's sideline now.
I think this is actually a pretty potent spot for Detour, but oh, no, it's not. They read it perfectly. I was going to say, maybe they don't expect that second player to be there, but they absolutely did. 5v3 for AMKAL, and a little bit of a mix-up there by ECLOT to go for aggression into A main is immediately punished with not really much to show for it. And you see the last remaining player towards the A site, Spardaus, fades away into Donut as AMKAL are trying to take that space. Spardaus. Here he comes back in. Forzy's watching with the ops. It's actually a pretty decent setup given the circumstances if AMKAL decide to commit towards A. But it looks like they want to fade off. 52 seconds left. At least for now, they're checking out what's happening on their flank to see if anyone decides to get aggressive for Dynamo ECLOT, which could happen. NBQ towards bottom of mid. But as it stands, Forzy just going to throw a flashbang into the B site and then take a more aggressive posture into A. That frag by NBQ is actually huge onto Kalash. And now they've even down to 3v3. Spardas, crossfire, working out between himself and Forzy, and they can't get through. AMKAL shut down on their path in towards that A site.
That's beautiful work right there. It's a hell of a gamble to make this late to the game, but all in on that A side stack, and they are rewarded in the biggest way possible, recovering a 5v3 and doing it with relative ease. Only a single casualty, making it feel like there was more presence on that B side as well. Forzy tossing in some utility to show that, hey, maybe there's multiple players here. Why would you flash on that B site if there wasn't a flash to set up off the back of it? So, kind of forcing the hand here of AMKAL rather in that late round, and doing so in a very crucial crossroads. When that A main aggression gets punished like that, you have to have something to recover that, whether it's a gamble or whether it's fighting for control on the map, and they did both successfully. That's a rare gift to be wrapped up right there for ECLOT to get back into this half here, especially with the economy being weakened. This is your ticket to try and secure something here.
Certainly a couple more rounds here for Dynamo ECLOT would make this half look a lot more digestible for them. Detour. Waiting patiently for that smoke to fade. It does. Doesn't see anything on the other side. But they will soon, because every single player on AMKAL is grouped up here towards ramp. They've only got that solo AK, but it does get the damage. Stinix on to Kriaz. Do they expect Forzy here? They don't, but it's a leg shot, not a kill shot. AW, will he get finished off by the util anyway? No. Here they come on in. Oh my god, that's bold from Forzy. And now Detour dropped them to sight. Means Forzy's kind of alone. He's got the reinforcements arriving just in the nick of time to help him potentially get a path out of cave. But the smoke is up. He's looking to make noise at this point so that Spardas can come in from the ramp and potentially strike. But this has gone very wrong for Dynamo ECLOT in a round that was supposed to be pretty straightforward. Now S-Fade 8 survives with 1 HP. And you see Forzy trying to bait the peak, or bait the shots out. He doesn't really do it effectively, but Spardaus will get the frags anyway, and it will be Dynamo ECLOT winning it fourth.
There you go. Able to recover it. I mean, that's more of, Forzy's specialty, even though it creates a lot of chaos there, and there's some great strides being made from the hero AK on into that bomb site. I think just a distraction being caused enough to create chaos right there and provide some security. 4 kills. Rolling out of the AK there. to provide some damage. But at the tail end of the half there, as long as you maintain that AWP here, you're still walking into the end of the half looking good. Let's see if they can find their way up to 5 here. Our deciding round of this half. We'll decide if AMKAL have a lead or a bigger lead, I guess. And oh my god, Kriya's still flanking here. Got punished on that A aggression.
What?
Catching 2 and he survives. Oh my god. Chaos in the round here. Flashbang looking phenomenal. Tommy left rattled by it, but barely hangs in there. I think the one duel that Kriya wasn't favored in right there, or was favored in, ends up being a win from Tommy to at least answer back here in some form or fashion. But there's more work to be done here for the rest of the squad. Tommy's now taken down low.
Felt like S8 had all the time in the world to get that trade and just couldn't find his crosshair. So that's a 2K for Kriaz. And like you said, the one engagement where it felt like he might have the advantage ends up being the one where he falls. And okay, hold on a second now. 3v3 Kalash. The headshot on towards Detour. 45 seconds on the clock. Kalash continues to open up space. Forzy and Spardaus, the last two standing, the only healthy players left on the server, and it will be Kalash gone, collected by Spardaus before he's able to gain full control of this B site. Now Dynamo ECLOT think, okay, we got that. Maybe it's towards A. But that could have just been a fake. I think Spardaus just wanted to make noise. If anyone was close by in cave, that would have baited them out. They weren't. But he will stay towards the B site, and I think that's the important part because both players are headed in this direction. 15 seconds left on the clock. He's playing the audio.
Oh,
and
no.
Actually just takes the fight. Oh, that is bad. AW finds him, does a lot of damage, but Forzy's on the op. He needs to find a rifle here if he even gets a chance to do so, because AW's waiting on the other side of the smoke.
No saving this one. I think he might have started to back away, but realized. And that smoke getting recycled right there. Feels like a death sentence in this retake here. Maybe sidearm there. Maybe side turned into an instant headshot. Yeah, that's a guaranteed kill right there from AW. Needed the one onto the site right there on the Sparkus, but manages to find it and secures the round because of it. And that will be an 8-4 scoreline, given AMKAL taste their own medicine there. Or rather, ECLOT, I should say.
Yeah. No, absolutely, though. Well done for AMKAL in that half. 8 rounds picked up. Dynamo ECLOT usually pretty strong on both sides of the server here on this map, but this is not the greatest. 4 rounds better than what they were trending at, which was probably maybe closer to 2 or 3. So that's good. And if you look at the numbers, pure statistics, they do have a slightly better performance on their T side rounds. T round win percentage 52.7% on Ancient, and CT round is 50.8%. So as I said, not much better, but it just means that they can very much find their way back into this. What would help Cole is a pistol round, which they haven't gotten a single time yet.
That would do a whole lot for them here. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Pistols have been eluding them, though, so far, as you said. I mean, and more so credit to AMKAL, the way that they start off this scoreline, these halves. Pistol, the game plans that they bring together, it looks like they know and are well prepared for the different setups that are being thrown at them. So, credit where it's due for AMKAL. That's been a part of the game that they have captured here, dominated in. But maybe when the stakes are a little higher this time, if you fulfill your contract here of losing 4 rounds to start off the half, it's going to be map point for AMKAL, and you're probably going to be setting your sights on a third. So you got to get lifted off early.
Yeah, I think Kriya realized that's who he's going to go make some amendments.
Yeah,
to the
can
contract.
we adjust this one real quick? I mean, I know we're in the middle of a game, we're on a tight schedule, but we're gonna have to make some adjustments.
Yeah, I need to activate here. Forget it. The other guys don't matter, but I need to get some stuff going on here. Yeah, actually, speaking of which, I don't believe Kriaz or Spartus are signed with ECLOT just yet. I believe they're just trying to see how they're performing with the squad, and Spartus gets a clear yes from me in terms of if Dynamo ECLOT should look into signing him. But on Kriaz's side, great first map, but this second map has left a lot to be desired. And we'll see if the T side favors him a little bit more. I think he's anchoring down the site, so it's a little more difficult for him to necessarily find the impact sometimes. As we're still waiting for him to come back in the server. I'm not sure if it's just a PC crash or a CS2 crash that's come through here, guys. But we're going to check in and see how long this is going to take. And I'm also going to check in on the major, because I'm curious. Yeah, I want to know how Bait and Linvision are going. So let's see here.
Ooh, third map.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Third map. Linvision won. That's to 13-2, Cole. That is ridiculous.
I think if Bait lose here, one of my friends is gonna get 0 picks right.
What?
Yeah. Let me tell you his picks. So I had FaZe 3-0, Falcons 3-0, Legacy 0-3, Pain 0-3. He had VP making it through, but obviously that doesn't count because of the they went 3-0. He had Legacy making it through, or no, M80 making it through. That didn't happen.
Yeah.
Then of course Bait, who's playing right now, Heroic making it through, and then BetBoom and OG making it through as well.
Oh my god, dude.
So he's up for the 0 picks correct.
That's
Which
actually
is insane.
It's just as hard to do as all picks correct.
Yeah.
Right? So maybe he's got something to be proud of.
I don't think I've ever seen that. So
No, I don't think
shout out to him. You know, he's really making dreams happen here. But on this pistol, we got another A side retake here. Good setup, but bomb down crucially. Now it could be about establishing control. They're gonna do that through Temple right now. And now they realize this. This does become a really tricky setup to deal with for AMKAL when space starts to be created. But there's a pickup from AW that brings strides on into this retake here. Time running lower and lower here, but kills continue to flow for this AMKAL roster.
This
MBQ
is crazy.
desperately trying to save this pistol, but starts to shift walk around coverage. The bomb being stuck right now. He can't provide any extra damage. And they figure out a way to win another pistol.
Their protocols are so good on pistol rounds, right? The spacing is phenomenal on the retake. Everyone kind of looking at the correct angles to make sure that there aren't any spaces that could potentially be exposed by Dynamo ECLOT, and the shots, I mean, beautiful. It's truly something else to witness here for AMKAL today on a map where they don't do well on pistols typically. They only won 9 pistol rounds out of the 30 they played coming into this one, with a 30% win rate on pistols, and they got an 100% win rate today on Ancient, which couldn't have come at a better time, having already lost map number 1. But here's a potential for strike back for Dynamo ECLOT. They get a couple. Tommy settles it down in a 3v3, but this one is anything but secure for AMKAL. They took that early duel into mid, and that brawl ends up favoring no one. I would argue the T's, though, because in even numbers, there's just too much ground for these CTs to cover, especially on a map like Ancient, as that bomb gets planted, Cole.
Got to flank. Got to live on this flank, though, right now. Boosting up a player inside of the tree. Going to take a little while to activate. And donut control still maintained here for this T side. Again, AW going to be the big element of surprise. He's being watched. He's being hard watched by Daitor, who answers back with a kill. Now they got to get on the bomb here, but chasing down and towards Donut. These post plants are so incredibly strong. They know that they're off of it. One chasing down. Kalash steps through here, looking for the multi. As Kriaz backs his way into the corner here. Just staying alive has won it outright. They're forcing Tommy on the chase down, and what she will be sprayed down there. Kriaz going to fall to the bomb, but that's an important force by there. Pistol success, sure, but the answer back is swift from ECLOT, and those amendments made. Kriaz, that's what he did right there. He won round 2 right there to make sure that the contract was amended.
Exactly. It's the first time in the entire series that they've won a round in the first 4 of the half. Which is crazy to say, but yeah, Kriaz doing a great job, helping his team clutch that one out, building up a little bit more cash in the tail end too, right? Because he knew he was going to die to the bomb, so he gets $600 more on that frag and helps make their buy up a little better here up against what will be a force buy for AMKAL, but that's going terribly for them. Kriaz gets 2. Spartus continues the onslaught against Tommy, and Kalash and AW are just shaking their heads wondering what the heck just happened. They're stuck in a 5v2. And I mean, this is setting the stage for a recovery on the Dynamo ECLOT side.
Yeah, how comfortable this is to close here. Damage being done. And a couple kills with that MP9 is not bad. AW just constantly figuring out ways to have impact in some form or fashion. Just not for a round win in this case. Just a little extra cash flow towards the tail end of the round and some damage done. That being said, that force buy being punished means it is full eco territory for the squad of AMKAL. And as you said, that is the path to recovery here for ECLOT. That is how they get back into the game. Winning round 2 of this half. Having Kriaz not only show up clutch in that force buy effort, but then being able to step up in that force buy that was played up against them. Now we're staring down the barrel.
We got another Zeus.
Oh, this time on the CT side, I feel like I have a little bit more
Yes.
faith in this. D side,
Yes.
Ancient Zeus, I just don't know. Still in play.
Yeah.
Still in play.
well, maybe
He's
not.
flanking though.
I don't know, Cole.
He's flanking. Hold on. If he sits outside of doors for the whole round, someone's gonna come his way. Surely.
I think he's
Donna.
dead before he.
Donna. Donna. Oh, he's down.
Yeah. Kind of the expected result there, unfortunately for Stinix, and that will be Dynamo ECLOT finding themselves a seventh round, excuse me. Only 2 rounds away from tying things up against AMKAL, and you're looking at the money situation. It's still honestly not that great for AMKAL. They have to settle for an MP9. Oh, no, they don't. I take it back. Stinix has managed to do some creative accounting and get himself the M4 and sacrifice a little bit of util as a result. Kalash does have the FAMAS, but that has gotten that buff a little while ago, so it's certainly very serviceable. Let's see if they can hang on, though, up against this push. Very aggressive take of the B-side for Dynamo ECLOT. It's a change, a shift in their tempo compared to Inferno, and now Daitor gets the immediate trade after AW finds the opener. This B-side has been completely overwhelmed.
Ooh. How did Kriaz find that kill? It just looked like his crosshair got warped right on target and tracks his aim just in time. Now this is a good opportunity here still for a round. I like the motion to take control towards CT spot as it's necessary. The smoke goes in towards cave. Okay. Might allow for AW to get a little sneaky right now. Like he's not there, but he might just line up with his teammate here. Daitor's still on the backside, but AW still impacting the round. Kriaz in another clutch. A 1v1 here. Bomb tapped here, but not stuck. And barely enough HP, but without a kit, he has to skedaddle out of this round here. More impact felt out of AW. But not for a round victory here. Escapes deep in towards T-spawn, but all for survival here. ECLOT gonna rip the round away.
I actually really like that play from AMKAL, right? Throwing the smoke in towards cave, making it seem like no one's actually there. So that's the element of surprise for AW, which he gets 2 frags off of. It's just that Kriaz is there to respond in kind and makes it down to a 1v1, which is the only reason that Dynamo ECLOT are able to convert that round, because it was actually brilliant overall by AMKAL on the attempted retake outside of, you know, just losing that fight to Kriaz. So it will be a 9-8 scoreline. They get out of the round with the A1S, and AW continues to be ridiculous in terms of his efforts here on the map. But they're going to need more than that if they want to find success overall, as ECLOT have crept up and back into this one from 8-4 to 9-8.
Yeah, good save here. As you said, that panic here of the comeback effort from ECLOT definitely being felt here at the moment. Now we're going to see them meet head on here. This A1S could do a lot of damage, but this time AW shut down on the inbound of this play here, and not a lot that a Deagle close range can really manufacture. We have a lurk being dealt with right there. Kriaz making more strides into the site. A lot of low HP bars, and the AK recovered. Ask Fade, how much can he recover this round? There's a quick headshot. And I think he spotted a player dancing around towards Temple. And this becomes a matter of time here before they take charge here into the site. They're hoping to buy time for the flank, these 2 low HP bars, and they do. Spartus comes through just in time. And Kalash